missing, leaving not a mark. UFOs are hiding in the night's cool air. MIB in shadows, catching our stare. Desert base so silent, Idaho scare ranch, UN troops invading, might break our stance. John Bird shouts so loud, warning of the fright. Phantom helicopters hovering in the night. Midnight theory swirl, truth or just a tale. This story is whispers in the dark, cattle gone missing, leaving not a mark. UFOs are hiding in the night's cool air. MIB in shadows, catching our stare. Desert base so silent, Idaho scare ranch, UN troops invading, might break our stance. John Bird shouts so loud, warning of the fright. Phantom helicopters hovering in the night. Midnight theory swirl, truth or just a tale. This story is our burden, facts we must unveil. The world spins in secret, whispers in the dark. Ranchers' tales of terror, stakes that leave a mark. UFOs are hiding in the night's cool air. MIB in shadows, catching our stare, our stare. Midnight theory swirl, truth or just a tale. This story's our burden, facts we must unveil. The world spins in secret, whispers in the dark. Ranchers' tales of terror, stakes that leave a mark. The world spins in secret, whispers in the dark. Ranchers' tales of terror, stakes that leave a mark.
The following program has been pre-recorded for broadcast.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Good evening. It's Sunday evening, and this is another Dreamland program. I'm Art Bell. We are blessed this week with a full visit from Linda Moulton Howe. Linda Linda Howe has been our reporter on the Dreamland program since its inception and way back to the previous program we did called Area 2000. And I think you're really going to enjoy her. I would like to announce the addition of a couple of new affiliates this week, too, as a matter of fact. KMMS-AM, Bozeman, Montana. Welcome. That would be George Carter, the individual responsible for getting us on there in Bozeman. Thank you, George. And WBKV-AM in West Bend, Wisconsin. And again, the responsible individual, Bob Bonifant. I hope I've got that correct, Bob. Thank you very much. Good to be on the air up in West Bend as well. So, with a couple of brand new affiliates, mentioning that we have a regular reporter will not be a familiar thing to you. And I guess the first thing we ought to do is at least get a brief sketch of Linda Moulton Howe. Linda, hi. Are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Linda. We do have a couple of new affiliates this week, so they won't know you. This will be first time they heard your voice, so right. I suppose we ought to begin by telling them a little bit about you.
Okay.
No, I'm going to request you to do that.
Oh.
Tell us who you are and why you're doing this.
All right. Well, I guess my journey into all of these unexplained phenomena began back in 1979. I was director of special projects at the CBS affiliate in Denver, had been a television producer for 10 years by then, having graduated from Stanford University with a master's degree in communications, in which I did my master's film on both science and medical projects at Stanford University, and went on in my television career to do live studio programs, documentaries, and news reports about science, medicine, and the environment. And that's what led me in the fall of 1979 to start investigating the strange bloodless deaths of animals, especially cattle, throughout the United States, Canada, and other parts of the world, all found with essentially the same parts taken: an ear missing, an eye taken, the jawbone stripped, sometimes the teeth and jawbone removed in very smooth oval cuts, the genitals removed in male or female almost 100% of the time, and the rectums poured out, and sometimes even the tails of these animals removed in a vertical smooth cut at the base of the spine, and in many of the cases, probably another majority excision was the removal of tongues in a very smooth vertical cut deep within the throat of an animal, something that predators do not do. And all of this added up together to a mystery that seemed to have something to do with a contamination perhaps in the environment. And I began the investigation trying to find out if there was some government research project that was examining tissue from animals spread out throughout the United States. But 9 months later, after talking with literally hundreds of people, ranging from law enforcement to ranchers to fellow journalists, all I heard were stories about encounters with football field-sized orange glowing discs or beams of light or all kinds of anomalous things. And that led to my first documentary, A Strange Harvest, that was broadcast in May of 1980. That was a prime-time Arbitron and Nielsen rating that week, and the program got a 19 rating and a 37 share in the Colorado, Nebraska, Wyoming area, which said that more people wanted to watch a program that was exploring the animal mutilation mystery than made for television new movies that week. And that also said something to me about how many people had knowledge about this mystery, but were not talking. And that became very clear when literally hundreds of phone calls and letters started pouring into the station with people telling me about their own encounters, experiences, mutilations, encounters with lights, circles in their pastures, and on and on. And now, it's 1994, some 14 years later, I I have done productions on child survival efforts for UNICEF. I have done science program story for McNeil Lair. I have worked on an environmental series for Earthfeed in Atlanta, the Turner Station. I have done other productions having to do with all sorts of other subjects, but throughout the last 14 years, it has been a constant challenge to me to try to keep up with what appears to be an expanding and complex series of phenomena that now range from the crop circles, the animal mutilations, the human abductions, issues about mind control, the increasing number of Marian apparitions of the Virgin Mary around the world, and the whole big question: what does the government of the United States and other governments know, and why have they chosen a policy of silence, basically, about all these unexplained and unidentified phenomena, while people in the grassroots, and I know many of our Dreamland listeners fall in that category, are having encounters, whether it was yesterday or last week or last month. I know from the letters that I receive and that other investigators receive that people are having personal experiences, encounters, and I know from the physical traces that we are all investigating, whether it's crop circles or the mutilations or some other phenomenon, that these mysteries continue to date in the United States and other parts of the world. And in Dreamland and in my work as a television producer and a writer, I am trying as best I can to bring to focus the best hard physical evidence, the best first-hand eyewitnesses, because I think that is the part that is not being addressed in the mainstream media, that we do have many people, many events, many experiences that are unexplained, but the world in general is not aware that even 10 miles in the next town, that several of these events could be happening on one night, and nobody hears about it unless we report it on Dreamland or programs like this.
Well, with all of that conventional background and then sort of a plunge into the strange harvest, if you will, that's quite a change, Linda, and I'm kind of wondering what your colleagues, as you began to explore these other possibilities, began to say. You'd been very conventional. Did they start kind of chuckling behind your back, or what's the reaction?
Well, I think I had won too many Emmys, had participated in a national Station Peabody Award, had received the highest honors in the journalism Sigma Chi. I had just won too many journalism awards in the 10 years prior to when I did A Strange Harvest. It was very difficult for people to basically to attack me or my work. Fortunately, I had 10 years under my belt by the time I started on A Strange Harvest. I do remember one day on the sidewalk going to lunch that a reporter from a newspaper in Denver that I knew came up to me and said, "I hear that you're looking into these animal mutilations." And I said, "That's right." And he said, "Why are you doing that?" He said, "All you're going to end up doing is hurting your credibility. Don't you know that this is just all foolish? There's nothing to it but predator." And that reaction I've always been surprised by, because it doesn't take very much hard investigative research into the animal mutilation phenomenon to find out that there are many cases going back before 1979 and certainly since 1979 that never could have been explained by predator. So to find my colleagues dismissing the subject because it was socially the more correct position rather than looking at the facts, that bothered me. And I think that's bothered me over the last 14 years, and I think it's part of the reason why I've tried very hard to bring to bear what I consider to be hard professional journalistic ethics to pursuing these stories and trying to bring to the public's attention in documentaries and books the hard facts. And in my newest documentary that has just been released, it is Strange Harvest 1993, and it focuses on the events in Alabama and other parts of the United States and the world just last year, just in the year 1993. And the feedback that I have gotten from people now, ranging from some major network broadcast people to others, is they are astonished because they know that there is nothing in that film but hard fact, firsthand testimony. And for the most part, people were not aware that as many events were happening at the same time in Alabama and other states and other countries during that period of time in 1993. And I think that's one of the great values that a journalist can bring to bear on some of these stories, because part of my work and my goal is to synthesize events so that people can see what was happening in a period of time.
All right, good, Linda. Hold on just a moment. We'll be right back to Linda Howell. How many of these mutilations or incidents do you think can be attributed to either predators or Satanists, or in other words, something external to what you believe may be involved?
Well, I can give you a summary from my first book, An Alien Harvest, in which I did an interview with the head of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, which would be comparable to the state's FBI or CIA.
Sure.
And he had several large cartons with full of file folders on the floor of his office. Every one of them was a mutilation report. Out of all of those reports, they had only tried to get tissue from 19 animals. There were hundreds of files. 19 animals to the Colorado State University pathology lab up there for any kind of necropsy or tissue analysis. And out of those 19, I believe over half were, the official word on the report was cut with a sharp instrument. There was no other delineation on those reports back then. That was in the 70s.
All right, well, that certainly leaves out a predator. How do you rule out a Satanist?
I think that you have to then come up further into the 80s, into the work that Dr. Altschuler, the pathologist and hematologist in Denver, that he and I have been doing, in which we now have, it may be 45 or close to 50 case studies where the tissue from some of these animals under a microscope shows that the hemoglobin has been cooked, literally subjected to something hot enough to cook the blood. That eliminates not only predator, but from most law enforcement research, satanic cults also. And it was about 4 or 5 years ago that I got a call from a detective down in Southern California. He said, we're having a lot of problems here with satanic cults. And he said, I'd like to have a meeting with you and with a sheriff from the county in which I'm working. And he said, I'd like you to bring your best cases, we'll bring ours, and let's compare notes and see if we have overlap. So we had a meeting. And the first thing that the sheriff did was look through my book, An Alien Harvest, which has a lot of photographs in it of the animal mutilations and other assorted aspects around them, including finding tripod marks and all kinds of things. And as the sheriff looked through my book, he finally stopped, looked up at me, and he said, Miss Howe, this is not what I'm dealing with satanic cults. And then they laid out for me their evidence. And it is astonishingly horrible, nothing I would describe over radio, television, or any other way. And one of the primary aspects of a lot of what they showed me was the presence of an enormous amount of blood in a variety of situations, even if they involved animals. In the mystery that I've tried to investigate for the last 14 years, the one major characteristic right from the beginning that was always puzzling to law enforcement and ranchers is they would get to some of these animals warm to touch, which from a pathology point of view means that they can't be dead longer than 10, 12, 14 hours, depending on and if it's winter, it's even less. And yet there would be excisions in which the ear was gone, the eye was gone, the tongue was removed deep in the throat, large udder, 18-inch by 22-inch ovals in the belly of the animal would be gone, the rectum and the vaginal tracts would be removed, and yet there would not only not be any blood, there would be no fluid. And the lack of fluid at excisions in an animal that is warm to touch, that is not normal. And in fact, what I'd like right now to do, Art, is to play for you an excerpt from an interview, if I can. You tell me if we have a commercial problem, but I have an excerpt.
How long is it, Linda?
Maybe 3 minutes. And it is an interview, and if you want to do it after the break, but this is an...
Yeah, why don't we do it after the break? It's going to be a little close.
Right, and just to let people know, this is an interview with a rancher who last Sunday, this is only 1 week ago, found his 11th animal mutilation, cattle, essentially, on his ranch east of Taos, New Mexico, the 11th since 1993. And he describes on this tape how he compares all 11 and his own comments on a similar question. Why do you think that many people argue it's only predator? And he gives his own comments as a rancher who has been dealing with this phenomenon now by almost a dozen cases in 18 months.
So many of these have come to the fore. Linda, has anybody ever been caught, anybody or anything caught doing these?
Since 1967, in the first reported mutilation of a horse in southern Colorado, there has never, to date, been an arrest and arraignment of an individual anywhere in the world concerning animal mutilation.
Boy, that's really weird.
Yes.
That's really weird. So whoever is doing it very well.
And worldwide, bloodlessly, over and over, taking the same tissue, and in many cases not even leaving tracks anywhere around an animal that's on wet ground.
After all of this investigation, Linda, who do you think is doing it? In other words, do you think that it is some sort of ET presence? Do you think that it is the government? Who do you think is responsible? Do you have any guesses?
Well, as people know who have read my books and seen my documentaries, going back all the way actually to 1980 in The Strange Harvest, what astonished me was my own discovery of the circumstantial link between what people were reporting, huge 300-foot diameter orange glowing fluorescent discs over pastures lighting up by barley fields, for example, light enough that the farmer said I could read a newspaper on my tractor by that light, by an object that completely overwhelmed the sky above him. And at the same time, he had 2 animal mutilations on a nearby ridge. Other people, sheriffs that I knew and told me this confidentially, would never go on the record. That's the problem. People are afraid to tell some of the more bizarre parts of the story, said that he and his own son watched a beam of light come down in a pasture where they were in a stakeout because of all the animal mutilations. And he said that beam of light came down, lighted up an entire pasture, and they could not hear any noise. They could not see any running lights. They could see no object, just a gigantic beam of light lighting up an entire pasture from something in the sky that was completely silent. Those are the eerie marks of this phenomenon, which has been frustrating ranchers and law enforcement now for 67 to 94, and probably earlier, at least 30-some years.
Boy.
And that's what I'm trying to find out. And when we come back from the commercial break, I will play the comments of this rancher, and we can also discuss more the circumstantial and hard eyewitness and physical evidence that seems to link something out there that is not understood at all, perhaps, to these mutilations.
All right, Linda Howe, our guest for the full Dreamland program this week. We'll be talking about this and a lot more. Actually, her knowledge is very wide-ranging, and so stay tuned. There's a lot more to come. You're listening to Dreamland on the CBC Radio Network.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. Linda Bolton Howe is my guest, and we're going to get back to her and to some phone calls following her report in just a moment. Oh, Linda.
Art.
Yes, you've got a report for us.
Yes, and so people will know, again, this is from a rancher who has been ranching for over 30 years in an area that is east of Taos, New Mexico. He is comparing and describing, as the tape starts, the 11 cattle mutilations that he has had since 1993, of which I've been able to get tissue from 3 of them to John Altshuler since early this spring. And on the 2 that we found May 14th, Dr. Altshuler's report in pathology findings was a number of excisions in which the hemoglobin had been cooked on both of those steers on May 14th. He is getting the tissue from last Sunday's, and I'll probably be able to report on that next Dreamland. But this now is Eli Ronich comparing from his point of view, the 11 cattle mutilations on his ranch since last year.
All those last year was all exactly the same. They had anus was scored out, scrotum was scored out, right eye gone, tongue gone. I mean, and there's never been any blood, never been any tracks.
So when you come upon one of these animals now after 11, like you said today, when you've seen one, you know what you're looking at.
Right.
What do you say to people who argue it must be predator?
I don't argue with them. You know, you have to see it to believe it, I guess. I don't, you know, I've been in this business all my life. I'm 45 years old, and I know what a critter looks like when he dies from natural causes, lightning or whatever. And the first thing you see is stick the eye out, and there's blood all over their face. And their tongue's usually hanging out, and maybe the birds might peck on it or something, but it's not cut off down at the larynx. And these incisions, especially around the scrotum and the anus, I mean, it's a round cut. It's not I would say it's not kind of jagged, but you know, it's not done by an animal.
Is it smooth?
It's actually smooth. This steer today looks just like the other ones, and I'd bet $1,000 that it's been cut with some hot too, because I looked at it. You can kind of see that seared edge.
That darkened edge. Yeah. Well, we must have now over 40-some animals that Dr. Altshuler has analyzed the tissue, and they've ranged from a deer to rabbits to a cat to cows, horses. And when he sees that darkened edge on the tissue, he also feels pretty confident that he's going to see under the microscope that the hemoglobin has been cooked. So you would think that fact alone would have some impact on people constantly trying to blame this on predators.
Well, you know, I've had friends that had it 20 years ago, and they raised quite a stink about it, and the state hired some investigator, and after all this, that's what they came up with, is that it was the predators. But
why do you think that is the conclusion, when clearly that's not what is responsible?
I don't know, it almost seems like they're trying to not admit the truth. That's what it feels like to me. I mean, somebody in our government somewhere knows what's going on. I mean, there's been too much of it. It's been too long a time, and somebody knows what's going on, and they just keep kind of brushing it off or trying not to stir public opinion up or whatever. But, you know, I don't say that I know what it is, but I damn sure know it's not a predator.
other words, they're much more aggressive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So there's even unusual predator reaction to this mutilation today.
Yeah. The first one I had last year, the very first one I found, the bones and hide are still just, it just kind of decayed and mummified. The predators never did do nothing with it.
So that's firsthand from a rancher who has dealt with 11 of these, has been ranching for over 30 years, and you heard him say, I know at least damn well on this one it's not predator.
Sure.
And I've heard that hundreds of times from ranchers who actually get angry when somebody from law enforcement sticks their toe on one of these animals and says, well, probably coyotes or dogs did this, and the rancher has said with great frustration that is not teeth marks. So that's one of the things that is important about continuing to report the facts on these, and to encourage anyone listening, if they hear about anything like this in their area, please get in touch with me. I'm working with Dr. Altschuler on a grant this year in which we're trying to work with more veterinarians and medical people on the animal mutilation mystery, with the idea that if we can at least continue to corroborate some of the findings that we already have and add any new information, that we're building case files of hard data that certainly cannot be dismissed as predator. And the issue of satanic cults, even from law enforcement's point of view, their case files don't match what I have investigated.
Linda, I don't know a lot about animal habits, but you have said that after these mutilations, other predators will not touch what remains of the carcass. Now, would it be normal that if an animal were killed by another animal, other animals then would not follow up and finish off whatever was left, or is that abnormal?
Remember what he just said there at the end, that one of his animals that same week that he found the mutilation had died of a lightning strike, a very natural event among cattle.
Yes.
And that animal was completely consumed by birds and other predators within a day of its death.
So that would be the norm.
That's the norm. But in the animal mutilations, not every one, that's another strange thing about this phenomenon. As soon as you say, well, everyone does this or does that, there will be a next mutilation that predators will eat it. But many, many cases have been written about, and people have noticed that there was no predation, that the bones and the hide would lie there for months. Nothing would touch it, and that has been one of the mysteries.
Isn't that something, I guess animals have senses and so forth that we're not sure about, but wouldn't there be some way of identifying what it is that is keeping those other animals away? It must be some scent. It must be something that science could identify.
Well, maybe, and if there is any scientist listening to our program who has any ideas about how we could further investigate some aspects like this one, why would predators not touch an animal? I am certainly happy to hear from anyone, because that's what we're trying to do. We've had resistance in the past to any kind of scientific investigation because professionals did not want to get involved, afraid that their reputations would be damaged. Now, I think there's too much history on this, and there are too many files, and there's too much evidence, and I am beginning to see more and more interest by professionals. So anyone listening who has any idea what more we can do, please get in touch with me. And this might be a good point, Art, to give my address.
All right.
And when I give this address, I'm going to also follow up with an extraordinarily interesting excerpt from one of our Dreamland listeners to give people an idea about what the community out there of people listening have experienced in their own lives. First, I'll start with, it's Linda Howe at Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, spelled Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. And before I read this extraordinary excerpt, I also want to make an announcement that is very gratifying to me, Art, and that is that the Barnes & Noble bookstores will now be carrying my new book, Glimpses of Other Realities, throughout the United States.
Wonderful.
Oh, yeah, and that agreement was made Friday, and so all of our Dreamland listeners can see glimpses on the Barnes & Noble bookshelves in a few days. And for listeners in Denver, Colorado, the large and very wonderful Tattered Cover bookstore has been carrying all of my books and videos, including this newest documentary, Strange Harvest, 1993. And so has Alexandria 2 bookstore in Pasadena, these being just 2 of the largest independents. Other bookstores around the country do, but I thought it would be definitely appropriate to thank these 2 bookstores because they have been long carriers of doing these kinds of books, like Glimpses of Other Realities, that has 300 images in it, of which most are color, is a very difficult project to do. And the fact that more and more bookstores around the country are responding to people's phone calls, and they're getting in more and more of these books and videos is, I think, is a step in the right direction. And I encourage all our listeners to call up the Barnes & Noble bookstores in their area or any other large bookstore and put in their requests, because the more demand there is, the more some of us will be able to continue our investigations and research reports about this difficult and controversial phenomena of the unexplained, that sometimes the so-called more major publishers in New York don't want to spend money on photographs and drawings. They may do an all-print book, but for those who have seen Glimpses of Other Realities, I think they would agree that the photographs and the drawings are equally as important as the text.
Absolutely.
So with that, hopefully this means another step forward toward reaching the general public with this information. And now I would like to share an excerpt from one of our Dreamland listeners, and he is speaking about experiences from 1989 to 1993. And this is an excerpt from this man's letter. I work as a security police officer at AF Plant 42 in Palmdale, California, and in July of 1989, during the time of the B-2 bomber rollout, we were visited by UFOs on many occasions on different days. They were basically of the surveillance type, the white band horseshoe type, with its intermittent bronze flashes that hover at extremely high altitude and come in fast enough to glow bright red when first observed. Now, what's interesting is that he uses that term horseshoe type. That was essentially the drawing that was done by Kenneth Arnold in association with a newspaper reporter back in 1947 of the alleged discs, only not discs. They were drawn as looking like more like a horseshoe or like a boomerang flying over the Cascade Mountains. And I thought that was interesting that this security officer is saying that he has seen something similar out over the Palmdale area. And he goes on to say they hover at extremely high altitude, and they come in fast, glowing red, and then they wobble at a high altitude. And on one occasion, in broad daylight, 3 spherical craft in a V-shaped formation just appeared in the sky and then disappeared after a short run across the airfield. The round discs, when first observed, had bright red leading edges, which indicated that they had arrived, he thought, in the atmosphere at a high rate of speed, but they might have been some light configuration. They appeared to disappear just as quickly as they came, but actually accelerated from a slow speed like a bullet or faster. A fighter pilot encountering such sophisticated craft as these round objects would report that, quote, they just see them disappear before their eyes and off their radar, unquote. From June 8, 1993 to the end of October 1993, I watched a mysterious round craft that came and went over the Antelope Valley above the Mojave Desert. I observed this craft in the daytime when clear and partly cloudy, and became very familiar with what it could do in the sense of aeronautics. It hovered at very high altitude most of the time between 1130 to 1300 hours. It wobbled away on one occasion, drifted on others, and on numerous occasions would accelerate to the speed of something like a shooting star and actually would reverse direction at that speed from a forward motion to reverse. Mind-boggling to say the least. During my numerous observations of this unusual craft, I always knew and had a sense that it knew I was watching it. It was a feeling that I received. It was as if something was intelligent, extremely conscious of my watching it, but I had the feeling that one gets when looking into the eyes of a wild tabby cat, that whatever it was neither friendly or hostile, just indifferent to my being there.
Yes.
On 2 occasions, I caught this round object without lights on. And when that happened, this craft looked like a round or egg-shaped object. It had a burnt copper. It was burnt copper in color, with a portion of the craft having shiny, triangular-shaped surfaces like facets on a jewel. And this is a portion of a very long letter from a man most of these people don't want to be identified on the air, and it's fine, and I respect that. I think it is appropriate to report some of these excerpts from people of their own, what they are claiming are their eyewitness accounts. Someday, maybe some of these people will feel comfortable to be public, and we might do some on-air interviews. But he wanted to stress, he said, Linda, you and others have talked about the interdimensional aspects of this phenomena, and he basically was saying, I want you to know that there's a big physical aspect to it because I've seen this myself.
Wow. I don't know what you say about that. It's another very, very good sighting report. And there have been so many, Linda. It astounds me to this day that there can be so many reports, so many people can see so many things.
Right.
And yet, still, as it says, as it says in the beginning of the program, we can't put this in a box.
Right.
When is the day going to come, and how's it going to happen that we'll finally be able to identify what's going on here?
Oh, I wish I knew, and wish that it would happen sooner or later, because I really do feel that we are on the brink of a revolution, as we've discussed sometimes in the past on Dreamland, that the revolution involves simply accepting the fact that we're not alone in the universe. And believe it or not, even though the listeners to Dreamland may not feel that that is a major step forward, the truth is that over 90% of the planet is really not paying attention to much of this.
That's right.
And there may be philosophical subsects in various countries that do accept the fact that we're not alone in the universe, but the majority of people on the world still live in that socially accepted, politically accepted, economically accepted paradigm that we are still alone. Now, once that shifts, and you're asking, that's the fundamental question, what is it going to take to make that revolutionary shift so that the entire planet understands, sees, and totally agrees that we're not alone in the universe? It may be that governments feel they're over such a barrel. They may be so afraid that the status quo, the economic system, the political system will be in some sort of jeopardy depending upon what is out there in its motives, that they would rather just keep everything under wraps, just let everything keep going forward the way it is because it makes life easier, than announce something that may not necessarily be a problem. It may not be that there's something inimically bad to all of this. It may simply be it's just too much of a problem to handle, and that they're waiting for generations to keep passing on. The next generation comes. More young people are accepting the fact that there is some other life in the universe, and that by some point in the future there will be enough people who are never going to be troubled by the idea of some kind of a craft, or even reports that maybe some kind of humanoid extraterrestrials were involved with the genetic manipulation of this planet in the distant past. All of those, I think, are issues the government is very afraid to deal with, And so when we say, what will it take, that, I think, isn't just a simple answer. I don't even think if a silver disc landed on the White House lawn, the way things are currently from the government's point of view.
All right, we've got to break away here,
Okay.
Linda. Stay right there. We'll be right back. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Of 9. You're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell.
Finally, at the White House the other day, made an appearance. Neil Armstrong said the following at the White House, quote, "There are ideas, undiscovered breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief." End quote. That's Neil Armstrong. One more time, listen to this quote. "There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief." End quote. Linda, are you there?
Yeah.
I found that to be more than just a little intriguing. The man seems to be suggesting there is something for us to know if we just dig.
Right. Well, the only, I guess it's sort of third-hand removed, but when I was working on UFO report sightings in Los Angeles in 1991, I interviewed by phone and then eventually for the hour special several of the astronauts. And in the research that I was doing with the astronauts, one of them told me something interesting. Said that he understood that one of the reasons that Neil Armstrong had not done anything publicly was that he was personally, Armstrong was upset because they had seen something on the moon, that it was silver and round, and that he and other astronauts, although they remain nameless, have been upset that there has been some kind of a, well, if the chips are round word, cover-up.
Sure.
You could use a less conspiratorial-sounding word and say simply a policy decision was made that anything truly anomalous was not to be reported. Again, coming back where we left off before the break, to the idea that the status quo may be what the government or governments and various administrations have been fighting to keep in place for a long time. And even the announcement that there was a silver disc on the moon might have been considered too revolutionary for the Cold War at the time or a number of events. So now, the fact that Neil Armstrong would say something that is at least provocative, that is a provocative sentence coming from the first man to step on the moon.
Yes.
The fact that he would be saying that now may be an indication that what this other astronaut told me may have been pointing in the correct direction, that Armstrong does know much more than he's ever reported, and that one of the reasons for his own silence over these many years has been that some people have chosen simply not to say anything because they didn't want to have to mislead.
Well, I've seen a lot of interviews with the astronauts on television, Linda, and inevitably the interviewer will get around to a question, well, did you see any flying disc with a little chuckle or anything strange up there? And if you watch them carefully, inevitably they're very, very uncomfortable with that kind of a question.
That's right. They are, and the very fact that I call it the mainstream media, not that it is more important or less important, but it is that there are the networks and CNN and others, and if they take a position of sort of implying with a smile or a smirk that even the discussion of some unidentified object in the sky is worthy of some kind of ridicule, it makes it impossible for legitimate scientists and astronauts and other people to feel comfortable in any discussion, even if they themselves know for a fact that there is some kind of humanoid intelligence out there that sends gray androids here and that there is something going on of vast proportions and somebody has a policy decision that we're not supposed to know about it.
All right, how about a few phone calls?
Yeah, love it.
All right, let's do it. On the wild card line, you are call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. Denise, I'm going to take that out, and we're going to try and start all over again here. What we don't do is give first names on the air. So let's just say it's Denise in San Diego. How's that?
Okay, that's great.
All right, good. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, Linda?
Yeah.
I wanted to call up and say hi, and I had written you about a UFO sighting in Arizona.
Yes, I remember, and I think you're going to try to get me some photos.
Yes, and they should be back Tuesday, and then they'll be out to you and to Mr. Bell.
Wonderful.
Well, that's great, and is this a story that, depending upon how everything looks in a further discussion, we might be able to report some excerpts from it on the air later on?
That will be fine.
Okay.
Okay, and I just wanted to say it's great listening to your show tonight.
Great.
And thanks a lot for having Linda back on.
You bet. Thank you, and we'll do that, of course, from time to time. Linda, while we're on the subject of photos, I received one last week, and I've never in my life seen anything like it. And I don't know that it directly relates, but I want you to listen to this letter that I got. Dear Art, first let me thank you for the Daily Show and for the Dreamland program. It is fantastic radio. A week or so ago, I heard you talking about the Halloween show with a listener. I missed most of it, but if you're interested in ghosts, here's a photograph that may be one. A friend of mine, who was a stone mason, was working on an old home in Los Angeles on finishing the wine cellar and the old existing basement. He photographed his work for his scrapbook. When he developed the pictures, this is what showed up on one picture. He did not see anything when the photo was taken. However, on questioning, the architect was told that 3 crews, carpenters and so forth, walked off the project. It seems they felt very cold air, and some were pushed down the stairs by an unseen force. Since these photos were taken, I've talked to the architect and was told the home is about 100 years old, was listed for sale after the man who lived there died. The architect also told me that a Chinese man was interested in buying the home. But when they brought their priests to okay the home and bless it, they left in a hurry, screaming. Evidently, the new owner, who's having it completely renovated, knows about the ghost but does not know what has happened to the workmen, nor have they seen this photo. The friend of mine who took the photograph is a Muslim, a very religious man, does not have any interest or belief in ghosts. Just thought you'd like to see it now. He also has the negative. And what this photograph is a picture of some stone work that he apparently did in this home. And lo and behold, taking up about a third of the picture, and it's a high-quality 35-millimeter photograph, is, I would say, a partially formed entity, clearly with a head, a torso, arm, leg, and it's almost it almost looks like smoke, but it obviously is not. You're able to actually look through most of it and see the stonework in the background. So that if you can imagine a kind of a very smoky, almost solid look in a couple of places, but half-formed, that's what I've got. I've got this photograph, Linda. It is astounding.
Well, I'd sure like to see it, and I wonder, Art, when you say entity, is it humanoid shaped?
Yes.
So it's definitely humanoid shaped, and does it seem to have a human-sized head?
Yes. It would be proportionally, yes, would be a head.
All right. Yeah, maybe there is some way that you could get a copy of this and send it to me.
I'm already arranging it, Linda.
Great. Because there is a scientist I know, and we've spoken together in conferences, who studies ghosts. She's been on Unsolved Mysteries
And what I could do is also discuss this with him, do an interview for Dreamland in the future.
I would love it. I would love it. All right.
We'll do it.
All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Linda Howe. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I've witnessed a couple of UFOs, but I wondered, about 3 different times in my life, I reported every one of them. One of them actually turned off my car coming up the coast of Ventura. It was kind of a white phosphorus wedge that came flying at me at a very high rate of speed, except the car that it turned off had what they call a perfection engine, a $2,500 dragster-type engine. And make a very long story short, we tore the engine apart and found out that the distributor shaft, which has absolutely no friction on it, none whatsoever, was just, it looked like it was cut by a hot knife. No twisting, no torquing, no burn marks, just like it was cut. But all it does is turn a little plastic rotor. And then it hovered out there, and I made some very detailed notes on a little vest pocket tape recorder that I had. I was recording some notes for business when it happened. I got out of the car, recorded the kind of what I felt was like a low resonance sound. I wouldn't even describe it as a hum. It was more of a vibration that you felt rather than you saw. And then it just disappeared in the other direction. Now, that was the third time I witnessed a UFO. But aside from the UFO topic, I wondered if Linda had any information on the black helicopters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Linda, what do you know about black helicopters?
Well, it is just an enormous subject, and the black helicopters have been associated with the animal mutilations going all the way back to the 60s, coming true every year and every decade. In my first documentary, A Strange Harvest, I interviewed the then head of the animal mutilation investigation in the district attorney's office in Trinidad, Colorado, a man named Lou Girotto, who is now sheriff of Los Animas County. And when my camera was running across the desk from him, not only did he surprise me in his answer to my question, who or what do you think is involved with these animal mutilations, and he said that he and other investigators had come to the conclusion that it was creatures not from this planet, gave his own experiences of encountering big orange lights that split in two and were tracked on radar and went down into the ground, came back up out of the ground, all sorts of weird things. But he said he also come to the conclusion with other investigators that many of the silent helicopters that were seen above pastures, even in pastures in a few cases, in and around the events of animal mutilations were, this was his word, camouflage of some kind of advanced technology of whatever this intelligence was that was interacting with our planet involved with mutilations.
Did he actually write that in the report?
No, it was in the interview, and it's in my documentary. In other words, he's on the film, and it's in the documentary. He's on camera saying this. And that was very important because I had heard things similar to this from other law enforcement, but Lou Girotto was the first law enforcement guy to go on the record. It's in the documentary. He's never changed his tune. If you talk with him to date, he would say the same thing, that if this is an advanced intelligence and they have work to do on this planet, that it made sense to him that they would camouflage their operations so that we wouldn't pay any attention to what they were doing, just like, as he said, a good undercover police officer uses camouflage. And that was his official point of view.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hi.
Yes, I was calling to ask her why is it only small groups of people, maybe 1 or 2 or 3, ever see UFOs?
All right, where are you calling from, sir?
Green River.
Green River, Wyoming. All right. Why does just small groups of people seem to see them? It's a good point, Linda. Why not an entire city?
Okay. The idea that only small groups of people see something in the sky that's round is not always true. There have been mass sightings in Japan, and there have been beach scenes where people have seen something round. It is just the 1, 2, 3 people. For example, if you could say that 5 or 6 people is still a small group of people, but that's getting up into quite a few multiple eyewitnesses, and there are many cases now in the abduction literature where groups of people in 5, 6, 7, 8 have not only seen something that they described as not being from anything they recognize on this planet, round and glowing and hovering in the air, but appear to be involved in where one or more of the people from the group have missing time, and then you get into the abduction syndrome. In New York City, Bud Hopkins has many cases of people seeing some kind of an object outside of apartment buildings and so forth in that very crowded city. I've talked with a woman who lived on the 21st floor of a building that was not too far from the UN, and she said that one night, about 2 o'clock in the morning, she was waked up. She did not know why she woke up. As many of the tall buildings in New York do, people don't have shades or draperies. They just have their glass window up when they're up on 21st and 22nd floors, unless there's a building close by. And she went into the living room, and she said to her complete astonishment, outside the window was something she couldn't see the ends of it. It was round, and it was glowing red, and it had to her, a spherical shape. And she said, I wondered how many people on the street might have seen it. The problem is, there may have been dozens of people down in the street who also saw it, but everyone is so afraid to report.
All right, caller. Anything else?
Yeah, and the other thing, 25 million people have seen UFOs, roughly, something like that.
Oh, from the, like the Roper poll and so forth?
Something like that. Why is it, how many of those do you believe are true, and how many do you think speculation? I'll take my answer off it.
All right, thank you. Well,
that gets into the land of speculation,
yeah,
because
sure does.
none of us know how to answer a question like that with any firm validity. All I can say is that if you and listeners went through the research files, let's say, of an engineer like Dick Haynes in California, who has amassed an enormous amount of data on reports from airline pilots, military pilots, people who are highly professional to be handling such responsible jobs as being military pilots and airline pilots, who have encountered objects in the sky, either pacing their airliner or their jet or their helicopter or some other military vehicle, and have made such reports, and many of them are so anomalous. And I think that one of our big problems here is getting to the general public enough of the hard data, of which there's a lot that exists, but it's difficult getting it all put together in such a way that it can get out there in a credible context.
And this will also sound strange, Linda, but the fact of the matter is, a lot of people don't look at the sky.
That's true, Art.
I mean, they just don't look at the sky, and what you don't look at, you don't see.
That's right. And I'll tell you another thing. I have had some communication with someone who claims they are reporting to me from inside government knowledge. Now, I can't prove that yet and may never be able to prove it, but they said something extremely interesting the other day. They said that they know that we're dealing with a technology that has the ability to deflect photons. If it deflects photons, it means that you could have an object. It could be a mile wide. It could be sitting up in the sky. If it deflects the photons that are radiating from it, there's nothing on the ground. There's no eyes, no animals, no anything. At that level, retinas are not going to see it. Now, that gets into the DA and sheriff speculation about the helicopters also being camouflaged. We could be dealing with an intelligence that has such sophisticated abilities to camouflage, deceive us, i.e. to work around us and among us in such a way that for the most part we don't even know it's there. And then you get down to the question, why does it reveal itself in these odd ways ever?
All right, Linda Howe, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back with more calls. My guest, Linda Howe. You're listening to Dreamland. I am. My guest is Linda Howe. Back to her in just a moment. It's over a highway and having late model cars stop dead in their tracks while older cars continue to run. We've had 3 cases of this reported in the Salt Lake City area in the last 2 weeks. I've personally checked out the story with one of the victims. Any comments?
Have any recollection of anything that dramatically a contrast, and I would like very much to have any copies of a newspaper report or some of the people involved, if you have them. That's a very important, I think, that's a very important story, because it would perhaps give some insight into what are the frequencies or energies that come off some of these craft that would interact with new cars and not with old.
All right, I have a detailed report from the same person, which I did not read, and which I will forward to you, Linda.
Great.
All right, back to the phone lines. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Where are you calling from, please?
KOGO.
KOGO, San Diego, yes.
Yes, I just want to talk about, if you hear about the SETI program.
SETI?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
The SETI program, NASA?
Yes. What about it, sir?
Well, right here in San Diego, we have a channel 29 with a NASA program. You know, it's sort of like a learning channel. And one of the speakers in the SETI program speak about that they finally have a communication from an intelligent being.
Oh, yes. Linda, there were a number of reports that the SETI program has yielded some number, I don't know about a confirmed intelligence, but that they have apparently some signals that they consider not at all to be random. Had you heard anything about that?
Yes. In my book, Glimpses of Other Realities, at the beginning of Chapter 4, which I was going to right now, it's Time Magazine, June 21st, 1993, about a little over a year ago, page 19, quote, "After a year of the most intensive search ever mounted to detect radio signals from extraterrestrial civilizations, astronomers from the University of California, Berkeley, have picked up 164 signals out of 30 trillion recorded that, quote, bear further investigation, unquote. This does not mean that ETs have been found, only that these anomalies have not yet been otherwise explained, unquote." That was in June of 1993. By the fall of 1993, just within a very short period of time, literally weeks of this announcement, Congress had cut the appropriations for that particular SETI program.
Right. Right. All right. And then this, Linda. Dear Linda and Art, love your show. Listen to it every week. My question. I heard that prior to the nuclear test ban treaty, a great deal of plutonium, which is extremely poisonous to life, was released into the atmosphere. I also heard the real reason that ETs were sampling the livestock population was to monitor the plutonium level on the planet. The idea is the plutonium falls out of the atmosphere onto the land, is taken up into the grass, which is eaten by the cattle. The plutonium is thus concentrated into certain organs of the animals naturally. Now, what about that, Linda?
There have been variations on that theme coming through both the abduction syndrome and even people who say that they have worked in government programs having to do with mutilations related partly to tracing something related to matter, atomic density, some kind of contamination in the environment. The problem is that after 14 years of my investigation, I have yet to see a single piece of hard evidence that anyone has ever provided, and that has included people who say that they are working from inside the government, who show me that they have any hard information about why the mutilations are happening.
Still, wouldn't it be strange, Linda, if in the end all of this circled back to your original concerns and that the ETs have concerns that were very similar to yours?
Right. It would be very ironic if in the end
The following program has been pre-recorded for broadcast at this time.
Of concern both by ETs and humans.
Yes, it would be. All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Linda Howe. Hi, where are you calling from, please?
Illinois.
Okay.
I can't hear you here, but someone called and asked me to please call because we found something very bizarre we can't get an answer to, and hopefully one of you do. It was a folded metal container, Army green. On it is printed Ward Container, U.S. Army, MUST Project, Office of the Surgeon General. This thing is huge, and it was buried in the grass near a forest preserve, and we're wondering what in the world is this?
Oh, my God.
This is a farm area?
Yeah, farming and woods, lots of woods, near forest preserve, and it's M.U.S. T. It says U.S. Army Must Project, Office of the Surgeon General. What does the Surgeon General have to do with the U.S. Army, and what are these containers for?
Well, that is a good question, and I might be able to find some answers. Could you give me the approximate size?
Yeah, they're about 8 feet high. If you stand it up the way the printing reads, it would be about 8 feet high, about 8 feet one direction, about 4 feet the other. But they're folded, and they're laying in the grass. They're not erected yet.
How many of them are there?
They're at almost all of the entrances to this forest preserve.
Wow.
Forest preserve.
Forest preserve, acres and acres and acres of land.
So do you feel like there's a possibility they may have something to do with the structure of a gate or something that hasn't been...
That's one of the possibilities, because I suppose if you put them end to end instead of making a box out of them, they could be a gate. But nearby where this place is, there was a crash of one of those mysterious little black helicopters, and the local papers ran a story on it because some passers-by came upon this thing. The Army was all over the place, but the pilot, they got there first, and the pilot was thrown from it. He was Asian. He had on a black jumpsuit with a white triangle in the upper left-hand corner.
A white triangle?
A white triangle. He spoke no English, but he had UN papers, and they were from a company in Germany, and I can spell it for you. It's called BEESCH, and the second word is MERKATOR, and these were his papers, and they got the papers, okay?
And this was in a local news story?
Yeah, they tried to run it in the local paper, and mysteriously, nobody got their paper that night. It's been a real to-do out here.
Boy, you know what I think? I think we better give you Linda Howe's number. And
Okay. I got a whole bunch of stuff for you. I'd like to...
All right, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you have a pencil?
You bet.
All right, write down this number then. Okay to give it out, Linda?
Yes, please.
Area code 215-491-9840. Read it back.
Okay, 215-491-9840.
Yes.
Okay, now also there's, I don't know if you know about this group, but there's a group in Montana that's collecting all of these reports nationwide, and they might have an awful lot of information for you, and certainly anybody that would have information. It's in Jackson, Montana.
Well, I'll tell you what, since I'm on the air tonight, in the morning, if you could give me a call, let's talk about this some more.
You bet, and I can give you the number now if you guys want it for listeners that have information.
No, that's all right. We would have to check that out.
Okay.
Go ahead and call Linda in the morning, would you please?
I will do that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Wow, Linda.
Yeah, it's a very strange series of things, especially this story about the black helicopter crash. If this is something that checks out, it is another indication of stories that stay bottled up in a local area. This was Illinois. I certainly have not heard about this.
All right, well, we'll sure find out about it. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hello.
Yes, this is Phoenix.
Phoenix, yes, sir.
I have two questions. Have either of you seen the movie Overlords of the UFO?
No.
No?
Okay. All right, I might send that to you. And the second question is, what is your opinion? I've been hearing more like Bible preachers saying that these things are real. There's no doubt about it, but it's like since Satan's...
Yeah, they're devils, right. Okay, sir. Linda, it's not just the religious angle, but since we don't know what these things are, we imagine them to be everything in the world. The religious people give a religious explanation, no surprise there. And other people talk about other dimensions or physical visits, and other people are talking about psychic avenues to find out what this is all about. Until we know, we're going to continue to hear just about everything, aren't we?
Yes, and I could recommend that people who are very serious about trying to understand this issue of could we possibly be dealing with something out there, not the whole story, but something that is, to use a quote from a communication to me, is neither neutral nor benign. Now, there is a book called Messengers of Deception that was written by Jacques Vallée, approximately 1980 period.
Right.
It is a book that I would recommend many people to reread. I think that we are dealing with at least one aspect of the phenomenon that is using deceit and manipulation of the human population as to further its goal, whatever its goal is. Now, if a communication is pointing in a direction suggesting that part of the phenomena is neither neutral or benign, that's kind of a nice way of saying that whatever its goal is may not be in the interests of humans. The problem all of us have is that no one is providing hard proof of information from inside the government that says, this is what we're dealing with, this is what it wants, this is why it's here. Nothing is that clear, and that's what we would all like. It is also part of the same kind of communication. It is said that there are other intelligences that are benevolent, that are in this mix. And so, again, if there was one predominant theme that I think comes up over and over and over again, it is that we're not dealing with one motive or one intelligence, but we're dealing with more than one. There may be a conflict out there between something and something in which we, us, plants, animals, and humans on this earth are some issue in all this. And that's why I think it is so important for all of us to keep paying a great deal of attention to whatever physical evidence and eyewitness testimony we can get, because this may be the only way we get any clue into whether or not we are dealing with a conflict, and if there's a conflict, what is it about, and what are the implications for us, the human race, in the future?
All right, good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is, this is Martin up in Anchorage, Alaska.
Hi, Martin.
We've talked lots of times. I'm also a researcher in this subject, Linda, and am writing a book on extraterrestrial life, UFOs from a theological perspective.
Right.
So it's, I guess, kind of ironic I got on at this time right after that.
Well, you have a huge bit to chew when it comes to the theological background and the connections to this phenomenon.
Absolutely, and I find it really fascinating, exciting, challenging, and all of those things. I've studied theology being one of the original hippies that got converted to Jesus person and was what a lot of people considered a fanatic, I do believe in Jesus Christ, and I think that it's all tied in. I believe that the book of Revelations is being revealed to us now, and as it said that it would be in the last days, I think this is all part of it. I would like to discuss this with you off the air sometime. I'll give you a call. But I've done a lot of research.
Call me or write me, and I'll make a point here, because Art and Dreamland listeners know that I played an interview excerpt, I think it was in April. In fact, I know it was April, from a conversation that I did with Robert Emenegger, who was the author of UFOs Past, Present, and Future in 1974, and was involved with that documentary production with Alan Sandler. And in April, he did not qualify any. He said that our government, or representatives from our government, met with beings that had very large noses, vertical pupil eyes, meaning like a cat, with a ropey headdress rising above a domed head, holding a rod in the left hand with a coil around it, very much like our caduceus symbol in medicine. And that it boiled down to, Linda, the Sumerian gods of old came back, but they're not gods. They're extraterrestrial humanoids from someplace else in the universe, and that they've had involvement with our planet for eons. Well, that is a startling piece of information, and if it's true, then our entire recorded history may eventually have to be redesigned, defined, and reconstituted in the light of the fact that there may be something else in the universe that comes and goes on this planet and has had some direct and intimate involvement with the evolution of the Mesopotamian area, which is now Iran, Iraq, and the Middle East, and maybe the rest of this planet. And if you start going back that far, and if the alleged Sumerian gods were not gods, but were some humanoid ET, then, and if they've met with representatives of our government, for heaven's sake, that alone might be a reason why the government throws up their hands and says, "Oh my God, how would we tell the world this?"
That's right.
But
we should be seeking the truth, and
I think so.
As religious people, I mean, if our religion is not the truth, we certainly shouldn't pursue it. We should pursue the truth above all things, and that's my religion. I do believe that Jesus Christ came directly from the Supreme Being, and somehow that's all going to come together.
All right, sir. Thank you.
And we know this is one of the more difficult areas because everybody has personal opinions when it comes to the isms of the world. But I want to stress that truth is truth. No matter how long we humans cling on to we're alone in the universe, or the mythology of gods has to be something supernatural rather than extraterrestrial, that is just simply going to keep this generation in, I think, blinders. It is that next step that when we finally get to we're not alone in the universe, it will not be so upsetting to consider the possibility that an advanced intelligence interacted with our planet, and then we may finally get on to getting to what real truths are.
All right, onward. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hi.
Yes, Art and Linda. This is Sunshine, Art.
Yes.
And I had an idea about the birds, or, the other farmers eating on the dead animal.
Right.
I think it has everything to do probably with no flow of blood, because, they know that it's not a natural death without blood. It's not a natural thing.
Yeah, that's a good point, Linda. Had you considered that?
Well, yes. There's been a lot of discussions between ranchers and law enforcement and me on this issue, and most of the people who deal with animals, they seem to say that it really has more to do with scents and smells. At least that's their best educated guess. Animals are very dependent on their scent. And if something has either an unnatural scent or the scent that they would expect to be there is not there, for example, there are many cases where mutilations don't even have maggots on them after 5, 6, 7, 8 days. something has happened to preserve animals. Not in all cases, but in some. That must, right there must be a difference in the smell of such an animal compared to what a coyote or birds would be used to setting on or eating. And so I would think it's in that area as much as anything. The smell is probably different and it upsets the animal.
All right. Well, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Good evening.
Yeah, Artemis. How you doing? This is Tim from KSD, St. Louis. Wanted to ask your guest, Linda. I called you a few times ago about I was one that witnessed the cattle mutilations where the flies were stuck to the tree.
Yes.
And I was wanting to know, I called Sally Rail, and she never returned any messages, so I'm basically still here in limbo trying to find out what if she has any explanation for this weird thing that I witnessed.
Well, there were cases reported in Arkansas and I think one other southern state in the 70s concerning blowflies being found on a tree near a mutilation, and then in another case the blowflies were dead on the animal. Blowflies don't exist in the Rocky Mountain states and above certain altitudes. You have blowflies really only in the more southern and lower altitude climes. So where that was reported, there was never any, to my knowledge, if there was an analysis, if the government went there and secretly did something, it has not been made public.
Well, this was about 12 years ago up in Ellsbury, Missouri, and I still have a branch of the flies because I broke one off and kept it.
Right. Well, if you've got something that we could get to an entomologist, if it was not too old and too dry, it's amazing what they can find on out of dead insects. Well, I'd certainly be happy to help get that transported to someplace.
Well, I'd love to do that because, like I say, one fly is still has its wings extended as if it was flying at one time.
Well, why don't you call me tomorrow and we'll talk about this and see what more we can do.
Well, I had another UFO guy tell me that the fact that the spaceships, before they open up, they basically do this to all the insects.
All right, sir. Again, we're out of time here, sir.
Okay.
So why don't you call her as she requests?
Will do.
All right. Thank you. And let me give out that number again. It is area code 215-491-9840. Once again, area code 215-491-9840. Also a good number, by the way, to order Linda Howe's documentary at $35 or A Strange Harvest, 1993. Actually, that is the documentary. Glimpses of Other Realities at $45. Linda Moulton Howe, our guest, back right after the top of the hour. This
You're hearing Greenland with Art Bell.
she takes a kind of a slam at you.
Okay.
You willing to hear it?
Sure.
All right. Hey, Art, I'm sorry I've got to be so cynical. However, I really get sick and tired of hearing someone on a show like this present these bizarre events, and most of what I hear is an endless litany of their qualifications. I think your guest's ego is so big that her perception of reality is distorted. If she has some real evidence, let's hear it. The evidence should stand on its own with her list of so-called, without her list of so-called accomplishments. I'm also tired of hearing nothing but a bunch of hearsay evidence from a bunch of people who want desperately to believe in any kind of conspiracy that can be imagined. We live in a society where people butcher their own kids to the tune of 1.6 million every year. It comes as no surprise to me that there are some sick people out there who get off on butchering animals. Scott, KOH, Reno. Linda?
Well, either this man was not listening in the first part of the program. I mean, we did hear directly from a rancher who has had 11 mutilated animals, describing his own reaction to them from the standpoint that they were not predator, so we've eliminated that. And the idea that we would have now almost 40 45-some cases, that's hard evidence, it's not circumstantial, it's not speculative, of working with pathologists on tissue examination where we have confirmed the tissue has been cut with high heat. That's a hard medical science, that's not speculation.
That's right.
That is not the work of somebody just going out in a prairie, being able to take down an animal and do this. And the caller is not addressing at all the history of phenomena that have been reported now for 30-some years worldwide. The photographs and the bodies and the medical evidence, the necropsies in which it's on record. This man is apparently not reading my books or looking at the documentaries or studying the research, seems to be more interested in making some kind of a sweeping statement about egos, which he doesn't know anything about, because anybody who would have walked in my shoes for the last 14 years would know how difficult this is. It is just overwhelming to constantly be trying to deal with facts and present them to the public.
Linda, I've been doing this now for years.
Right.
And it strikes me that this man is one of those who responds to this kind of material, no matter what kind of careful presentation is made, with anger.
Right.
And there are a certain number of people who absolutely get red-faced angry about this kind of thing, and I'm not sure if it's a religious response or it's a fear-based response. I'm not certain, but I know a lot of people like this, Linda.
Yes, and there was a rancher that I interviewed in my new film, Strange Harvest 93, and she said it about as well as anybody I've ever heard. She said people are in denial. She said it's a coping mechanism. If they deny it, it doesn't exist, it goes away, and they don't have to deal with it, think about it, or handle the implications. I think this caller falls in that kind of a category, because when you do deal with the facts, and I am one of the few who's trying very hard to work with scientists and medical people, and you do find that there are physical traces and measurable differences, whether you're dealing with animals or the crop circles. We haven't even talked about the crop circles.
That's right.
Or the physical impacts in some of the abduction cases, not all. Physical traces in backyards as well as cereal crop fields. There's much that is measured, is analyzed, can be picked up and handled in a lab, and that's what I and a few others have been trying to do. So when people get so enraged when we are talking about evidence, it suggests to me that when you're actually facing harder facts and not speculation, that some people become more upset because it's harder to deny.
Yeah, it also seems to me that to complain about reciting one's qualifications, if you had come on here without qualifications,
right.
He'd have been the first to raise hell about that. Why are you putting somebody who has no qualifications? So it's a kind of an odd complaint. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Linda Howe.
This is Fritz from Phoenix calling. First of all, Linda, just disregard this man's facts. This person is still asleep and he has yet to be awakened. Anyhow, Linda, a couple of weeks ago you brought up the Ed Walter's new photos.
Right.
Now, it's my conclusion that Ed obviously has been chosen by the Greys to be their photographic agent in North America. Why doesn't Ed go a little further and get some information what their next movies, I'm talking about the Greys, and maybe what's geologically in with planet Earth?
Well, I know Ed well enough to know that he himself does not understand what's going on. He is the first to say, I don't know why this object showed up when I have my camera. He is not claiming to have any inside knowledge, really, about whether it is gray or humanoid or anything else. But Ed does seem to have a timing ability to be in the right place at the right time to photograph some of these things. That's peculiar. Some people do. I don't think that any of us could say that there's an intelligence, or that we have proof that an intelligence is picking out a particular person for, let's say, photographing. I don't think Ed would say that, but he and others have gotten some good photographs that at least Bruce Maccabee, the physicist at the Department of the Navy in Washington.
How have his latest photographs been received?
He feels that there's not a single question. They couldn't have been hoaxed, that the object was, I believe, 60-some feet in diameter, that it actually obscured one of the jets in the air, that from Bruce's point of view, Ed got two photos of some kind of an anomalous silver object, at least 60-some feet in diameter, in the air at the same place as a jet that seemed to be scrambled around whatever this object was. And that, from Bruce's point of view, that begins to be hard evidence. Other people could argue, well, this kind of stuff can be made on a computer. But he had 35-millimeter negative film that he was shooting on.
Right. All right, back to the phones. And on the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Bellevue, KVI. My name is Martha.
Hi, Martha.
Hi. I have been trying to call about crop circles. I understand that there was a sighting in Chehalis, and I'd like to go see it on July 12th and wanted to know if she knew anything about it. And I'd also like to ask her if she thinks there's any connection with the crop circles and UFOs.
All right, thank you. Crop circles and UFOs, I guess the answer is a general yes. What about the Chehalis circles, Linda?
Well, yeah, I'll come back to that, the general yes. It's a very complicated answer about the link. But Chehalis, I've had phone calls now from 3 different people who have called to tell me that the Chehalis formation was definitely hoaxed. One person said that they knew who had done it. It's very controversial. Iris, who is with North American Crop Circle Study there, she likes, as she says, she likes the formation. So right now the Chehalis has a big question mark around it. But just recently there was another 150-foot long formation up in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. And I've seen drawings and am getting videotape of that, and it appears to be more of the circle, corridor, overlapping arcs, bars that we've seen in England and other countries for the last few years. And while this is happening in the United States and Canada, over in England, I got a call this morning from a friend of mine, Lisa Rome, about an airplane ride that she took just this past week over wheat fields in England, in which she said there are about a dozen crop formations that resemble scorpions, beetle insects, a large eye. It's becoming increasingly bizarre over there. And even though people will argue, well, maybe they're all hoaxes, we know that in the past, and even this year from Canada and the United States, for Levengood has already found the same growth node enlargement, growth node orientation, the splitting of the growth nodes in a formation from Michigan, in another formation that came from Oregon, and so he's waiting to get plants from some of these formations.
You know what would be an interesting control check, Linda? To take some samples from something that had been obviously hoaxed.
He's done that many times.
And then apply the same testing regime.
Yeah, he has done that many times, and in the hoax plants, the known hoax plants, there is none of the growth node swelling, growth node reorientation, changes in seeds, burst nodes. It doesn't exist in the hoaxes.
All right, good enough. I'm glad I asked.
And one other just further point, there is, to date, when it was about July, it was the MUFON conference, and I did that interview with George Wingfield, who described having talked with people off the record about seeing a silver disc over a wheat field in which a circle formed before their eyes, and it looked like a fan opening up, for those who heard that show. The problem is George has never been able to get those people on the record, and so it remains as a speculative or at least a circumstantial report. Colin Andrews reported in, I think it was around 91, that there was a crew from, I think it was Canada, and they were flying near, I think it was Silbury Hill, and there were something like 11 circles in a wheat field. And that night, somewhere around midnight, the farmer saw a huge orange glowing light moving down into the wheat field, could see the tree line in between him and the orange light, so that the trees were silhouetted against the enormous orange light. It scared him, and he didn't go into the field until the next morning after the sun was up, and there was a 12th, I believe it was, circle. Now, again, he didn't see the orange light make the circle. The circumstantial link is there was this strange thing in the wheat field that scared the farmer who found the circle the next morning. And unfortunately, the link between the alleged UFO phenomena and the crop circle has been that kind of not really direct eyewitness as much as circumstantial.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hello.
Yeah, it's Mike from San Diego.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, I'd like to know if they had any measurable electromagnetic or radiation effects from the cattle that are similar to the crop circles that I've heard about.
Oh, that is a good question, actually. All right, Linda?
Well, let me see. I think I understand that what you mean is with the energy, whatever it is, that's interacting with the plants and causing the changes in the cell water of the plants, possibly be the same as with the animals.
That's right.
It's a very interesting question, and I know that Dr. Levengood and I have talked about this concerning this Garnett, Kansas case that I discussed a couple of weeks ago. Here we've got an oval in a wheat field. It's about 1/6 of a mile from where a heifer was found, also in a kind of downed circle of grass. And when Dr. Levengood looked at the wheat plants taken from that oval that the farmer thought might be helicopter downdraft because he had heard the sounds of a helicopter coming from the wheat field direction. And we got the samples just to see what they would look like. And in all of the wheat samples, Dr. Levengood found all these changes. And his own hypothesis is that the energy, whatever it is that's interacting, and is not the downdraft from the helicopter, that will not swell growth nodes and reorient growth nodes and cause changes in cell structure in the seeds. That will not happen from helicopter downdraft. So he has, over the past 4 years, taken wheat and barley and different crops and put them in just a simple microwave oven to see if, knowing what the time exposure was, could he duplicate any of those changes. And when he has put plants in a microwave oven with a certain energy, up to approximately 29 or 30 seconds, he gets some of the changes, not all. But the thing that is amazing to him is if they were left in the presence of that microwave any longer, the plants would be cooked, and we've never found cooked plants.
Odd.
In the cows or the other animals, when we find the hemoglobin cooked at the excision line, it's well known, it's established. Medicine is a hard science. That's why you can have a biopsy done, and a pathologist looks at tissue and knows whether it's cancerous or something else. When Dr. Altshuler or any pathologist looks at this tissue under a microscope, if the hemoglobin is cooked, it's called a lake blood phenomenon. It actually has an orange color under a microscope and is quite distinct. The temperature to cause that effect has to be somewhere around 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that is a different kind of interaction. That's a searing, burning of the tissue, whereas in the plants continue to grow uncooked, unaffected, except for these strange biochemical and biophysical changes.
So the answer is it would appear to be a different energy.
Something different.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Where are you calling from, please?
KEX, Portland, Oregon.
Portland, yes, sir.
Yes, Linda, have you heard about the criminals that scam wealthy or desperate people that need transplants but can't wait to go through the system? I hear a lot of these mutilations can be attributed to this, where they show the mark, cow eyeball or liver, and, claim it comes from a poor Mexican or something. Have you found any evidence of this kind of activity in your research?
Well, if you're suggesting that anyone could go out into pastures and take tongues, eyeballs, and genital area and ears from cows and then end up using those parts in some kind of human surgery?
That's what he's suggesting.
I think that any transplant surgeon in the world would tell you if we can't take the heart from one human and put it in the chest of another human without major autoimmune reactions or trying to the rejection, when they have the problems with rejection, you're not going to be able to take parts from cows and use them in humans. I mean, that's just...
Makes sense to me, too. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hello.
Hello, this is Fred, Missoula, Montana.
Hi, Fred.
KLCY.
Yes, sir.
Got two questions, actually. I'd like to know if hypnotic regression has been used on any of the folks that have seen the silent black helicopters to see if it is a false memory.
There was one case in which I worked on this one with Bud Hopkins. He was a farmer in the Midwest. He was on a tractor. He saw what he thought was a helicopter land near some hay that he was going back to bale, and he saw what he thought were blonde humanoid men around the helicopter. And when Bud worked with hypnosis with that farmer, when he got to that part of the scene, I remember the farmer became very, very agitated and surprised in his regression that the helicopter was actually a round silver disc and that the blonde humanoids weren't blonde humanoids but were some other kind of being. That's the one case that I know where I've heard myself the regression, and it involved specifically a helicopter that under hypnosis.
What I'm going to do is ask you both to hold on. The caller has one more question, so hang on. We'll be back to you in a moment. You're listening to Dreamland on the CBC Radio Network. My guest is Linda Moulton Howe, normally featured at the beginning of each one of these programs on a weekly basis. So stay right where you are. There is more to come. 2 FM.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am, back to Linda Howe in just a moment. Now to Linda Moulton Howe. Linda?
Yeah.
We have a caller who I believe hung in there, and he had one other question.
Right.
Caller, are you there?
I sure am.
Go right ahead, sir.
Last year I attended a UFO conference at which a gentleman, I believe he was from Brazil, presented what he thought was a human mutilation case.
Yes, I'm familiar with it. I have the photos. The problem is I've shown that to a medical doctor and asked about the black. There's black, it looks almost like carbon around holes that go into the flesh.
Right.
And the medical doctor said that reminded him of napalm, what napalm does to human flesh. Now, it is possible that was some kind of human revenge murder, and that napalm was used, and the whole story may be something at a terrestrial level, and this is my problem with it. There is no evidence that I know of that ties that body to anything that was anomalous. It's just a very terrible-looking murder.
Yeah, it was pretty gross. Are you aware of any other cases that might involve humans?
All right, thank you. We'll hold it there. Linda, that's a good question.
Yes, that question comes up. You hear rumors, but that is the problem. I personally feel that we don't have any evidence for any major concern in terms of human mutilations. If there were any, they have to be so small in number that we're not aware of them, because I've never seen a coroner's report or any hard evidence, and I know other researchers who have tried, and they don't have hard evidence. So that remains in that issue of, well, if it's happening to the cattle and the horses and stuff, it must be happening to humans.
Right.
That may not be true. It may be that the human abduction syndrome is the other part of the interaction in which people are basically, they appear to be returned at least alive, even if there's amnesia and other traumas, and the animals are what are handled in this other way.
All right. Wild card line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Darkman, KVI.
Yes.
I had a couple questions, and then I'll listen on the air. How close to the Seattle area have there been reports of any kind of UFO activity? That's my first question. And my second question is, with all the UFO activity that's been reported over the countless years, has there been any evidence at all that there is maybe another race that has discovered us, and maybe some rivalry between? I realize this is kind of an outlandish question, but has there been any evidence at all of any kind of conflict? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Conflict, you mean between those who might be here?
Correct.
All right. Linda, that one first.
Okay. In 1990, a man corresponded with me through an intermediary by FedEx only. Now, long story short, when after about a year of this, we finally had a meeting. My problem is, in situations like that, people can say anything to me and they can show ID. I still can't prove it. But his basic contention was that he had worked inside of a very classified office on the executive branch of our government, and that he was a spy on spies on spies in the SDI program. And he asked me, based on meetings where he had been in attendance and the discussion was some other kind of life form or intelligence involved with our planet, he asked me if I knew what Earth's secret war was about. And I said to him, you mean with all of your clearances and being a spy on spy of SDI scientists, you don't know? He said, no, I've heard it discussed, but I don't know what the issue is. If there is a conflict between two or more things that are non-human entities, and our government has knowledge about their conflict, that's one possibility. It's also part of the scenario has been suggested that we, the Earth's human government, may feel it has an ally in something out there against something else.
Yes.
So that it is a two-way conflict between non-human entities and non-human entities, with us, our government, feeling an alliance with one of the non-human entities against something else. Wow. Now, that's another possibility. If there's anybody listening in our Dreamland audience, which is growing across the United States, who feels they have any hard information about what Earth's secret war might be, and when I say hard information, I mean people who have worked in military or intelligence and who feel they could communicate to me in some non-public, confidential way, I certainly would be interested in seeing what other information people might have.
All right, and let me add this. It's a good time. Linda Moulton Howe, who you're listening to, has done a number of significant things that you can get your hands on. She's done a recent documentary, Strange Harvest 1990, 1993, which is available on videotape for $35. She also has a very revealing book, absolutely chock full of pictures, called Glimpses of Other Realities, which is $45. So whether you would like one of her publications or videotapes, or you would like to speak to her about an incident, there are two ways. One is to write to her at Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania. That's Huntingdon, Valley, Pennsylvania. Zip code 19006. Or call area code 215-491-9840. 215-491-9840. Is that about right, Linda?
That's right, and I certainly hope that some of our listeners will try to get some of these books and videos, because I've worked so hard trying to synthesize the harder data, and I think it's important for people to know it's there and can be accessed.
All right, good. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hello? Well, no, you're not. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Good evening.
Yes, I'm afraid I'm going to have to shut off my radio. Can you hold on a second?
Yes, indeed. Remember to do that, everybody. We have about a 6-second delay system here, 7 seconds maybe, and it is very confusing.
This is Carl calling from Spokane.
Yes, Carl.
And I wanted to ask Linda if she ever heard about something that happened here in Spokane in August of 1972, and it appeared as a huge ball of fire going across the sky. And they said later that it was a meteor. Did you hear anything about that?
I can't place a 1972 event in my mind right at this moment, but it does tie in with the earlier caller's first question, which we didn't really address.
With regard to UFO activity in or near Seattle.
That's right. And over the decades, going all the way back to Kenneth Arnold and those sightings over Rainier, that was certainly in that general area. And since that time, as recently as in the early part of June, I was speaking in Vancouver, British Columbia, and there was a radio, this was a very active talk show radio program there in Vancouver, and the host of the program had his own sighting of odd moving lights that were forming patterns in the sky, stopping, and he was telling his story as my interviewer, and then talking to me about the incidents that they were having over Vancouver. There were other people reporting. There were also reports down in the Tacoma area recently of people seeing something moving in the sky that was very odd. And I think that whole northwest region, I remember in my book, Glimpses of Other Realities, I show a photograph of a cow on a farm that was outside of Seattle. And it was a very healthy cow. The farmer kept it close to his house, knew it was alive and well the night before, and in the morning found that cow in the way we've been talking about tonight, could not believe it. And there had also been reports of odd lights in and around his vicinity. So the Northwest, Seattle, Spokane, Tacoma, Vancouver, those are all areas over the last 50 years where there have been reported cycles of these strange events. And what they mean and why there are certain parts of the country that get it more than others, I don't know.
Oh, see, the thing about this is this wasn't at night. This was in broad daylight. And it was a huge flaming object.
All right, well, that is, in fact, the way objects re-enter. What reason do you have to believe that it was not a meteor?
Well, I didn't really. I was just wondering if she'd heard about it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. But that sounds, without additional explanation, like a meteor.
It does sound like a classic meteor, especially if it was going in a straight down or angled, or some of these can go at a horizontal or pure horizontal trajectory until they hit the ground. The ones that defy explanation are especially the green fireballs that have been reported and scientifically studied that have come in and even done angular changes in the sky. Now, that's not something that a normal meteor will do.
I have seen green fireballs, Linda, but I always attributed them to some sort of re-entering object. But I've seen several of them in Las Vegas. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Linda Howe.
Yes, this is Danny from Mesa, Arizona.
Hi, Danny.
Yeah, would you do me a favor and repeat that quote by Neil Armstrong and the date that he said that?
Well, it was about 2 weeks ago, Danny, at the White House while they were celebrating the 25th anniversary of Apollo.
I see. Could you repeat that? I want to try to write it down, and I've got about three-quarters of it.
All right, it is very short. Quote, there are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief. Neil Armstrong, just about 2 weeks ago. On the on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hello.
Yes. Let me point something out. Earlier, I didn't think that we were transplanting cow parts into people. What I wanted to point out...
All right, sir, I'm sorry, but we only allow one call per program. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Linda Howe.
Hi, this is John from Silverdale, Washington.
Yes, sir.
I'll get a couple questions. The crop circles, what would somebody actually put those down there for? And there was another question that I had for you, Art, is I'm going to be moving to Boise. Is there a station down there that picks you up?
Yes, there is, and it's KIDO in Boise, Idaho.
Okay, do you know the frequency number?
Not offhand, but when you get to Boise, you'll find it.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
You're right.
Yeah, KIDO is a big station. I grew up in Boise, and I'm glad Dreamland is broadcasting there. About his question, why would anyone put these gigantic formations in the middle of crop fields like wheat, barley, rice paddies in Japan, rapeseed, and in almost every cereal crop now known, and grasses? Well, that's what a whole bunch of people now, for it's going on 12 years, have been trying to find out, because the phenomena actually started back around 1978 in terms of circles that evolved into circles with rings, that evolved into what are called Celtic crosses, that evolved into Celtic crosses that seem to be in a corridor, and the corridors and the Celtic crosses and the circles kept evolving by the year 1990 and 91, especially 89 to 90, and 90 was the year that Time Magazine, Newsweek, all of the major publications, the New York Times, were showing dozens of these formations, some 460 feet long. And the entire world was reporting them in 20-some countries in the year 1990. And in the fall of 1991, for reasons that are still not clear and never have been clear, two old men from a county in southern England were trotted out by a tabloid videotape thing to say that they were responsible for this phenomenon, and all of the world's mainstream media bought that and ran with that as the story. Now, they said that they did it for fun, but that didn't explain at all the same formations in rice paddies in Japan and Australia, the United States and Canada and France and Germany and Russia and all over. And to date, the ones that are truly anomalous, there's never been any explanation from any place why these are there.
And for that man, it is KIDO 630 on the dial in Boise. And on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Linda Howe.
Yes, I'm calling from San Diego.
Yes, sir.
And my question is, what do you wish to accomplish through all your research?
Well,
I'd like to know the truth about what is happening with something or something, some other intelligence interacting with this planet. I think that we all should be trying to find that out.
That's a good answer. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Linda Howe.
Yeah, hi, Art. Hi, Linda. First of all, I wanted to ask if you guys had heard anything about a book called The Gods of Eden.
Yeah, I know. Bill Bramley is an attorney who wrote that book, and it started out as a research project in his law career about why do humans fight? Why are there so many wars?
Yeah, it seems to me that that would be a good explanation as to why there's so much violence in this society.
Well, as you know, in that book, when he did the research, he kept finding that in many wars and pivotal battles in wars, there had been reports and that they had been logged in histories and diaries about lights in the sky or funnels of light, all sorts of odd things. And one of the most interesting chapters was concerning the plague in the 1300s in Europe, where 1/3 of the European population was wiped out. And there were diaries. This is very well documented and footnoted, and he did a great contribution to let readers know that there were reports, village after village, of some kind of entity in a hooded cloak that carried something that looked rod-like in the hand, and that was always associated with a greenish mist or fog in the village the night before the morning when people began dying. And that became the figure of death. Most people don't realize that the figure of death, drawn as a cloaked figure with a scythe collecting souls, goes directly to the European tragedy of 1/3 of the population being wiped out by a plague. And yet here was this cloaked figure, the rod in the hand, green fog, green light seen in the sky, and Bill made the point in the book, is it possible that something has been manipulating and interacting with this planet down to the point of spreading disease in order to reduce population? He left it as a question mark, but it certainly is an interesting one to contemplate.
We're very short on time. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Linda Howe. Hi.
Yeah, Texas Bob, San Jose, California.
Very quickly.
Yes, Roswell was a great show this evening. I think Linda will find the end notes very interesting if she has a chance to watch it. I hope you all taped it.
I did tape it.
Good.
All right.
Talk to you later.
All right, thank you. Maybe one more. First-time caller line on the air with Linda Howe. Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Turn your radio off.
am I on the line now?
Turn your radio off, ma'am.
It is.
Okay, good. Yes, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Thank you. Linda. Yeah. Hi. I'm so glad that I have your telephone number because I'm on a cordless phone and anything can happen.
All right, very quickly, ma'am.
I'm going to be calling you tomorrow anyway about an unbelievable story, but I want to go back to 1955 when I first saw UFOs.
All right, ma'am, this is obviously going to take a while. I'm sorry you're going to have to do it in a telephone call. I'm terribly sorry to have to do that, but Linda, we're out of time.
Okay. Well, Art, as always, it has been a pleasure to do the 3-hour special. I've enjoyed this immensely, and we'll look forward at some point in the future doing it again. And next week, I'll be back with a report on whatever's the latest going on somewhere.
All right, Linda, and I would ask that you hold on the line for just a moment, all right?
Surely.
All right, stay right there. I'm sorry, everyone. We're controlled by the clock. And when we've got to go, we've got to go, and we've got to go. So we'll do this once again next week. Linda Howe, who is a regular reporter with us every week, will once again be back. We'll see you then. For everybody at the network,
enjoy Dreamland's weekly news segments by Linda Moulton Howe, which features updates about mysterious phenomena, then you might want to know more about her books and documentaries. Linda Howe is an Emmy Award-winning television producer, writer, and researcher of Earth mysteries linked to non-human intelligences. Her books and videos provide scientific data and first-hand eyewitnesses. Linda Moulton Howe's 2 books, An Alien Harvest and Glimpses of Other Realities, are acclaimed for their quality, depth, photographs, and drawings. If you are interested in learning more about the mysterious animal mutilations, crop circles, UFO sightings, the human abduction syndrome, and government knowledge about these worldwide phenomena, you will enjoy these books and videos, available directly from LMH Productions. You can dial 1-800-707-9993 to order. That's 1-800-707-9993.
Now, Dave Esther and Sharon Gill, apparently one of the wire services, one of the major ones, we'll find out here in a second, picked up a story about them, calling them ghost hunters, ghost writers, ghosts, well, I guess just people with a general interest in ghosts. And then ABC News Nightline, normally devoted to hard news, apparently invited them on the program, and they did a show there on ghosts. Their book is called Twilight Visitors, and let us see if we can connect with them both a feat. Let's try it. Dave and Sharon, are you there?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good. You're located someplace up in Oregon.
St. Helens.
St. Helens. What in the world got you two started on ghosts?
When we moved to Seaside, Oregon, on the Pacific coast, we moved into a house that was haunted. And after being there for a couple of years, we decided that...
Dave, I'm going to have to ask you to get good and close to the phone and speak up good and loud.
All right.
That'll help a lot.
Very good.
Okay, good. So you moved into a haunted house. I mean, how do you know your house is haunted?
The first night we were there, we were unloading the van and moving boxes into the house, and we'd moved in a shortwave radio and placed it on top of a file cabinet in the den. The radio wasn't plugged in, and there was no batteries in it. Later that evening, we got ready to retire. It was close to midnight, and all of a sudden we started hearing music coming from the den. Waltzing Matilda. And it played like 12, 13 times. And we went in, it was coming from the shortwave radio, but it was still unplugged, and there's no batteries in it.
Bad sign.
That was just the beginning.
Waltzing Matilda, huh?
Yes.
Interesting. See, what I've always wondered about, Dave, now maybe you had an interest in ghosts before this, or was this the beginning of the interest?
This was probably really the beginning. I grew up in a house that was haunted as a child, an old farmhouse that you could hear somebody walking up and down the stairs, but you really didn't think much of that. And then over the years, nothing has really happened until we moved to Seaside, and that's when really the lid came off the bucket.
Okay, well, I take it it's going to probably worsen from here, waltzing Matilda, even out of a dead radio.
Oh, it gets
bad, but, you know. Now, what I've always wondered about, since I've got a couple of real-life characters who have gone through this, I want to ask. In Poltergeist, in all of these other movies, nearly the worst has got to occur before people pack up and take off. Now, as for me, I guarantee you, ghosts in my house, first sign, maybe I'd put it off to a bit of bad digestion or something. Second sign, I'm out of there. So you guys obviously didn't take off. Now, I know you buy a house, you've got an obligation, but still in all, to have ghosts in your house seems to me would be something that would cause you to put up a for sale sign and go somewhere else.
Well, not really. If the energy that you pick up from the ghosts are positive, you don't feel threatened. And I think that's probably the key right there. We never felt threatened in our home.
Well, that's important.
Not at all. We would watch to see what was going to happen next. The noises would occur every night in the basement. We would go down the next day to see what had been moved, what It sounded like the place was falling apart at night. In the morning, there wasn't a thing changed. And we never felt intimidated. It was more like a game to see what would happen next. And these are the kinds of stories that we've encountered over the last 2 years.
Well, again, no offense, but in every movie I've ever seen, the basement is not the source of good things.
Yeah, that's Hollywood's version. And no disrespect for the stories that Brad Snyder has collected over the years, you know, but it appears the ghosts that we've encountered have all been happy ghosts.
Well, that's pretty much, actually, that's fairly much the case with Brad Steiger. He takes the lighter view of things, though you wouldn't go as far as to say all apparitions, all ghosts are good.
No, definitely not. The ones that we have encountered have all been of a positive nature.
So positive, Art, that they're like members of people's families. When we go in to investigate something, we have been asked right off if we're there to exorcise because they don't want the entity disturbed. They want it left alone.
That's interesting. First of all, I don't even understand the concept of a happy ghost. The way my idea of the spirit world is structured, generally when ghosts have appeared, it has been because of some trauma. Somebody has been murdered, somebody has died prematurely, somebody has died with everlasting love, very strong love at a very important moment. In other words, spirits seem to be trapped on Earth not for happy reasons. So what then are you dealing with?
Well, I think the ghosts that you're talking about that are trapped here, they may not be happy in that sense, but they are not angry ghosts. They are lost, confused, have unresolved issues that they're attempting to resolve, and in the process, they enjoy pranks.
Poltergeists.
Poltergeists, the footsteps in the hallways, cupboards that open and closes, the dishes that move around. You put your keys down, they're gone. You know, the little pranks that you would expect of a poltergeist.
Spirits with too much time on their hands.
Right. They seem to be content where they are, as are the people they're with.
That's very odd. Well, I know what you've done for your book is to collect a grand number of true ghost stories, or said to be true. And I guess the thing to do would be to have you give some of the best. I know, do you actually go and investigate them?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh.
We, as the ones that are as close to us as possible, we do like to go and talk to the people and share their experiences, and we take our equipment in and see what we can get. And the last two houses that we've investigated, we have picked up entities on film.
On film?
On film.
Now, that begins to get my interest. I have several pictures of ghosts as well. We have published them in the newsletter I just talked about a little while ago. And they are very good photographs, but I have not seen one. Did you get them on regular film or video or what?
I got them on regular. One place it was 400 ASA, and another place it was 200 ASA color film. And they came out very well, very clear.
Well, describe what you've got on. Boy, I'd like to have these photos. Describe what you see on film.
The last one that we got, Art, looks like a tornado, the shape of a tornado.
An energy vortex.
Yeah.
Funnel shape. It's curving, and not only that, the funnel, or the energy vortex, actually casts a shadow on the wall.
Gee, I wonder if that's when warm spirits and cold spirits come together.
You sure can't see them with a human eye, but the film picked it up very clearly. The other one that we got was a mist. And the thing that was unusual about that one is that there was a mirror on the wall. And you can see the figure of a woman in the mirror. But in front of the mirror, all you can see is a mist with a pinkish tint.
Well, that's really interesting. Do you have these photos scanned into a computer format?
Yes, I scanned them in, and I've been people who've requested an email. I've been sending them copies.
I would really like a copy. Are you members of AOL?
No, but we can send to your...
The problem with sending, I think, through the Internet is it ends up in some sort of weird binary format.
Oh, so.
When you get to the other end. So maybe after the program we can exchange phone numbers, and I will send you my ghost photograph as well.
That would be great.
And we could just do a direct transfer.
That'd be fine. And in fact, we can get some copies made and send them to Yard.
That'd be good, too.
That way you can see the actual original.
I can actually scan here as well.
Okay.
All right, good. So you've got photographs, but again, when you took them, none of this was apparent. What caused you to take the photographs? In other words, you must have felt something or known something was going on.
I have to admit that the last place we went to, I definitely felt something behind me. But it's an arts and crafts store in Scappoose, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
And in going up the stairs to investigate where there had been a lot of noise and a lot of, the owner had felt a lot of eerie sensations and heard creaking floorboards and various things. Going up the stairs, I had a very strong feeling something was behind me. So I began shooting pictures. I got to the top of the stairs, turned around, and just started shooting and picked up this, what looks like a tornado. And
why, do you have any sense of why something would be visual to a camera and not the human eye?
Yes, a lot of the studies that when you go into some research on that is apparently on these entities are visible in a different portion of electromagnetic spectrum than what we can see. And that's why some films, which are more receptive to the higher frequencies, it will
well, that would make
develop
sense.
into. Because so many of the things that when we're there, I take the electromagnetic readings on a sensor to measure the Gauss, and I get your normal background rate, and there'll be a 0.1, 0.3.
Now, is this a magnetometer?
Uh-huh. It's very similar to one.
Yeah, that's very impressive that you would get those readings. You remember the old Ghostbusters movie?
Uh-huh.
They were able to trap entities. Now, if you're able to measure a magnetic anomaly, you're proving, obviously, something is really going on. Something is really happening. It's a good backup to the photographic evidence. But might it be possible to, in effect, someday, do you think, actually trap an entity?
I don't think so at this point. And that's because these entities that I can find, because the monitor will jump up to 3, 4.0, 5.0 from a background like 0.1, 0.2, and it's there for a while, and all of a sudden it just vanishes. It's gone.
They move very quickly.
And whether it's moved to a different location or whether it just simply, has dissipated out, I don't know. But when it's there, it will remain like this one at the arts and crafts store. Probably for 25 minutes, it remained atop a shelf in a box filled with brooms.
All right, what kind of control work do you do? If you take the same magnetometer and you put it in a home where there is no reported problem or ghost or anything else, and you run it and graph it for a few days, do you see jumps in magnetic anomaly?
No.
You don't?
No, you get your normal background spikes that you normally get, and almost always the spikes are under 1.0.
And so in other words, by a factor of many hundreds of %, it takes a jump.
It literally does. And the interesting thing is, Art, is that when you get to the center of the anomaly, as you go off to each edge,
yes,
you maybe only have 12 inches, 15 inches, and it's back down to 0.1.
So it's a very, very physically small area of magnetic anomaly.
Sometimes size like a size of a basketball or a football.
Ooh, that's really interesting.
And they're not shapes like a human type shape. They're just they're, I guess, a better description, like a basketball or football's inside. But you go all the way around them, and you move away 12, 15 inches, it drops right down to essentially zero, the background noise. Wow. And yet when you go right directly in center, it pops right up to, 400, 500% increase.
Is there anything, I've heard many stories, of course, of, I'll tell you what, we'll hold this for a break, but what I want to ask when I come back, you two, is about the reported chills or cold, even cold to the degree that somebody can see their breath. That kind of cold that goes along with the presence of whatever it is we're talking about here. Back to Dave Esther and Sharon Gill in Oregon, subjects of hauntings. All right, you two, what about this temperature thing? Have you measured anything or seen anything there?
Absolutely. If I can regress for just a minute, Art.
Sure.
When we go into a place to investigate, now, we're amateurs, okay? We learn all the time every time we do an investigation, we learn a little bit more. We take in with us the electromagnetic field meter. We take in a sound level meter for measuring your sub-audio ranges, and
sure.
then the higher end. We also take in a thermometer that will measure some of a digital readout, because you do get a temperature drop or an increase in temperature whenever an entity is present.
Typically what? Or is there a typical?
There isn't really a typical. I recall one story when we were down at the Liberty Theater in Astoria that has 3 ghosts that haunts them. And upstairs balcony, in one of the chairs with wooden arms, whenever someone sits in it, those arms get extremely hot. And so there the temperature increases. And yet down in the basement, when you're down there, and we'd go down there to change some infrared film, it got extremely cold, to the point where you felt like the chills were coming on.
Well, let's try this approach. When you're getting a high magnetometer reading, the entity is literally over or next to the machine, I would say, correct?
That's correct.
At that same point, are you measuring the temperature? And if so, how many degrees in differential have you noted?
That I haven't done. We're so busy tracking the entity, so Sherry can start taking pictures. Because whenever we get a high reading, then she starts snapping frames. And I guess it gets so exciting at that point that we don't get everything done at one time.
Of those people that will call you up and say, look, something's going on in my home, or we think there is a haunting, and you go and investigate, how many times do you find something versus, it being a bust?
I'm not certain that we've ever really found a bust. There was the one evening that we went down to Sellers Arts and Crafts, and it was real quiet. We didn't really pick up anything on the EMF, and I didn't figure I picked up anything on film. So we thought, well, we'll try again when the activity picks up.
Sure.
That was the night I got the picture of the entity behind me. So
yeah, I walked up those same stairs with the EMF meter, found absolutely nothing. It's kind of like they can come and go as they want. And I think the only time we can find them is when they want us to be found.
When they want to be found?
When they want to be found.
Do you think they enjoy people like Dave and Sharon and, some ghost investigators, let's have some fun here?
I think that sometimes they like attention. They're like you and I. Once in a while you like to have attention given to you.
But I think also we take an approach to our investigations of respect and reverence toward the entity also. Because I think if you're going in with the wrong attitude, it makes a difference.
That's interesting. Brad Steiger did talk about attitude once. You may have heard him on my show. I bet you did.
You sure did.
You remember the story about the ghost with the bad attitude that lifted Brad and several other people up off the floor and let them drop?
Uh-huh.
That came from a bad attitude on Brad's part. He insulted the ghost. All right, very good. We're going to talk about the nature of what it is we're facing here when we come back. You two rest. We've got top-of-the-hour news, and we'll be right back. From an area near Dreamland, this is Dreamland. The Department of Transportation. of many, many ghost stories. And they are not ghost busters, but ghost, well, buddies would be closer to it, I guess. And we'll get back to them in just one moment. Well, no, let's do it now, as a matter of fact. I've got several faxes in already, you two. And so let me hit you with some rapid-fire questions. From Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania, somebody wants to know about altered states. You know what a psychomantium is, I presume?
Yes.
A sensory deprivation chamber. Would this kind of thing, in your opinion, lead to the likelihood of being able to make contact with entities? In other words, altered states.
That's a good question. When you get into the state that like a shaman would get into to access the higher regions of the mind, I can't answer. I really don't know.
That's fair.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Have you ever recorded any phantom audio from a mic in an empty room? This one actually comes from my engineer up at the network, Brian. In other words, have you ever put a microphone in there? We all know that sometimes voices show up on tapes.
Right, I haven't, but I've had reports in from people who have done that. I haven't asked for copies of the audio yet, but they have said they have captured on that. We do take a tape recorder with us. Most of the time, it's too noisy when we're there.
In other words, you guys are making noise.
No, normally the family or whoever's living there is so excited about the investigation. They just jabber on and on.
I see. Well, that would make sense. All right. Now, I asked you prior to the break, what has really, truly scared you? And you might both want to respond, or individually or together. I don't know.
We'll do it individually.
Well, I can honestly say that the most hair-raising experience I had was at the Liberty Theater in Astoria. And the manager told us that she would take us on a tour under the stage. Now, this building opened for their first opera in 1925, so it's quite old. And it's like stepping back in time when you go through the front doors. The air is different. The atmosphere is totally different, like you stepped into another dimension or something. And going under the stage, the walls are signed by people like Al Capone. It was quite a prominent theater in its time, and there were a lot of famous people that attended various shows. But going under the stage, it was not only dark, it was eerie. The air was heavy. It was a real strange feeling, a place that the further down you went, the more you didn't feel like you wanted to be there. As you go further under the stage, there are tunnels that run like a maze under the town. It's like a town built on a town, because the town has actually burned to the ground a couple of times. But it was a place that made me feel very uncomfortable, and I told Dave that I felt like we probably need to go back upstairs, because it didn't make me feel good at all.
Okay, Dave?
Mine also occurred in the same building. I had to take the camera down into what they call the ice room, where they keep the ice machine, and that is the domain that Paul hangs out in. And one of the previous employees had blocked open the door with a 5-gallon paint can, a bucket in actuality, and while she was getting the ice, Paul moved that 5-gallon bucket and slammed the door shut on her and locked her in. There's no lights in that room. It's pitch black. And so that's the room I chose to go into, because I had to change the infrared, which, as you know, has to be done in total blackness. And so I walked in probably about 15 feet to a table, and then I had the door closed and walked to the table, and I unloaded the infrared that was in there and loaded some more. And as I turned to leave, I literally felt a cold air, a breath of cold air on the back of my neck. My hair on the back of my neck literally stood up, just like I'd see in the movies or something. And I was thinking, my gosh, this can't be happening. And it was everything I could do to keep from turning around because I did not want to know what was behind me. I couldn't see it, but I just didn't want to know. I walked as fast as I could to the door because it chilled me to the bones. And I've been to Vietnam. I've been around. That's the first time that I was literally frightened so deeply of something that I couldn't see.
We had when ABC was out, we had a cinematographer with us who was a correspondent during the Vietnam War.
Mm-hmm.
And this man did not want to be left alone in any part of the theater. And they walked bravely in, but when we were ready to leave, they were firm believers that something was going on in that building.
Well, there are many stories. I, too, thank you very much, was in Vietnam. And there are many stories about not just Vietnam, but most wars regarding hauntings. And again, of course, in wars, you tend to get people killed in great moments of stress and of various kinds. And those sorts of deaths do lead to hauntings, don't they?
Yes, they do. Well, as an example, when we say haunting, now these people, like the story you have in the book about the Vietnam vet and his fallen comrades, and when after a firefight, each one of them came back and made him promise to fulfill some obligation. And at the time, he didn't realize they were dead, because they looked just like you and I did. And when he discovered they were dead, he took him 25 years to fulfill his commitment of his promises to them. There are times when these entities will appear in human form, just like they did in real life. And there are other times where you simply don't see them. They're a mist or a cloud or simply a feeling you get, sensation.
That it's very confusing, and it makes you wonder whether you're dealing with sort of a remnant of a soul or remnant of something, a person, or you're actually dealing with their soul, which is trapped here on Earth, or maybe a little bit of both. The whole area is fascinating and confusing, and let's take a few phone calls. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dave and Sharon. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, is somebody speaking? Oh, I didn't know.
Yes.
I thought you were recording.
No, turn your radio off, dear.
Yes. David, turn it off for me, please.
Yes, David, turn it off.
I just think this program is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Am I speaking to...
all of us. Where are you?
All of us. I'm in Texas at the moment.
Texas, all right.
Yes. And I just came back from Europe. I lived there. I came back about 2 days ago, and my uncle died, and I'm a journalist, but I don't want to mention that. I don't know if it's on now or not. It's not, is it? I'm just getting screened, am I not?
No, we don't screen calls here. You're on the air.
Oh, am I on the air? Okay, I didn't know this.
Well, when I picked up the line, I said, you're on the air. That's an important cue line.
I understand. Okay, fine. Anyway, ever since I was a child, I had these feelings. I could see spirits, for example, or people on the other side. And when I was a little girl, I remember waking up and seeing these people in my room. And, of course, I went to my father and told my father, when you're 3.5 years old, what father pays attention to a child that's 3.5 and is watching a Dallas football game? None. So, and now, this year, after I'm 40 now, so this year, I talked to my next-door neighbor, and I asked her, because I'd heard that she talked about these ghost stories, and there were ghosts there, and I explained how these people looked like. And she told me, you couldn't know them because you didn't move in at the time when this man died. So evidently I saw the man, that used to live there, not in the house, but the house next door, as a child. And now it's 1995, and are you still there? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fine.
It's 1995.
It's fine, It's 1995, and, of course, I can see the other side. It's very easy, but it's very difficult sometimes, too. It's like a television set. You turn it on and off. You turn the loudness Sometimes it's too loud, sometimes it's too less. But my uncle died 3 days ago. That's why I came back. And in Germany, he came to visit me. And he said to me goodbye, and he talked about my aunt, and then he left. And I had another miracle story. My nephew was also beaten with a baseball bat here in Texas. And anyway, the priest came in and said he was not going to live. I mean, the doctor said he wasn't going to live, and the priest said goodbye and so forth. And I prayed, and my message from the angels were, he's going to live, he's going to talk, and he's going to walk. Where the doctor said he's not going to live, he's probably going to die in the next few days, he won't never be able to talk or walk. And my message was, yes, he will. So I called my brother and told him my message because they know me. And anyway, after some time of saying that he's going to die, he's going to die, he's going to die, 2 weeks ago I talked to them again, and they said that he woke out, he got out of the coma, and the first things he said was, I visited my aunt in Germany, and as I was praying for him, I could feel him, and I could basically smell him in Germany. And I told him, well, John, you know what? You've got to go back to your body. It's not your time. Go back. And I didn't know this, but I found this out later. A friend of his died a week before, and these are young kids, okay? And I said to this boy, I said, well, God bless you. May you go to God's hands. Well, anyway, like I said, I talked to my sister-in-law, and she told me, well, Anna, you just can't believe what happened here. And I said, what happened? Oh, gosh, is he alive? What's wrong? She said, no, he woke out of the coma, and the first thing he said was, I visited Aunt Anna, and by the way, she was fighting terribly with my friend. And I said, I was fighting terribly with his friend? I said, no, wait a minute. I prayed for him. She said, no, but he saw that as an argument. And in a way, it was true. It probably looked like an argument because I told his friend to go because he wanted my nephew to stay.
All right. Listen, we've got to run here, but thank you very much for the story. And here's what it makes me want to ask you two. You have taken pictures of ghosts or entities. Is it not possible that people like this lady, our brain is a fantastically complicated thing, making the best Pentium running right now look silly. We don't understand all about our brain. Is it not possible that some people like this lady are able to see what you can only occasionally catch in photographs?
Absolutely.
Oh,
yeah, there's probably many cases like hers recorded where a person is able to see into the spiritual realm. Their brains, their eyes are seeing into a frequency range that most of us aren't able to.
Exactly.
And children overall, at a young age, are able to see into the infrared range, where we as adults have grown so far past that we've lost the ability. Animals, cats especially, react.
It is true about cats. You two,
yes.
Hold on just a moment. We'll be right back to you. I have cats, and I can certainly confirm that. Cats are very sensitive to areas and things that we know nothing about. Can't hear, can't feel, can't see. I don't know what that says about cats, but I believe it to be true. Now, I also believe to be true, essentially what that lady said, and they just affirmed, that there are people that can see things that have developed, in effect, an ability that the rest of us, through the noise of everyday living, have essentially simply forgotten about. We'll be right back. How many of you two still there?
We sure are.
All right, good. Here we go back to it again. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dave and Sharon.
Hi, good morning, Art. I'm glad I finally got through. This is Bob in St. Louis.
Yes, hi, Bob.
And I have a story from about 15 years ago. My mom had died when I was just before I graduated from high school, and she died on a Saturday, and on Monday morning was her wake, and I usually set my alarm for 7 o'clock at that time, and about 6:59, a voice rang out in my room, and I'm a very sound sleeper, and it really is hard for me to get up, and it said, Bob, wake up. And it was really loud and very distinct, and it was neither a female or...
Dear Art, as usual, a really good program. How did your guest get started in this field? Larry in Miami, Florida. Well, Larry, as usual, The answer was in the first part of the program, and it was because of their very own haunted house. At any rate, we're going to try and bear down hard on your calls this hour. Dave and Sharon, are you there?
We are.
All right. Look, I would like to give you guys an opportunity to promote your book a little bit. If people wish to get Twilight visitors, how many ghost stories are in here?
There are 70 ghost stories.
70.
And everyone's true.
And everyone's true. How would they get the book?
They can call 1-800-WEIRD-94.
1-800-WEIRD-94. That's a pretty good number.
We thought so.
I take it that you established it in 1994.
Yes.
1-800-WEIRD-94. How much is your book?
$13.95.
Very reasonable indeed. How can you say every one of these is true?
They're allegedly true. The stories that have been given to us are alleged to have happened to the individuals. And talking to the individuals, our feelings are that what has happened to them, because they get very serious. It's like the gentleman just called about that voice.
Right.
It's not something you forget.
Oh, no. I know. To me, it is a very serious subject, and I treat it seriously. A lot of people use this for a good laugh tagline at the end of a newscast or something. This is a very serious subject to me, as a matter of fact. All right, let's go back to the lines. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dave and Sharon. Hello.
Hello, Art. Let me turn the radio down.
Thank you. Do that. Tell us, where are you? Yes. Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
All right.
When I was about 13, not quite 14 years old, we had moved into a new neighborhood. And after living there about 2 weeks, I was walking home, and I was going up a street on my way home, and there was a house to my left, single-story house, and the porch light was on. There were still curtains in the window. And I saw coming down the hill toward me what appeared to be a transparent lady. She had sort of a yellowish-green glow to her. I remember her in exact detail, the hobble, how she hobbled as she walked, the type of dress she wore, how she wore her hair. And this woman walked around me in a circle 3 times, kind of hobbled. And I'm turning around, following her, and I'm in amazement. I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if this is what a ghost is supposed to be. Well, finally, the lady stops. She stares at me. She turns, hobbles up the hill, goes through the wall into the house. So the next day, I stop at my friend's house, and he's not there. But
wait a minute. Did you say goes through the wall?
Went right through the wall.
Oh, okay.
Now, the thing is that my friend's aunt's house was, right across the street from this place. When I told her what I saw, she was ironing clothes at the time, and she looked at me and she gasped and she said, "You're just trying to scare me." And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Oh, that's right." She said, "Maddie died 2 weeks before you guys moved into the neighborhood." I had described in complete detail the woman who had just died. Now, they hadn't settled the estate, and I kind of wondered for a long time why that might have happened, and I think I figured it out. Now, sometime after that, my younger brother fell in with some kids, and they got into trouble, and they broke into that house, and they stole some jewelry and stuff, and they were all caught, and it was all returned. The only thing I can think of is that maybe in wanting to protect her house, maybe she knew somehow or other that that was going to happen, or she feared it.
Sure.
And maybe she felt that I would tell other people what I had seen, and it would scare children away. But, of course, I never said anything to anybody.
Interesting. Again, typical, you two?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It shows very much a protective, when an older lady passes on, she still is very concerned about her possessions, her home, her things, until they're resolved.
In other words, in the near afterlife, our concerns are very much like they were here.
Yeah, there's several stories we get where it's almost like when you die, you don't know you're dead. You're still going on conducting your business as you would have normally.
That would be very confusing.
I'm sure, because if you watch and read a lot of stories have been documented where someone has died and has communicated with someone, or there's been a multi-car accident, and one has come back and the other ones have not. and they all say the same thing. They didn't realize they were dead. They couldn't believe it, couldn't accept it.
Maybe because of the instant nature of it.
I'm sure. You know, as far as passing through the house, you know, if they're an electromagnetic energy field, why not? There's so much we do not understand about energy, you know, pure energy, that there's no way that we can get a handle on so much of this.
All right, let me ask either one of you about this. Would you say it is a good idea, doesn't matter, or a terrible idea to build a house on top of a graveyard?
A terrible idea.
I think you could probably expect about the worst. I know that out here in Oregon, a lot of places are built on Indian burial ground, sacred ground, and we don't know exactly where these places were. But the people whose homes are on this hallowed ground do experience some very strange phenomena.
Well, even worse than that, Noah, we had a nuclear plant built up here along the Columbia River.
Oh, no.
By a major international company, and it was built on sacred Indian burial ground. They hid the fact. And besides the fault line, won't talk about that, but they excavated the bones and artifacts and kept it hid from the public. That nuclear facility is no longer online. It was plagued from the day one that it was built with problems. Substandard material. It just had nothing but problems. It only ran for a couple of years before it was finally, you know, I mean, it would always be offline more than it was online. And, you know, I never really given it much thought to your question there. Perhaps by being built on the sacred burial grounds, there's a lot of restless spirits who really resented what was being done. I mean, you never can tell.
Well, it would seem a poor idea to me, and again, I'm going back to Poltergeist or Poltergeist 2, I can't recall. But it was awful. I remember you remember that one scene in the swimming pool?
Yeah.
I would never have made it out of the swimming pool. My heart would have stopped in there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dave and Sharon. Hi.
Hello, this is Fritz from Phoenix.
Hello, Fritz from Phoenix.
Well, mine is more like a statement. It's very unfortunate that we, the Western civilization, focus on the other side only on a large scale on Halloween. That's with fun and costumes.
But Fritz, you know I do it all the time.
Well, yes, the Art Bell show, but I'm talking the major part of our civilization.
It is true.
No,
that's a good point, Fritz.
But yet ghost spirits in the afterlife, the way I see it, should be and will be in years to come, and I'm talking after the earth changes, that the subject will be handled like a daily weather report, very respectfully, because it's here and we have to deal with it.
Maybe they'll change the name from Nightline to Night Spirit. I don't know. He does really make a good point. I consider this to be a very, very serious topic, and I take it seriously. And as Fritz points out, the rest of the nation focuses in on, you know, Halloween one time a year, perhaps. And then there are
a holiday setting for them.
Yeah, and not really so much on the aspect that we cover, the real aspect of entities or ghosts or whatever they are, but sort of the dress up and go get candy aspect, or the let's go look at the fireworks. Well, that'd be 4th of July. But getting my holidays mixed up here. But the mask and the candy business and all the rest of it, instead of this aspect.
Well, you know, there's a different aspect of it over in the Orient, you know, where they honor their ancestors.
Yes.
And there are many of the Eastern folks over there, Asians, that, you know, believe their ancestors are there with them.
Well, I lived on the island of Okinawa, and there is an interesting custom they have, which I got to participate in once, where at a certain time of the year, you go to a cave or a location, and you reverently clean the bones of your dead ancestors. And that makes me ask again about the link between the place of burial and the entities. In other words, try not to build on top of a graveyard of some sort. Is it generally true that entities stay close to what was their body?
Well, you know, that's hard to tell, because when you become a spirit, you know, you're outside of the realm of space and time we have it. you operate in a different environment, and whether they can be next to their bones and instantly they can be 1,000 miles away.
Yes.
We really don't know, because there's so many that do come and go as transients, and always in motion. But yet, around graveyards, there's a lot of activities.
Yes.
And whether these are just the new ones that have come and haven't quite gained the knowledge they need to continue on, or whether they, because the graveyard is close to where their home and families are, they stay behind.
So it's hard to really know which.
It's almost like talking about aliens.
Yeah.
You have the different races you hear about, and some are good, some are bad, some are helpful. And
well, Dave, I'm not even sure, and Sharon, that there is a difference between what we're calling aliens and what you're calling ghosts.
In some cases, there may not be. They're on-scene entities or on-scene, the twilight visitors who come and go. Some are helpful, and some, depending upon how they're helping you, some will call a guardian angel or a guardian spirit.
Well, might it not, though, depend on your perspective as an individual? Let us say you have an experience and you see an entity. Some people might come away from that and say, I saw an alien. I saw something not of Earth. And another person might come back and say, well, I saw a ghost, or I saw Aunt Mary, or my grandmother, or whatever.
Absolutely. It is all a matter of a person's perspective, because we have stories of very protective entities who've taken care of children, and yet some people would label them as guardian angels.
And yet you have others, like this energy vortex we'll send you a picture of.
Yes, sir.
I mean, my goodness, how can a ghost be like a funnel cloud? I mean, that you can understand a mist-like cloud or something, or fog, because that's been portrayed quite often. But a spin, a swirling funnel shape. Now, in the Liberty Theater, we captured on film there a reverse spin vortex, where the spin was reverse of how it normally would be, and it was like the letter U. It went down, over, and then back up again. Where this one we captured just last week starts from the floor and goes toward the ceiling, kind of bends along the way, but there's also a shadow that's cast from it.
When you have a photographic expert look at these, what do they say?
Well, the first, when they look at it, the first reaction is that it's a chemical problem or a developing problem.
Yes.
Well, then we show them the negative, and you don't have it's not characteristic of a chemical stain. Okay, it's right in the film itself, and you can see both the vortex. You can see the shadow, where on a normal chemical stain from developing, it's quite apparent if you look at it.
All right, you two, hold on just a moment. We will be right back to you. Dave Esther, Sharon Gill are my guests. They have written Twilight Visitors, a compilation of 70 true ghost stories. We'll be right back. If you feel the desire to control your own work hours, your work environment, be your own boss, choose your own work companions, then maybe you need to start your own business. Now, briefly, before the bottom of the hour, back to Dave and Sharon. Okay, you two, you're back on the air again.
Okay.
I'm glad that you are doing what you're doing. Very glad, because there are not enough people documenting this kind of thing. It's one of the reasons we put out the newsletter we do. You know, you talk about them on the radio, and it's great. It's the theater of the mind, and we can, tell people about these things. But once you've laid your eyes on a photograph or had an actual experience, it's a whole new realm, isn't it?
It really is, and we really enjoy your newsletter, because when you can visually observe an image, there's no doubt about what it is that you're looking at.
Well, if there is, there certainly is less doubt. I mean, words are one thing. Photographs, magnetometer readings, there's something else again. And it's a particular area of interest to me, because I want to know myself, as you two do, I'm sure, whether this life is it, and then it's the worms crawl in and the worms crawl out, or whether it doesn't matter and your spirit goes someplace else.
We both firmly believe that life goes on. It goes back to the law of physics.
no energy can be destroyed.
Well,
only transformed. And so, we in the 70 stories we've collected, we're working on our second book, collecting stories. We've probably got about as many stories right now as we have in the first book.
Wow.
But they're more in-depth stories. We're getting a lot of people contributing stories to us off the internet, sending us stories through the email.
All right. Well, we'll get your email address on the air. We're at the half-hour mark. This is Dreamland. All right. Back now to Dave and Sharon. Are you there?
We are.
Art, could you ask your guests whether they think it is possible that certain locations on Earth are innately paranormally energized apart from any human influences, past or present?
Yes, absolutely.
In other words, energy, I don't know what you'd call them, energy points?
Yeah, grid points, energy points. Now you've got your famous ones like Sedona, where is reputed to be, a healing capital, an energy dispersion point. There's quite a few of those places that just naturally radiates the energy of a very positive force.
You do like staying on the positive side of this, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
You can see all kinds of Freddy Krueger movies on TV. We don't do those kind of stories. We do the kind of stories that you can sit and tell around a campfire and enjoy getting scared.
Well, that's interesting. I do enjoy. Have you studied at all why human beings enjoy scaring themselves so much? I wonder about it.
I don't know, but I got a letter, Art. This is from a funeral director back in Pennsylvania.
Oh?
And he said, just in part, says, "I'm just glad that someone finally took me seriously. I don't know if you have any idea what the burden of disbelief can do to a person's life." He'd he'd heard a ghost, and no one would believe him. And being a funeral director, your first impressions would be, why would that be strange?
Right. Well, sure.
Or at least I'd feel that way. And yet, to him, it was. And by being able to tell me a story, he actually felt better at it because someone took him seriously.
Well, it's cathartic, sure. I would think funeral directors would be particularly plagued or blessed, depending on how you look at it.
Well, there's one area in one of the towns that is located next to a funeral home, a neighborhood, and we've gotten 3 different stories from that neighborhood over the different period of time. From each house, you could throw a stone to the other houses.
Right.
And it's just above a funeral home. Mm-hmm. And we often wonder whether or not the entities and apparitions that have come to those people have come from the funeral home, or just that's a coincidence.
Interesting. Is there any difference? This is kind of a wild question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In the hauntings that occur in cases where bodies are buried somewhere versus cremation?
I don't think so. That's just my personal opinion. Because whether you burn a body or whether it decays back to the earth, the energy, the essence what made up that individual is transformed at death into whatever energy fields that exists. So that you cannot destroy the energy, matter. You can only transform it to a different form.
So it's actually only the body that dies away.
And not the essence of the soul or the spirit doesn't die.
Well, if the spirit remains sometimes near the body, as in the case of a graveyard, would the spirit remain near the ashes in the case of an urn?
It could very well, because perhaps it's a resting place for memories. And perhaps that's all they are to the ghost, are memories of who they once were.
That may be.
Now, we did hear a tale about an inn in Long Beach, Washington, where there's a lot of ghostly activity, and the previous owner's urn with his ashes still sits on the bar.
Mm-hmm.
That one we have yet to follow up on.
All right. Well, I'm sure. What do you do, by the way, on that score? I mean, people read your books, and then I take it they contact you and they want you to come and investigate. What kind of criterion do you use in trying to decide, we're going to take a trip to Pittsburgh and take a look at this house or whatever?
a lot of times we try to line up sightings in a general area that we're going to go to. Oftentimes, it's a story is how compelling is it? In our book, in the last 3 chapters, we talk about how to do your own ghost hunting, type of film to use, type of equipment you can use, hopefully to help others who want to explore the unknown to start out with. And even if you can't buy some type of electromagnetic meter, you can start out with a compass. Essentially, the same thing will work for that.
In other words, if there is a sudden magnetic flux, the compass is going to be overwhelmed from its normal North Pole look-see, and it's going to point in a new direction.
Yeah, and depending upon how much it points is how strong the field is.
Mm-hmm. So and not bad in the sense also that it would show you the direction of the magnetic radiation.
Yeah, and so you actually can home in, track it down, which is the same thing I do with magnetic meter. You have to keep moving around till you pick up a field and then home in on it. You do the same thing with a compass. And we talked about the type of films you can use to buy, and some are better than others. And the cameras themselves really doesn't make any difference. We've had the one lady who...
Well, let me stop you on that point. Let's say somebody wants to go ghost hunting. Would they be better with higher ASA film, or what seems to work better in catching the image?
The higher the ASA they can go, the better. Now, we've tried as high as 3200 ASA black and white.
Right.
And I believe it was either the 3200 or the 1600 that we captured an image in the Liberty Theater. But Sharon also has captured it on ASA 400. We used infrared. Sometimes we captured on that. But infrared is real difficult to work with, and it's real difficult to get processed.
All right. Let's go back to the phones. I did want to get that cleared up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dave and Sharon. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, where are you, sir?
I'm in Willoughby, Ohio. This is Les.
Okay.
And I wanted to say this is really an interesting program.
Thank you.
I have actually 2 questions for you, or one question and one story. I would really like to find a ghost. Seriously. I mean, I might be crazy, but I really would like to do that. How do you go about finding someplace that's haunted?
In our experience, we just started talking to people about our own experiences. And overall, I can honestly say that just about everyone we've talked to have had some type of experience. And we have made contact with people who have activity in their homes at the present time, and when we tell them what we do, they invite us to come into their home and see what we can find.
Well, that's because you guys write books about it, and so you get contacts. But what about this fellow?
Actually, that was how we got started on our first book, was speaking of our own experiences with other people. And
I would say just go out and start asking people, friends and neighbors and relatives that you have in the area that you're in, if they've had any type of unusual experiences or paranormal events have occurred in their home. And a lot of times older buildings will have it.
All right, there you are, caller.
Yeah.
In other words, ask friends.
All right, well, the only thing that I've ever had that would be quote-unquote a paranormal experience has happened to me 3 times. When my brother died, when my grandmother died, and my grandfather died. Each time when they died and I was asleep, I woke up immediately at the time that they died.
Knowing something?
I didn't know that they were at the time until I found out, usually half an hour to 45 minutes later, someone would call me from the hospital and say, so-and-so just died, half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. And so I really would like to
pursue it. Yeah, I've got you. And so that's good advice then for anybody.
Yes, it is. I just keep, when you start it, have an open mind and don't be judgmental. Don't judge what you observe, because we may not understand why they're performing it or why they're doing it. It's like when you go overseas. You can't judge the culture that you visit by your own standards.
Boy, isn't that so.
And that's one of the first things you have to learn. And I think they can sense that. If you're not coming in a judgmental attitude, but an openness to understand, I think it opens the doors for you. I really do.
And then you also stressed attitude. In other words, be respectful, be reverential. Do not insult the entity.
Absolutely. The same way if you walked into, for example, the Alamo in San Antonio.
Yes.
There's no signs that's required, but you walk in there, and that's probably one of the most reverential places I've ever been in. You can hear a pin drop inside, and there are 40, 50 people in there.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody feels that reverence is there, respecting what has occurred there.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dave and Sharon on Dreamland. Hi.
Hi. I'm calling from Seattle, Washington.
Yes, ma'am.
And Dave and Sharon, I thought I might let you know that I was in the basement of your 12th Avenue home in Seaside just today.
Oh. Is it still haunted?
And did you know that there were children that actually, it was children haunting the basement?
Yeah. We had children down there.
Okay. Yeah, and I do apologize if you get a call from the new resident, because we were just going to Seaside, had stayed only 3 blocks from your house, had drove to Cannon Beach, picked up your book, and found it interesting, went back to Seaside just to look at the house down near the new residents outside that do not know that it was haunted. And we showed them the book, their jaw dropped. They said, yes, that is our basement. So they took us downstairs. It's now a child's room.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and they have not had any poltergeist activity there whatsoever. But maybe they haven't heard of it, or maybe it's calmed down, or maybe if there's a child with the children, I don't know if that would make a difference.
Or maybe the entities left when Dave and Sharon did.
No, actually they didn't. Behind. And we do have pictures in the book of the people who moved in after us. They took pictures on Halloween night of their grandchildren dressed up, and they do have a film around them, a mist.
We did see those pictures in the book, yes.
They do.
And that story in there about having a low child's voice respond back to my question of whether my daughter was down in the basement.
Yes.
It was just as real. It was a real little girl's voice.
We found this all very interesting because we picked up your book, read half of it, turned to Art Bell tonight, and then heard you. But we'd also like to say that we followed some of your stories, and we followed them all the way up to Astoria, where we did go to the Liberty Theater. And I do have to agree with you, and I have one question about the theater. I do feel things, and when I went into the theater, I felt 3 separate entities, and I was very scared. But the theater people were very nice and let us even sit in the seat where Lily was killed. I felt great anger in the room for us being there, and I left. Went upstairs and did feel something that I guess was Mary. I felt her about the point in the book that you said she'd be halfway up the ramp, but I had not read that yet in your book. And then when I read it, I realized that was where you felt it too. We went back to take a picture of the bathroom because we did take a picture of the theater. I was with my boyfriend. He asked that we go back. We went back, and I didn't feel her in the bathroom this time, but I did feel her behind me, and I did sort of hear voices. I'm wondering if there ever were voices heard from the entities that are in the Liberty Theater.
All right.
There sure are.
Oh, there are?
Yeah, they've heard voices. They haven't seen, I believe, in fact, they've seen all 3 of them, and they've heard voices at different times. But it's spooky when you go in there.
Definitely.
You can just feel it. All right. I know the feeling. I have never, I've seen one UFO. I have never seen a ghost. I have never seen an entity of any sort. But I would love to. So I'm in the category of that one man who called. And I am, I suppose, curious enough to follow up if there are any haunted houses out there, or anybody who regularly gets a visit from a ghost. I would love to be contacted in the night. All right, I want to remind everybody as well, tomorrow night on my regular syndicated program, we do something utterly different. It's called Ghost to Ghost. It, too, is a very, very serious approach to this whole matter of entities and ghosts. We do it every Halloween. It is not a joke show. It's not a fun show. I'm not going to be putting in a bunch of little sound effects and all the rest of it. We take a very serious, I take, and expect you to take a very serious approach to these matters. They are serious because I believe they are real. So if you're interested, don't forget, tomorrow night, Ghost to Ghost AM. That's about as much humor as you're probably going to find in it. It is, however, frightening. And for some reason, we human beings really enjoy scaring the hell out of each other. So it's a great opportunity for that. You guys, I want to give you a chance. The moments are closing. Twilight Visitors is the name of your book. Ghost Tales, 70 of them right now. How do they get the book? One more time.
They will call 1-800-WEIRD-94. And we'd also like, if any of the listeners have stories, we'd like, if they'd like to share them with us, we'd be more than happy to consider them in our next book.
Oh, and where would they send them?
They can send them to Post Office Box 976, St. Helens, SHELENS, Oregon, and the zip is 97051.
Wonderful.
Or if they're on email, they can email me the story at starwest, as one word, at a1.com.
Starwest at a1.com.
Right.
Well, it has been a pleasure having you both on, and I like the approach you take to the topic. It's a good hands-on hardware kind of approach, and we will do another show, all right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both, and good night from the high desert. Well, there you are. Dave Esther, Sharon Gill, Twilight Visitors. Now, again, I want to say this because it is deadline time right now. If you want our newsletter where you will continually see this kind of thing documented, I'm very intent on that, so that you don't have to just believe what I'm telling you. You can see for yourself. Art Bell, After Dark, the newsletter. It's got to be ordered before the sun comes up in the morning. It's not after dark then, you see. The deadline is now. 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. From the high desert near Dreamland, good night. This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real. Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Another Sunday night, Dreamland on the air. Good evening, everybody. There is breaking news. There has been a powerful earthquake. It struck Russia's Kuril Islands north of Japan today. Japan's Kyoto news agency quoted Russia's emergency ministry as confirming no casualties or damage. Officials at our National Earthquake Center say the quake registered 8.0 on the Richter scale, which would make it, quote, a major seismic event outstripping all but a handful of all of history's most damaging quakes, end quote. That's from Reuters about 1 hour ago. From Mike in Montana, one of many, many faxes of those who have been following quakes. Mike says it appears to be real this week. CNN Headline News just reported an 8.0 quake in the Kuril Islands chain north of Japan. He says this could well be the first quake in Gordon Michael Scallion's current window, which began December 1st. And that is true, I believe, regarding the window. And it is prophetic, indeed, that we would have that news. The main guest on Dreamland tonight is going to be Moira Timms. She's in Eugene, Oregon. And she has written a book called Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Everyone's Guide to the Coming Changes. So, talk about timely. this is certainly timely. In a moment, coming up, Linda Howe. She has several very interesting reports for us. I've got a very quick note. We are on the very last hours of my book sale. And those of you that want an autographed version of my book, The Art of Talk, literally in the last hours, I think it ends end of show December 4th. That is tomorrow. So if you would like an autographed copy, and I want to stress this because we're getting down to the end of it, the book is great whether you have an autographed copy or not. And you're thinking the best gift you could ever buy anybody who's into talk radio. It's Real Talk. There's no contest. Now, this is an AM/FM radio that has a cassette deck on board. It stands tall. It's about 12 inches tall. It's got an LCD digital readout. It's got a timer. It's got a cassette deck that records at 1/4 speed. Now, what that means is you can take a 90-minute cassette, and on just one side of it, you can get 3 hours. Moreover, you can set a timer. So, obviously, it records Dreamland or any other show, and you don't miss it. Now, through tomorrow, Bob Crane will throw in a super high-quality 100-minute tape, which means in excess, obviously, of 3 hours, free of charge. So Christmas, Real Talk, Talk Radio, they all go together. $139.95 includes getting it right to your door, includes shipping and handling. Call Bob Crane in the morning before they're gone at 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. Now to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and our Linda Howe. And let's see, I'm always trying to figure out how I should introduce you. Investigative reporter.
Yes.
You are, right?
Yes. Television producer.
Television producer, Emmy Award winning at that. And I would say I wonder if I could say the nation's leading investigator into crop circles and animal mutilations.
Well, maybe one of them. The problem is that these phenomena are so wide-ranging and complex that I don't think any one of us has got a handle on anything. We're all struggling to try to understand what is happening. So I have colleagues out there that join me in my efforts, but I certainly would say that the pursuit of truth in this complex field has begun to dominate my professional life.
That would be a good understatement, dominate your professional life, yes. And certainly you'd be leading the pack. I think of you that way, Linda. You spend so much time on it. Okay. I know of nobody else that does the kind of work you do. I mean, there are, obviously, I don't want to leave anybody out. There are other people doing the work, but it seems to me you're at the head of the pack.
Well, thanks. I'm trying, and I really feel that Dreamland is an important connection to the world, because hearing from people about their eyewitnesses' accounts, which we can report and then encourage other people to report back, I think, Art, is forming a kind of strong network here, and I'm really grateful that I can make these reports each Sunday on Dreamland. And one of the updates that I wanted to bring to our listeners was that last Sunday I interviewed author Jim Mars about his latest investigations beyond the JFK assassination into remote viewing research by the United States government. 2 days later...
Nightline.
Yes, Nightline, Associated Press, all over the place. There were stories, and the Associated Press story I thought was... especially apropos. It began for 20 years, the United States has secretly used psychics in attempts to hunt down Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi, to find plutonium in North Korea, and to help drug enforcement agencies, unquote. This statement was confirmed by the Central Intelligence Agency, which said the remote viewing research was codenamed Stargate, which is an interesting code name to begin with.
It sure is.
And that as recently as July 1995, this summer, at least 3 remote viewers continued to work out of Fort Meade, Maryland, which is usually associated with the location of the National Security Agency and the Defense Intelligence Agency. According to university professors Ray Hyman, a psychologist at the University of Oregon, and Jessica Utz, a statistician at the University of California in Davis, the remote viewing study reported mixed success with an accuracy rate of about 15%. Both researchers agreed that the remote viewers were not reliable enough to be used alone, but might be helpful in combination with other intelligence gathering operations. Professor Jessica Utz said the statistical results were promising enough that research should continue. She said, quote, "I would like to see funding in the open science world. I think that we are at the point that something needs to be explained." And I think this is one of the things we've all been hoping is that the broader general academic world would begin to focus attention on areas that some of us know have some kind of a reality here, but up until these recent times, the general university population has tended to ignore what we would call some of the more psychic or phenomena of the unseen.
I know. Linda, do you think it's getting any easier out there? I'll tell you this, as a talk show host, dealing with this kind of stuff all the time, and I do on this show and my regular show, I take a lot of hits. There are a lot of less than open-minded people out there who like to come after me because I investigate this sort of thing. Now, obviously, when it begins to break into the Nightline, when we begin to get prophecy fulfillment, when we begin to get films like the one of the Socorro question mark dissection, that sort of thing.
No one has proved to be false yet, and even Time and Newsweek acknowledge that.
I heard a report from somebody who called up again, taking a shot at me the other night on some other show, and it said, that was what's called a blood knife. That it was a knife that produces blood, he said, and so Art Bell's full of baloney.
Oh, that's not what medical people say, watching that.
I know.
So, all of us who are trying to deal in this, we'll call it the areas that are not accepted in the general social paradigm, we all are like fish swimming upstream to a certain extent. But consider that around the world, eyewitness reports have been going on for decades, maybe even centuries. And right now, the very past 2 weeks, there are more triangles in the skies acting extremely oddly, defying what we would consider to be terrestrial physics. Peter Davenport at the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, he called me and he told me that since November 17th, he has received several reports from Greensboro, North Carolina, all the way to Allentown, Pennsylvania, about huge, silent, lighted triangles. One of the eyewitnesses, Kathy Schreck from Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, about an hour from where I am right now, told me that she pulled her car over to the side of the road around 10:15 p.m. Friday, November 17th, because she wanted to get a better look at a strange light in the sky that was only about 50 feet above her car. She could see what looked like solid gray-black metal in the shape of a huge triangle hovering completely silently without any motion at all. She estimated that there were 25 or 30 round white lights, she said, like car headlights on the bottom. She watched for 5 to 10 minutes, not wanting to take her eyes off the triangle, and then it suddenly took off and became a pinpoint of light in the distance. She was so unnerved by the experience that she called the local airport and was referred to the Seattle UFO Reporting Center. Peter Davenport there is trying to gather as many reports as possible, check them with airports and experts, and correlate sighting data. And for those listening, I'll just give the 24-hour hotline number in Seattle because it is a good place to network in terms of reports for correlation, and that is area code 206-888-8255. 722-3000. The 24-hour hotline number in Seattle is area code 206-722-3000. Now, strange lights have also been reported in Puerto Rico, along with a continuing rash of strange animal deaths that have local authorities now very concerned. Less than 1 week ago, on Tuesday, November 28th, a cow was found dying on the farm of a Puerto Rico district senator near Agua Buenos, about 45 minutes southwest of San Juan. The mayor of Agua Buenos called El Vocero newspaper photographer Eddie Diaz Conde to go and take photographs. Eddie has been photographing these unusual animal deaths for the past 2 months throughout the island, and he talked to me today about the Agua Buenos and other cases and described the unknown creature called chupacabras, or the goat sucker, that residents in Puerto Rico have been reporting and even school children have been drawing. And here is Eddie Diaz.
And the mayor called me and says, Eddie, I need to see you because I have a cow that's still alive and has 2 holes where this creature has bitten and sucked out half of the blood of this big huge cow. We're talking about a cow that is pregnant. She had a calf, and it was still alive when I got there around 11:30 at midnight. When I got there, she was still alive, and the cow had 2 holes for at least an inch and an inch and a half, 2 inches of separation, and they looked like they were ice pick punch, and it was completely clean.
This was on the side of the cow's neck?
That is correct.
Were any other parts of the tissue, the ears, the eyes, jaw, tongue?
They were not attacked, no way.
Nothing?
It was no other way. The only thing that we had on the cow, that she was in pain. She was actually crying out that in pain, and I opened up her eyes. Her eyes were completely almost vanished. They were completely back.
What did the senator who owned this cow, what did he say?
He didn't really actually want us to investigate more with details. But what happened is that the mayor of that town of Aguas Buenas, he actually wanted to make a big investigation. He wanted the Senate to start putting pressure that the government should start investigating more details of all these kinds of animals that have been attacked.
If I understand correctly, it has affected cats, goats, sheep, cattle, horses, chickens. Is this mark, these 2 puncture holes in the side of the neck, has that been reported in every case?
Everything that has been reported to the police, it's been exactly the same way. Everybody's been attacked the same way. They've been attacked by sort of an animal that nobody knows. That's the only thing that we have up to now.
Is that some people are reporting this strange creature with the spines running from the head down the back and with these large red eyes. And
okay. Looking at a bullfrog, the way the back of a bullfrog with the stuff like that.
Right.
This is the kind of creature we're talking about that people have seen. They describe this kind of material that this animal is sort of made out of.
It reminds them of a frog.
It could be a giant frog, a flying giant frog with sort of mixed with maybe monkey or something. It's got to be something that was created. It could be in a laboratory or something. It's something that very strange. And everybody describes the same kind of lumpy type, big claws, big eyes. We had just 2 weeks ago, we had a whole hen house that lost 79 chickens and one shot deal one night. They lost the whole 79 chickens.
Did the chickens have the same holes?
Yes, they did have it. They did have them in between their wings. They had them in between their wings. The thing is that we can't understand that it's very strange that this animal attacks different kinds of animals by bunch, and it's all at one time. They collapsed 80 or maybe, they collapsed 79 chickens all at one time. They attacked it. They sucked their blood out and they killed them. And nobody knows how that, because to catch one chicken, it's very hard. To kill one, and it's very hard. To kill 5 or 6 at the same time, it's very hard. But, 79 chickens at one time, it's very difficult. And this is why we are still investigating where all these kinds of different people, different part of the island are calling us and letting us know that last night they killed their cow, they killed their horse, they killed 4 rabbits the other night. Last night they had out in Carolina, somebody killed 2 rabbits. The other night they killed 4 chickens.
And they all have these puncture holes.
Yes, they did. And they were all domestic animals, and they were in their cages. They were not out in the street or nothing like that. Some of them out on the street, but they were cycle fence maybe around it. It was very strange. How could somebody just jump over the fence without touching the fence, just jump over, killed all these animals, and different part of the island?
And Art Eddie D says that the number of animals killed in the last 2 months is estimated now to be several hundred. And it's reminding me and others there in the media world of the famous vampire of Mocha, which terrorized Puerto Rico in the 1970s.
Linda, we are woefully short on time here, but I was going to say the same word, vampire. 2 marks and blood gone sounds vampirish to me.
Well, what's interesting is, just very briefly, these aren't the classic mutilations that I usually would report about, but this is happening in Puerto Rico at the same time that classic animal mutilations are being reported right around us in southern Oklahoma, Missouri, southern Colorado, Susanville, California, Northern Ireland, Saskatchewan, Canada. There seems to be a rash of them right now.
Right. All right. We've got to scoot, so give us your info quick.
Okay, thanks. I would like to give my fax number is area code 215-491-9842. My address is Linda Howe at Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. And the toll-free number for information about my books and documentaries is 800-707-9993. Again, that's 800-707-9993. And on that toll-free number, people can leave phone numbers for me to call back also if they do have something to report.
Linda, I've got to scoot. Thanks a million.
And thank you, Art.
Take care. That, of course, is Linda Howe. And in a moment, Moira Timms. Copies of Moira Timms' book. What does the future hold for us as we approach the new century? Are we on the brink of enlightenment or the eve of destruction? Prophets from Nostradamus to Edgar Cayce have made dramatic predictions about the period leading up to the year 2012. Predictions ranging from a cataclysmic shifting of the Earth's poles to the dawning of a new order of the ages. Many have seen the current decade as a time for purification, a healing crisis that will either lead to an entirely new phase of evolution or our annihilation. The outcome, uncertain. This timely and important book synthesizes the major world prophecies, including those of the Hopi, the Mayans, Babylonians, the Bible, Nostradamus, Edgar Cayce, and the Great Pyramid, into a compelling, unified theory with an inescapable message. The choices we collectively make today create our tomorrow. Positive changes in the mass consciousness and constructive actions can modify our planetary karma and avert catastrophe. Corroborated throughout scientific, seismological, and environmental documentation beyond prophecies and predictions, issues an urgent call to action that we cannot afford to ignore. So, a very important and timely interview coming up. Moira Timms, M.S., is the author of the best-selling Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Random House book, by the way, Prophecies and Predictions, and the 6 o'clock bus. Find out about that. She is a researcher and an archaic futurist, that's interesting, specializing in the beginnings and endings of historical cycles. Her work blends Egyptian mysteries, prophecy, mythology, and science. As we approach the turn of the century, Moira's ability to synthesize diverse aspects into the big picture is a gift to empower your highest purpose. And here from Eugene, Oregon, she is. Hi, Moira.
Hello, Art.
How are you?
Well, I'm fine. I was sorry to hear that news about the earthquake. That's really very startling.
Well, the 8.0 was startling. If the report of the 8.2 should be true, that's really startling.
Was this were both of these events on CNN?
Well, the facts, yes. To answer your first question, the first event I personally saw on CNN, the 8.0 earthquake. The second facts arrived literally 5 minutes ago, and I have no way of confirming it.
Yes, because sometimes there's different earthquake centers all over the world that do monitor these things on the Richter scale, and so many times the same event will get reported from various sources, but with a slightly different Richter number. It
is true, and we can hope that might be true in this case, Moira, because what would it generally mean? I know you're not a seismologist, but to have an 8.0 earthquake, which is very unusual to begin with, followed within hours, literally, by an 8.2, if that were true, what would that say?
It would say things are getting very intense around the Ring of Fire. The information that I received from the National Earthquake Information Service in Golden, Colorado, is that what is normal in any given year, Art, is that on an average there's one great quake, and that means 8.0 plus, you know?
Right.
There would be 18 major quakes, which would be between 7 and 7.9. And so you see there's a very fine line between having a bunch of major ones at 7.9 and a great one at 8. It's only 1 point difference. Anyway, you can have 120 strong ones, 6.5 plus, and then about a total on the average of earthquakes altogether. And so the Ring of Fire is the most seismically active area in the whole world, and certainly around Japan. When you look at the deep ocean trenches on some of the Navy maps, I'm looking at one right now.
Yes.
You see that there's just a labyrinth underneath the ocean depths of trenches and core spreading, tectonic plate ruptures, all of this kind of thing, and it's like a freeway map. So I'm looking at this particular trench here. It's the Kurill Trench. It's a very straight area that goes across the northwest from just above Japan, where Hokkaido is the northern part of the island chain there.
Yes, of course,
to the Kamchatka Peninsula, and then it goes across to Alaska. So this is just slightly northwest of the major area where Edgar Casey said would be the most turmoil, and to watch that area for changes. It's all part of the scheme of things, and we can't say we're surprised, really, although, you know, the idea of loss of life is always upsetting.
Well, it is. Fortunately, of course, this is an area where there is not a lot of life to begin with. The problem is that it may be, as one of my faxers suggested, the beginning of Gordon Michael Scallion's predicted 4-quake scenario in the 8-point range. Now, I understand before the announcement of the quake today and earlier today, you spoke with Gordon Michael Scallion?
I spoke to him 2 days ago.
2 days ago?
Yes. He didn't mention anything about earthquakes.
Oh, he did not?
No.
Is there anything he did mention that would be relevant that you'd like to pass along?
Well, I was going to mention it later in the show when it kind of came up organically.
Okay.
Because he's talking about something quite different as far as the major focus for next year. So I'll just leave that for later on.
All right.
It's not quite related to this.
All right. Anyway, your work has been pretty wide-ranging, hasn't it? In other words, you've looked at almost all prophecy you've been able to look at. And have you found a commonality between the prophets, between what science you've looked at, the Hopi, the Mayan prophecy, the Babylonian? all of them, is there any commonality?
Oh, yes. Really, the thing that is most amazing, and I guess it's not really news right now, but it was news when it was discovered, was that it didn't matter what prophecy had been issued when and where and to whom. Basically, the major prophecies were saying the same things. They were just different historical times, different cultural contexts, you know. And so the prophecies that I examined are not necessarily the predictions that somebody's aunt in Boise, Idaho would make, you know, that kind of thing.
Yes.
But more like the authentic traditional prophecies from important world cultures that have had these, you know, guidelines since the year dot. And so when I hear an individual making a prediction, I don't pay as much attention as something that is consistent with what the ancient people said. So in talking of the similarities, I think it would be concise to say that all of them said there would come a time and there'd be an event that would kick off a whole prophecy cycle. And after that, there would be a number of things that would happen, the kind of things we're seeing happen in the world right now. And then there would be a culmination of this cycle, and after that, there would be a big event, and they didn't spell out exactly what that was, but there were, you know, allusions to what it might be in New World Age, the end of the world, you know, this kind of thing.
Yes.
So when you look at the historical record, for instance, I could share with you that the Hopi, they had said there would come a time in the future when a gourd of ashes would be dropped from the sky, and it would burn everything, and it would kill the fish in the ocean, and nothing would live or grow in the area where it fell. So when they saw the atomic bomb being dropped at the beginning of the end of the war, they thought, uh-oh, and this seemed very significant to them. Well, in the Bible, 2,000 years ago, Jesus was on the Mount of Olives with his disciples, and they were saying, gosh, you know, and he was telling them about the things that were to come, but it never sounded like cheerful stuff, you see. So they said, well, what would be some of the signs of your return and all of these things coming to pass? And so what Jesus is recorded saying in the Gospels is, when the powers of heaven are shaken, etc., that will be the sign of these things about to occur. So if you look, I mean, the deeper you can look into these things and examine what seems to be obvious, the deeper you can penetrate the real mystery of it, you know. Mm-hmm. So when you look at the translation from the Greek, the powers of heaven is Uranus in Greek. But that's the same root word as uranium, as Uranus, the planet. You could equally well translate it as when the powers of uranium are shaken, you see.
Which would point toward some sort of nuclear...
So that could be the atomic bomb, you know,
yes.
an old prototype, you know, that kind of thing. And in fact, even when the atomic bomb was dropped, the code name was Baby Jesus, or Little Boy. There's variations as to what it was actually called.
It was Little Boy and Fat Man.
Mm-hmm. And so anyway, the other thing that I'm thinking of that is similar is in the Great Pyramid. Now, there's a little bit of misunderstanding about the Great Pyramid. You do not see prophecies inscribed in there, but there's a chronological timeline that's been gone over with a fine-tooth comb by all kinds of researchers and people, and so it's beyond a doubt that there is this timeline. And so when you get up into the uppermost chamber, it's been progressing like a month, an inch for a month, and then it changes at a certain point. Anyway, the midpoint of the king's chamber translates out to the date of 1945, when the first atomic testing was done. Mm-hmm. And so after that, you know, when you come up against the wall, it's 1953. And so there is a sense that by 1953, the planetary karma had been set by that time. A lot of the Mayan calendric things cite 1983 as a key year in the world history.
When you say set, do you mean that whatever, in other words, whatever we're going to go on to, we are going to go on to? There is no turning back. The direction at that point is clear. Is that what you mean?
Well, it's like the course has been set.
Yeah, so
and so obviously there is existential value in struggle, as Jean-Paul Sartre said. You do what you have to do, regardless.
Well, of course, but the back of your book, Moira, seems to suggest that mankind can still avert with the proper kind of karmic transmission what is to come. And you are now suggesting that may not be the case.
No, I could expound on that a little more. I would just say that there are certain things that are cyclical, and they're in the scheme of things, and the intensity really depends on how well we deal with the crisis. So I think that when I speak about 1953 as like a certain karma being set, I think there's no chance to avert the whole thing at that point. But actions and expectations certainly influence outcomes. So anything we do between that, anything we have done since that point, and what we continue to do between now and, say, the year 2000 or 2012, when this cycle is predicted to end, that will lessen or aggravate, the final outcome.
I see. All right. Hold on a moment, Moira. We'll be right back to you. I don't know. To me, the line I've used again and again is mankind's little red light has come on, the one that says point of no return. In a moment, more of Moira Timms. Now back to Moira Timms. Moira, we have a very bad phone connection for some reason. Your audio is very muffled and a little difficult to understand. I don't know why that is.
Oh, dear, and I'm really talking loud so that I feel like I'm sort of not being...
Yeah, we'll sort of bear with it for now. Hopefully, it'll be okay. At any rate, Moira, to continue, I have said this. I've looked at mankind sociologically because I do the news. I see the news every day. I've got to study the news for what I do. And I have seen a steady, not just a decline, Moira, but an acceleration of decline in social behavior, in our economic world, in our political world. We're about to send 35,000 U.S. troops over to what I consider to be hell. And it's what I have to, as a general observer, I've called it the quickening. Events appear to be accelerating.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely, Art, absolutely. What logic follows emotion, and like when you're feeling down or you happen to read the newspaper or the commercial journals, there's any amount of evidence why we're all going to hell, you see, why it's all so terrible. And this is true. This is real stuff. There's no questioning about that. On the other hand, when you're feeling wonderful and you might not read these sources, or you just appreciate the wonderfulness of the day, or you hear other things that are quite uplifting and inspiring on an entirely different level, then you say, well, there is hope, there is light at the end of the tunnel. And so what I'm feeling from all of this is either viewpoint can be justified. It is a fact, however, that because we rely on the news and the newspapers and commercial print media for our information, that news is by definition negative, catastrophic stuff. So you're never going to find how things are improving by reading those sources. You will simply reinforce your fears and your despair.
It's true.
And you don't want to have your head in the ground, but you need to be realistic, so you do have to check and see what's happening in the world. But I think what I'm suggesting is that really it's wonderful and terrible all at the same time. And a lot of it is where we put our attention. I mean, here in the United States, everybody has their problems, but we don't have the problems that they have in Bosnia or many other parts of other third world countries. So everything is sort of relative, and I think personal action is required so that, the good of one becomes the good of all.
Well, personal action on what level?
Excuse me?
Personal action, Moira, on what level? In other words, would you say...
any level that draws your interest and your passion, I would think. In the back of my book, for instance, I have a section, I'm calling it the 12-step program to personal and planetary health, and I'm listing areas where people can plug in and make a difference. I think that individuals tend to feel disempowered, you see. They say, well, what can I do? I'm just an individual. These huge forces are in motion. The government's, not serving us the way it should. All of this and all this conspiracy stuff.
All right, Moira.
So you feel hopeless.
You do. Moira, Moira, hold on a moment. We're at the top of the hour. Relax. We'll be back to you, all right? Moira Timms is my guest from an area near Dreamland. This is Dreamland.
continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. My guest is Moira Timms. She has written a book called Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Everyone's Guide to the Coming Changes, indicating there will be changes. And I've got some updates for you. Art, this is from Rick in Reno. And by the way, everybody, you can stop sending me USGS reports. I've got about a million of them, confirming there have been, in the last 2 days, a total of 15 quakes in the Curio Islands. And that's, I said 15, culminating in an 8.0 earthquake, but with earthquakes in the chain, but it is a 7.2, not 8.2. So there you have it. A total of 16 earthquakes. 7.2 would be the largest quake since the 8.0 quake. Also, I would like to read to you a fax that I got from Stan Dale, and I know a lot of you follow Stan very closely. Artichoke, his little pet name for me. I am hesitant to announce the following. I feel I must, though, in the light of the unofficial reports of magnetic field anomalies in California 2 days ago. The official report, which I sent you, says no anomalies occurred, yet I continue to get pilots' reports, etc., saying it did occur. For 4 days, I've been watching 3 tremendous thermal changes grow in size off the coasts of Nicaragua, the Guatemala-Mexican border, and Baja California, up to San Francisco. I have not posted these on my webpage, as I'm not sure yet what to say. Florida, the Bahamas, Chile, Argentina, North Australia, Southern Coast Australia, Adelaide, North Island, New Zealand, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Japan, and Kamchatka Peninsula should all be on alert for action as well. Still trying to assess the changes here. Storms may be confusing the mantle's thermal effects along the east coast of the U.S. So there you are. He said, I'm not sure of this call, but I think we've got a problem brewing. Regards, Stan Dale. In a moment, back to Moira Timms. Be back now to Moira Timms. Are you there?
Yes, Art.
Good. Do you feel up to taking some phone calls?
Oh, you bet, you bet. I just wanted to say that why are you making such a big deal out of the earthquakes? Why are you giving all this minute detail about it? I mean, what do you want to accomplish with that?
I'm not in the position of accomplishing anything, simply presenting the news.
Well, you see, they're going on all over the place all the time, and if it's not an earthquake, it's something else. And so this is grist for the mill, and if you stop and watch every car that goes by, you miss the big picture. You know what I'm saying?
You were telling me earlier, before the show, I think, how many 8.0 earthquakes we have on average per year?
That's right.
How many is that?
Just one on average.
Just one?
Yeah.
Okay.
However, what I really want to emphasize is, you see, this is the state of the news as it has become. People go, oh, wow, when they hear this, it just agitates them, but there's nothing they can do about it.
No, that's true.
Proposed.
In fact, if California, Moira, if California falls in the ocean, there's nothing people can do about it.
Well, you see, the big picture is that is part of the overall scenario, because what we're coming into with the end of the prophecy cycle is like big time earth changes all over the place, you see. So
I do.
I just feel that by focusing unduly on every single anomalous thing, it just puts people deep into despair, you know. So it's not that they wouldn't want to know about it, but that is the hard news. It gets in your face and it gets your attention. So I'm presenting soft news here, which is to say chaos will increase, disorder and crime in the streets will increase. It's the nature of the times, and this is the nature of the challenge. We're coming down the birth canal, as it were.
Yes.
At the end of this cycle, at the end of a cycle is always the beginning of another one. So it never was comfortable coming down the birth canal. It was just like total chaos, total fright, but it was the beginning of something wonderful and new. And so this is sort of what's going on right now. So the point I want to make before you open it to callers, Art, is that at such a time when intellectual considerations and technology is not going to help us out of these situations, what occurs, according to people like Carl Jung, the psychologist, or Teilhard de Chardin, the Christian philosopher, something happens to the group mind. Archetypes of wholeness emerge from the collective unconsciousness, and you don't have to understand what they mean or even know one when you see one for it to affect the way you think and feel. But what these images are that come out of the mind are sort of unconscious. And primarily, I would just point to what happened when we got into space in 1969. There we were, out there. We were looking back at Mother, the planet Earth, our home in the middle of space. And suddenly, you know, you've heard this said before, there were no boundaries. There was no latitude and longitude and geographic boundaries. It was just our planet where we all live. And so that the sphere is the archetypal symbol of the complete whole self. You know, that is a symbol of the center. And the center is the organizing principle, the creative generator of everything that's to do with life and happiness and perfection. So when we have such images, and the world tree is another one, you know, the world tree has its roots in the ground and the branches in the heavens. It links heaven and earth and what you see with what you don't see. That kind of thing. These affect the way we think, and we're creeping into people's dreams right now. They're showing up in art. There are people all over the planet that are not reported in the news doing ceremony to bring these symbols forth and just etch them into the collective consciousness so they can act as mobilizing forces for the way we think and the way we do things. So I just wanted to say this is what's happening right now as things get more and more intense and as the quickening gets quicker. So there's no place to stand, and that's the nature of chaos. And people really don't have a sense of where they're going. You know, you look at all the urban sprawl, you look at the cancer cellar, the cancer cell. It's all the same thing. You see, it's growth without restriction. There's no pattern of meaning. And so
Moira?
This is our problem, but there's a way through it.
All right.
I'm just saying there's a way through.
All right. Moira, I think you're selling some people short. I think you're underestimating their ability to assimilate information without panicking or quickening the quickening, but simply observing it. I am able to observe it, for example, without tearing my hair out. I simply watch the news, whether it's social, economic, political. I watch all of these arenas every single day. It's my job. And I nevertheless manage to stay centered. So in a way, it kind of sells people short a little bit to suggest because they hear factual news about an 8-point earthquake, they're going to go off the deep end. I don't think so.
Well, I really am not implying that so much as just saying that this is what takes up space as the news. The real good news is probably less tangible, and so it doesn't get reported, and so...
That's true.
So that's really more my focus.
I see.
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't mean to smack your fingers.
Oh, you didn't. No, you didn't. I simply wanted you to understand that many people out there are able to assimilate this information as it comes in and note what it means without adding to it because of a state of panic. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Okay, good. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi. Hello?
Hello.
Are you there? Guess not. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi. Well, what am I doing wrong here? Is there anybody there? No, I guess, Moira, I may be doing something wrong here. Let me try one more here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Oh, good. I've got it. Yes, sir.
Greetings from a fellow ham radio operator.
Indeed.
Yes, my comment?
Yes, sir.
No offense to your guest, but I've never heard so much doublespeak in my whole life. I'm a Christian, and I can tell you that the Bible is true because it is a supernatural book to the believer.
Well, I didn't hear her say it wasn't true.
No, but...
all right, let's hold it a minute. Hold it a minute.
Sure.
Slow down. Take a breath. What is it specifically that she said that you take issue with?
Well, I think what she's saying is it's a mixture of what Jesus has said in the Bible, in the New Testament, but it's wrapped, it's kind of like the movie said, it's wrapped in an enigma. I mean, what she's saying is nothing that anyone can get their hands on. Jesus foretold in the Bible that we would have earthquakes, we would have beginning of birth pangs, but that there would be hope at the end of all that.
I think she said that.
Well,
at least
no offense, I didn't pick up on it, and I'm sure she's a wonderful person. I just can't, that to me it's a lot of doublespeak, and as a Christian, I don't really think that's something someone can get a handle on. You can read what she's talking about in the New Testament.
May I just address the caller?
Yes.
I felt a little bit of pressure because of the commercials, and we've had trouble with my phone, so I'm having to speak extra loud, and sometimes things get said that need to be gone into in more depth, so the full picture doesn't really come out. But in my book, I do devote an entire chapter to the Bible. I talk about the prophets, I quote the prophets, I quote Jesus, and I put it in a very positive light. So I think if you would browse through a copy in a bookstore, you would see that I do set the record straight for Jesus, okay?
Well, do you feel that Jesus was a prophet, or was he the Son of God, incarnate?
Fair question.
Definitely the Son of God, no question.
Then if he was the Son of God, God is perfect, and God cannot be an error. So therefore, whatever God says is true and perfect.
Well, did I say it wasn't?
No, but I'm wondering why you're trying to maybe mix it up. It's like a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Compare it? Well, just because some people want to hear all science, that's what's real to them. Some people are only Christian, and they only want to hear Christian information. So what I've done is put the whole enchilada together so that we can emphasize our similarities, because what is said in the Bible is said by other world traditions, and I think Christians would benefit to know that, although it isn't, that there's no difference, there's no separation, it's only in the perception.
Now that comment I don't understand. May I ask a question? I do not understand what you just said.
My perception is that Christians only want Jesus to say what is so. If somebody else says the same thing as Jesus, they take argument with it. And I am saying there's one truth, and Jesus spoke it, but other people spoke it too in its essential elements. And so I don't believe that we have to be exclusive.
So that you're saying that other people can be prophets?
Yes.
Okay, then would you agree that the test of a true prophet is 100% accuracy?
No.
Then you would contradict what the Bible says. Because the Jewish nation was instructed to stone to death anyone that made a prophecy that did not come to true.
Well, I take issue with a wrathful God who does some of the things the Bible reports. And what I'm saying is that...
Well, then to be honest, Moira, you then take issue with many Christians, don't you?
I do, yes.
Okay, caller...
Not with Jesus, with Christian interpretation, and we could never stop this conversation. It would go on forever.
Yes, it would. That's true. All right, Moira and the caller, thank you very much, caller. Moira, hold on. We'll be right back to you. That was clarifying.
If you feel the desire to control your own work hours, your work environment, be your own boss, choose your own work companions, then maybe
once before the top of the hour to Moira at Tim's. Moira, I think that you and I look at the same things and see them perhaps somewhat differently. That's what we've got going on here. I look at the earthquakes. I look at the news, because I must every single day. And I go by my feelings, my instinctual, we talked about that a little while ago, almost animal-like feelings. And I can't even tell you what it is. I wouldn't even try to put it into words except to say it's the feeling that something is coming.
Yes.
I don't overly worry about it, but I feel it, I note it, and and that's about as far as I go with it. Otherwise,
well, you know what, Art? I work in part-time in a metaphysical bookshop, and so I do get a lot of frightened people in that want solace, want answers, and
sure.
I see how sometimes a news item can be like a match to paper with certain people, and so I'm really aware of that. But I watch the science, too, and I try and ground my information. I just was choosing to speak about the other end of the spectrum right now. Could I just say something like a PS to what the last caller brought up?
Absolutely.
I would like to say that the way I view prophecy is it's a gift. It's giving us a sneak preview of something that's in the works. And so the purpose of prophecy is to warn us so that if we take notice of it, we have free will, and we can take certain constructive action to avert the outcome if it's a negative prophecy. So in that sense, if a negative prophecy is fulfilled, you could say that's the one that failed because we didn't take enough action in the right way to avert whatever the negative outcome was. So I feel a lot of that is what we're dealing with here. It's just we do the best we can, given the information that we have from the people in the past who could clearly see the nature of these cycles that repeated. And we all know, because at this point we're feeling it as well, something is coming online that's incredibly exciting and challenging. It's scary at the same time. And so keeping our balance is really what we need to do to see this thing through. And that means taking note of the scientific and the facts in the real world. The earth changes, but also not avoiding spiritual realities or psychological insights that kind of take us into another way of dealing with the same issues. That's it.
Okay. Moira, do you remember, I've said this to a lot of my guests lately, and really we're so close to the top of the hour that I'll hold it and we'll do it after the top of the hour. I don't want to get into it because there will not be time for you to respond.
Okay.
But we'll come back after the top of the hour and we'll explore our differences. Stay right there. Moira Timms is my guest. Her book is Beyond Prophecies and Predictions. And it explores prophecy, prediction, the Bible, kind of meshes it all together, and you'll get more of her take on that and a bit of what I've got to say after the news coming up next. You're listening to the CBC radio network from an area near Dreamland in the high desert. This is Dreamland.
The G. Gordon Liddy Show, only on Talk 102.
The bust is especially embarrassing for Mrs. Gore, a mental health expert who promoted family values, including a crusade to rape obscene rock lyrics, and she's written a book about raising R-rated children in an X-rated society. Well, here is the tip-off as to what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Because
my view now of where this change is headed, or what this change is about, or where I feel we are in this change, and I can put it very simply, and I can live with it very easily and have for quite some time now. There was once a movie, it is my favorite analogy, called The High and Mighty. It was a good movie. Moira may be old enough to remember The High and Mighty, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. It involved a reciprocal engine aircraft, motors, not jets, back in the days when we flew the Pacific Ocean from here to Japan or here to wherever. And about halfway across the Atlantic Ocean, the reciprocal engine aircraft of that day could only carry enough aviation gas, so that they could go from point A to point B across the whole Pacific. Well, somewhere out across the mid-Pacific at some point, about the halfway point, a little red light would come on in the cockpit, and under it would be a label that says point of no return. Now, that simply means that you now have only enough gasoline to go on to your destination. Should anything go wrong, you do not have enough gasoline to turn around and go back to the point you took off from. Now, that analogy in mind, it is my view, looking at the world, listening to the news, and observing the earth changes that continue and quicken, that mankind's little red light came on some time ago. Now, I can't tell you what's at the destination. I have no idea where we're going, in other words. I simply have felt for some time that little red light has been on. So we're on the way. Does that analogy make sense to you, Myra?
Oh, yes, it does.
That's the way I feel, and
I think that's a good analogy.
And I'm comfortable with that, centered with that, as you would say. I've got a fact for you here, and it says simply, if God is so perfect, then why is his creation so imperfect? You want to take a shot at that?
Yes, we had a thing called the fall, and that was where we ate of the tree of knowledge, and we disqualified ourselves from paradise.
We got thrown out, actually.
We fell out of the tree.
Well, I think we got thrown out.
Up to it.
we got thrown out.
Yes.
Nice.
Vanished. So what this means is we have free will, and the point of the whole exercise is to get back to the place we left and qualify for godhood. And so the fact of the world doing the things it does and the people behaving the way they do has absolutely nothing to do with God. He says, if you want to do it this way, do it and learn by your own mistakes.
It's called free will.
Free will. So we learn. There's nothing like a bit of suffering to make us modify our behavior, you see. It's a great learning process. We can learn through other ways, but, the pattern of human nature has been to just wait until, you're up against the wall and then do something. So it is a place of suffering, the world. It hasn't been happy, and part of what this sorting out period is about, I believe, and, what the prophecies seem to be saying, is that this is a time when, school is over. We come into the graduating point. Some people will graduate and some people won't. And we look at the native traditions, people who have lived this way for hundreds of years and haven't been civilized in the same way that Western culture has. They have a phenomenon which they call an initiation. Many of the wise people in native culture who are shamans, people of certain abilities, great healers, great visionaries,
yes,
they come to qualify for this by tremendous suffering. And it's like there's always this story that is the same. It's like a brush with death, maybe an after-death experience where you actually were dead and returned. There are these people that have been revived. Something that's so bad it tears you apart. And all the mythology has this model of being torn apart, falling apart, being dismembered, and then something miraculous happens and all the parts come back together again and reconstellate at a higher level. And so at this higher level, you've got an evolutionary anomaly, a person who is gifted psychically, is a healer, and moves in a way to benefit all of humanity with whom he or she comes in contact. So I feel, in a sense, this is what the world is coming to. I was talking earlier of, the original paradise, that was the perfect time. And so in all the mythology and all these stories, we hear about the beginning when it was perfect and the ending when it wasn't. So as time wears on, things become more and more chaotic. We get further away from our state of wholeness until we fall apart so badly and the chaos is so distracting to us that the only thing we can do is to wait for some internal process to happen in the deep psyche. And this is where these archetypes of wholeness begin to emerge. It's part of an evolutionary process, so that some people will not make it, some people will. The good news is that it's the beginning of a new birth, a new phase of human evolution. So this isn't arrived at without this sorting out period, without this purification, and that's the nature of the suffering. So in the big plan, God has provided a way for us to get it right, ultimately.
All right, let's go back to the phone and see what they say. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Maura Timms. Hi. Hello there. Now, somehow they're not hearing me. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Maura Timms. Hi.
Hello, Art, and greetings to your guest. Listen, I'm going to ask you just a generic question. If you were to be an alien force coming here, would you look at man as a mistake? I know I've asked it before, but I kind of want you to expound on it with your current guest.
All right, sure.
Good night, Art.
Good night. You want to answer that, Maura?
Well, would I be a gray, or would I be one of the others?
I don't care. You be any color you want.
I might look at humanity as a parasite.
A parasite?
Yeah, a plague upon the earth.
A plague on the earth?
Or I might see them, I'm just sort of, I would see that we're gearing up for something that is important to us, and we're about to have a collective experience that will improve our situation.
Gee, you scared me for a moment. I thought I heard your positive karma slipping.
What did I say?
You said that the gray or the any colored alien might look at us as a plague, I think you said, or.
Well, I'm not the only one to have said that, because we have destroyed the biosphere pretty much, and we've depleted the resources, and we kill each other. There's a better way to do a planet.
You talk of pole reversals. I'm beginning to feel as though we have role reversals here. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hello.
Yes, I have a comment to make to the gentleman who called in trying to say that all the prophecies that have... that Jesus talked about, that he was saying that this woman, what she's saying, it doesn't fit. Well,
he was taking the typical Christian view, sir, that there is no prophet walking the earth unless there is a 100% a correct prophet, which of course would have been Jesus, and therefore there can be no prophets on earth now other than false prophets.
Yeah. Well, I have to differ with him because, first of all the prophecies concerning the end of the world, they pertain to the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 A.D., thus being fulfilled almost, 2,000 years ago. I'd have to agree more with your host that we're going into a new time period, or as you would say yourself, into this quickening where we're evolving into a higher being. But not to insult that man, but I just think it'd probably be a little bit better if most fundamental Christians would just do a little more research and studying, and they'd probably find some of this stuff to be true.
Okay, thank you very much.
I could add a little something to that. Thank you, caller.
Sure.
I would just add, it is very clear that what was being prophesied, because they said it would happen within the lifetime of the disciples, was the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 A.D. But because this is an archetypal prophecy, it is good for all time, for all people. And it repeats itself in different ways. So it wouldn't invalidate it in any way, the fact that something that was a fulfillment of that prophecy happened in 70 A.D. The same prophecy is still valid now, just on a larger scale, you see?
Okay. Moira, what is your view, your personal take on Gordon Michael Sky?
I think Gordon is extremely sincere. I believe he really does his homework. He's very honest about his track record and how he arrived at his visions. He has batteries of people working for him to ground the information with the scientific record. Like he had a vision about crust slippage somewhere or tectonic upheaval.
Oh, yes.
What is the geological record saying? So I feel he's about as responsible as you can get.
As responsible as you can get.
Yes.
When he says something like, watch Etna and watch Vesuvius, and if you see either one of them heating up, that will be the beginning of the severe cycle of the major earth changes that are coming. Have you heard him say that?
I haven't heard him say that.
Oh, well, he said that.
I don't know everything he said, but I know Edgar Casey also did say that, and I can tell you what that is based on.
Oh, I was just wondering if you would ask Gordon Michael or Edgar Casey, were he alive, why they would give out this information.
Well, because the point on the planet that is exactly opposite turns out to be the Fiji Basin in the Southwest Pacific, you see.
Oh, yes,
and,
I do.
Remembering some of the conversation with Richard Hoagland, he was talking about, I'm paraphrasing in layperson's language here.
That's fine.
The way I understood it was like at 19.5 degrees above or below the equator is where interdimensional stuff comes into the system of a revolving sphere or goes up. So what the place that is opposite Etna, being the Fiji Basin, is 19.5 degrees. That is the largest subduction zone in the Southwest Pacific.
Indeed.
One plate folds under another. So 19.5 above the equator is the Hawaiian Islands, where the biggest outpouring of volcanic
stuff
comes out.
Yes.
So apparently there are internal dynamics with the rotation of the planet. So Etna is simply the point opposite the major subduction zone.
No question about it. No, my question went more to, would you inquire of them why they would dispense this information? To what end?
Well, that is an echo of what I asked you earlier.
I meant to echo it.
Because out of all the events that are occurring, there's some that are just general and random, but there's some that are pivotal and key. Mm-hmm. And so the idea of Etna and the Caspian Sea and the Southwest Pacific are key events. And I do have some extra information along those lines. Just before we went on the air, I was telling you that Jeffrey Goodman had written a book called We Are the Earthquake Generation. And he had given a sequence of key pivotal events based on a consensus of psychics. And I found these notes now. So he was saying if there should be, I guess he's talking earthquakes, beginning in India, there would be a sequence that would be key. So that would be something to look out for. An earthquake beginning in India, going to Japan, I guess next showing up in Italy, in the Vesuvius area, then Mount Pelly, which is near Martinique, and then the West Coast.
Well, I'm sure you're aware of the new activity in all of the areas that we just talked about. Moira, hold on. We'll be right back. All right, we're working very hard on getting Moira Timms back on the line. Thank you very much, telephone company, for A, the lousy connection, and then B, breaking it when we least expect it. But that, too, I'm centered with and used to. It happens all the time. With a little luck, Moira Timms back on Dreamland in just a moment. Stay right there. Moira Timms, her book Beyond Prophecies and Predictions, Everyone's Guide to the Coming Changes. And we've got her back on the line once again. Moira, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Sorry about that. Phone company has been very bad lately. I've got a fax here, Moira. Art, will you please ask Moira what her take on Hale-Bopp is, its significance and relationship within the prophecy that she has been researching? Do you know of Hale-Bopp?
I do, yes. I think it's extremely interesting that it's showing up right now and that, there's something about it that we haven't quite got a handle on. The means of pole shift has never been clearly understood, but when we look back at the historical record, it does seem like the major geological changes that came about, like the extinction of the dinosaurs and the changes of the great geological ages, like the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary and things like that, were because of comet collisions. So, many people in looking at this phenomenon of pole shift have wondered what could be the instrument that would cause it. And cometary bombardment is something that has been common to all the planets in the solar system, including ours. So all the votes aren't in yet as far as what this comet is, when it's, if it's going to come significantly close to the Earth or not. But it's definitely showing up at a time when we're thinking comets.
1.5 AU, according to the astronomers. Of course, that's all we know right now. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Hi. I'm really pleased to get through, and
where are you?
I'm in Columbia, Missouri. My name's Julia.
Hi, Julia.
To speak to my host of my favorite radio show and the author of my favorite prophecy book. And I really enjoyed this book because it's so coherent. When I read your book, you put things in a really good framework, and I even have some notes from your book here, a timeline that I made, because I've read many prophecy books in the last few years, and you really do go beyond just the sort of hit and miss approach many of them have, and you did make things very coherent, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Julia. I appreciate you letting me know.
Oh, good. And I was wondering, I had written down for the year 1995, you had written that we're in the beginning of a 6-year process transforming our relationship to the sun and magnetism. And I was just curious, Art's gotten a lot of calls lately from people about changes in the magnetic field, the feeling that it has changed. And I know that in Columbia, Missouri, as silly as it sounds, several people have noticed lately that we're at a different place on the compass than we used to be. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about that, what you meant about transforming our relationship to the sun and the relationship to magnetism, if you could elaborate on that.
All right,
some.
Julia, thank you. Moira?
I'll try and be succinct, Julia. It is a fact that the magnetic fields of the magnetic poles of the Earth have been shifting incredibly fast since the mid-50s. They've been updating the Navy isogonic maps every 5 years. The magnetic poles used to shift about 2% a year, and since 55, it's been 400% a year. So they've had a satellite up to look at this to understand the mechanism at work. But the magnetic field of the planet is generated by the spin. And so as the planet slows down, the gravitation seems to weaken also. And that diminishes the shielding around the planet so that cosmic energies like the ultraviolet from the holes in the ozone layer are more likely to penetrate the Earth. It's an interesting phenomenon. It's part of the pole shift cycle, I believe. Scientists are not clear whether the magnetic poles shift at the same time as the geographic poles. I think periodically it could be both together. But the last time, interestingly enough, the last time the magnetic poles shifted was at the time of the flood. That would have been about 10,400 BC. And so the magnetism controls the planetary grid. I could say something a little bit more about the planetary grid.
Let me ask this, Moira. Do you believe that the pole change, when it occurs, is a slow, gradual process from a mortal point of view, or is it an instantaneous process?
Well, historically, it's been an instantaneous process. And so what I'm thinking, and this is pure speculation, of course, if everybody acted appropriately for one day, whatever that means, that would create incredible change on the planet, right? I believe what we do collectively influences this kind of thing. I think there's a misunderstood connection between, human consciousness and geophysical realities. So I would suggest that if we could all do it right or improve the way we do things, then it could be a gradual process, because it is a process that needs to recur periodically. On the other hand, if we continue to screw up the way we have, it could be entirely catastrophic. And so we don't really know. But anyway, when I was talking about a change in our relationship to the sun, this was related to the fact that the sun-spotting cycle has also been irregular, and since, I think, 75, there have been more sunspots than usual. So these solar storms that periodically recur have been out of phase and more intense. And it's a scientific fact that sunspotting does affect human consciousness in various measurable ways. So this all has to do with this evolutionary shift that we're embarked upon.
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so let's see how many calls we can get in. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
How you doing? I wanted to backtrack a little bit, if I may.
You may. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My name is Stephen.
All right, Stephen.
Back, I believe it was in the last hour, you were talking about the tombs underneath the Sphinx.
Yes.
I've been very interested in that, and there was a couple of things I was wondering, and I wanted to touch on. First of all, I wanted to know if there was any way, you could tell me how I could follow that. Where would I go to get information on that as it unfolds?
Okay, the answer is simple. Listen to my program. It's all here all the time. And to repeat what Moira said, she talked with Gordon Michael Scallion about 2 days ago, and Moira, you check me if I'm wrong, but he told you that the message was that what will be revealed in Egypt over the next year will cause people to gasp.
Yes. I didn't mean to say that there were tombs underneath the Sphinx, but just canals. And but there has been a workman's village excavated in the area where there are tombs. I am taking a group of people to Egypt in March the spring equinox next year.
Oh, yes.
We're going to do some grid engineering. We're going to reenact an ancient Egyptian ceremony to bring positive energy into the planet and the grid system at the sacred sites. So this has implications for planetary healing and personal inner work, too. So we'll be exploring some of these sites.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Yes. Your guest had mentioned Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods.
Yes.
And in that he had mentioned, or actually he gave a date, I believe it was 2012.
Yes.
December, sometime in December. Well, you had an interview with Richard Hoagland, and he had said that he had gotten together with Graham Hancock and come to the conclusion that the date was inaccurate.
By about 6 years, I think.
Yeah, spring of '97, I believe.
Right.
Which is right around the time when Hale Bopp is supposed to come around.
Right again, April 1st.
Yeah. Now, your guest had mentioned, your guest had mentioned that, where was I going with this? I'm sorry.
No, that's all
Could
right.
I just suggest that the idea of 2012 was a consistent idea to all the civilizations of the ancient world. They did not have a Gregorian calendar. And so Mayan shaman that are very active right now give the year 2012 as the date. It was a consistent date for many of the ancient cultures. They all agreed on that. So I don't think it's for a Western student to invalidate that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something going on. It will be a culmination of the whole thing, and the way the prophecy goes is everything will be complete around the year 2000, and the way the Maya tell it is the additional years until 2012, they call that the beak of time. It's a sorting out period.
Well, could this comment, in fact, be the, like what the Sumerians had mentioned a long time ago, Nibiru?
Well, I think that if you'll recall, we've had recent guests that have called it the Harbinger. I had Zachariah Sitchin on, and he called it the Harbinger.
Like a precursor?
Yes,
I guess?
yes, uh-huh. You may have missed that show. Would you care to comment on that, Maura? I had Zachariah Sitchin on.
Yes, this is possible. I think it's still the outcome is still uncertain. There have been a lot of conferences in various parts of the world on cometary collisions. It's definitely something that people have been giving attention to, and they've even been trying to get a government program together to deflect any vectors that would come too close within the Earth's orbit.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it remains to be seen what the scientists have to tell us about it. But mythically, it's arriving at the right time to have some impact upon the Earth.
All right.
Whether that's psychological or physical, I couldn't say.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Yes, this is Mark from Collinsville,
Illinois. All right.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Noria, earlier you mentioned the shaking of the heavens, and I believe you said that the Greek translation of heaven was the planet Uranus.
No, I said that the word is Uranus.
Uranus.
And so that is, you know, the root for words that have to do with that.
That sounds close.
Uranus.
Have you ever considered the Sumerian translation of heaven as being the firmament, the hammer bracelet, or what we call today the asteroid belt, which lies between the orbits of Jupiter and Mars?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You need to read some of Sitchin's books.
Some of the...
And with this Hale Bopp, it's supposed to be coming between Jupiter and Mars, and so did Nibiru.
Well, it is now presently out beyond the orbit of Jupiter.
Yes, but it's supposed to come between Jupiter and Mars.
Quite correct.
On retrograde.
Yes. Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
Good night.
Good night, sir. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hello there. Oh, no, I've got the wrong line. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Hello?
Hello. Turn your radio off, sir.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, you're on the air.
Yes, I had a question for Mara.
All right, where are you?
In Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Okay. Go ahead and ask.
Yes, I had a question. I was wondering, does she believe in the six-day theory concerning a day with God is like 1,000 years? And if she does, how can she correlate that with mankind continuing to live on and die out?
All right. Do you believe that creation was as is described in the Bible, Moira?
Well, I think it's metaphorical. I mean, divine
Genesis.
celestial time is different than Gregorian time. That's or linear, chronology that we have. I think there were 6 stages of evolution. First off there was energy, then there was gas, right? And then there was plants and animals and humans. And I think we're at the point where we're going to progress from Homo sapiens to probably something that would be more like Homo Christos, a blend of human and divine, superhuman people.
Another jump in evolution.
Yes, definitely a jump in evolution.
All right, hold it right there for a moment. We'll be right back to you. Loprena is liquid aspirin. It will relieve pain of any sort that you've got. Now, obviously, if you've got a headache, you're not going to spray it all over your head. But for some guys send me a fax like that. But for any other part of the body, sore knee, sore shoulder, rheumatism, arthritis, those kinds of things that you would normally take aspirin for, because aspirin is a wondrous pain reliever. You don't have to swallow it. It doesn't have to go through your digestive system. You can spray it on. Somebody should have thought of this 100 years ago. Loprena is available now. It's aspirin. It's in a liquid spray-on bottle. And the way you get it is call 1-800-308-4565. It's a very reasonable cost. It's a bargain for this revolutionary new product. Now, they can tell you at Health Naturally, the company, how you can get it at even a greater savings. Call them 1-800-308-4565.
We all know that information is what it's all about, and if you want to be plugged into the latest, hottest hard data on UFOs, I've got something for you. Please get a pen and paper. It's called UFO News World Report, and it's just brimming with the kind of information you've been looking for. UFO News searches the world to objectively cover the alien spectrum, from sightings and encounters to alleged abductions, government cover-ups, packs it all into one concise newsletter. At a special holiday offer of just $19.95 a year, UFO News can cover the world for you. Formatted and written by seasoned journalists, you'll have monthly access to all this hard-hitting information and more. Now you can be current in this tantalizing and elusive field of UFO phenomena. Find out what's happening. Call 1-800-830-9830. That's 1-800-830-9830, 24 hours a day. Or send a check for $19.95 to Box 2757, Anaheim, California, 92814. It's guaranteed you'll love it or your money back. Call 1-800-830-9830.
All right, and to remind you to get a copy of this program or any other Dreamland program, or to renew your subscription for our newsletter, which goes up in price December 10th. So it's good that you would do it now before that date comes, and it's getting close. The number is 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278. By the way, the January issue of our newsletter is going to be all about, exclusively about, what I call the quickening. That number again is 1-800-917-4278. Moira Timms back again. Moira, are you there?
Hello, Art. Yes.
Good. The phone company is nice to us one more time. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Moira. My question is, first I need to know, you said you believe there's a God or a good force. Do you also believe there's an evil?
Yeah, I do.
Leads up to my question.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You do?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. Then I'm a Christian, so I don't want to, I'm setting you up here. If there's a good and an evil, and I believe the Bible is true, would not the evil, if I was evil, say, I would set up many, many religions. I wouldn't have just Satanism. I would have many religions so close to what the actual truth is to distract and lead people astray and muddy up the waters, so to speak. And I feel that the prophecies in the Bible lead up and tell us about a one-world religion that will all believe the same thing in this higher consciousness. And I think that the truth is mixed in so much in your message and many other messages as to distract from the Bible.
All right. Thank you. That's a very interesting point of view. I guess I would say, why would an all-powerful God allow so many people to go down false, misleading trails? That's not my kind of God. Moira?
A wise, loving, omnipotent God, in my view, would create unity within all people. He would not create division where one small minority would control the truth. And when you understand Jungian psychology, there's a way to realize that whatever is the evil is the shadow part of ourselves. It's the evil part that we're not willing to acknowledge in ourselves, but we project it out onto other people. But because we're all more similar than we are different, if you will examine your own shadow and really do your inner work and your own inner spiritual work, whether it's aligning with Jesus or, you know, the true religion of your choice, then you will realize that only that which we don't understand is perceived as of the devil and of evil. So unity is what God wants. He doesn't want division where there's only the saved and the sinners and the condemned. And so I feel any religion that promotes separation is not the true religion. And I feel that certain misguided attitudes are the real devil in the world, and the people who think that they are, some of the people who think that they are the only ones are part of the problem.
I think
and
there is.
I'm sorry to say that, but that's how I feel.
Well, I think there is no single path. There are many paths, probably headed in both directions. And a Supreme Court justice once said of pornography that he could not quite define it, but knew it when he sees it. And most of us know good and know evil when we see it or feel it or do it or think about it, right?
Yes.
So that would mean there would be many paths. One more quick question. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Moira Timms. Hello.
Hello, this is Fritz from Phoenix.
Hi,
Just
Fritz.
a quick comment.
Yes.
Art, as a student of life, and you know I've been calling and listening to this show for years, it's my opinion that mankind, as we know it, has reached the point of no return in the early 70s.
All right.
Now, I've only 50% of all the predictions come true that were given to us by all the prophets the last 500 years. The human animal, that what we are, will in the end learn to live together and respect creation and nature.
All right, thank you. That's going to have to do it. Moira, where can people get your book?
Well, they can get it nationwide in all bookstores. If they're out of it, it can be special ordered, or they can call me on my voicemail, and I'll be happy to take their name and address.
Okay, what is your number?
I would just like to say, if anybody is interested in traveling on a very special historic trip with me as a group to Egypt to do some important and exciting and powerful work at the equinox, please let me know on the voicemail also, and I'll send you details.
All right, and that number?
It's area code 541...
541...
343...
343...
5392.
5392. Let me give that again. You tell me if I'm wrong. It's area code 541 343 5392. Is that correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, and you're on the way to Egypt and would not mind taking people of a like mind with you?
Kindred spirits, light workers, people who want to do planetary healing and have a wonderful time.
All right. Moira, thank you for being on the program.
Thank you very much, and blessings on your work and light on your path.
Have a good night, Moira. And the same to all of you out there. The hours are closing on the book, the autographed book deal. It's 1-800-864-7991 from the high desert. I'm Art Bell. Good night.
This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time.
Under moonlight in the open rain.
glare. Men in black just standing there. Secretive agencies play the game. Mutilations leave no trace. Stories told in black and lace. Truth that hide without a face. Truthers' tales won't fade away underneath the cosmic fray. The cosmic face. Cloud College Sheriff. Cloud County Sheriff on the case. Mutilations leave no trace. Stories told in black and lace. Truths that hide without a face. Black helicopters in the sky. Chupacabras watchful eye. Bodies vanish in the night. Government's deceitful plight. Molten house speaks of despair. Mutilations everywhere. Alton House speaks of despair. Mutilations everywhere. Mutilations everywhere. Underneath the cosmic fray. But the moonlight in the open range. Cattle lie in bloodless pain. Wrenched as tears won't fade away. Underneath the cosmic fray. The cosmic face.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Another Sunday evening and another Dreamland underway. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Should be a good one. Linda Howe leads off as usual. Tonight with her regular report. Last week, a full 3 hours. Followed then by Michelle Lean, who's written a book called The Alien Abduction Survival Guide. That should be interesting. And as a matter of fact, she was regressed, I believe, by... Well, let me see. John Mack. John Mack regressed her. And she'll have a lot to tell us about how to survive if you are one of those, or worry you might be, who'll be snatched up. And anyway, we'll get her story. So that will comprise Dreamland this evening. Now, with all of that out of the way, all the way to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and here she is, Linda Howe. Hello, Linda.
Well, hi, Art.
Hi.
Can you hear me fine on this phone now?
Just fine,
Okay, good. Well, remember that town called Waurika, Oklahoma, and the strange story in August 1994 about 1,700 cows and calves that disappeared from the A.D. Richardson farm?
I recall well, yes.
I've had a lot of people who listen to our program write and say, whatever happened to those cows, whatever happened to the mystery?
Good, you know, because, Linda, we talked about this, I think, last week. A lot of these stories break, and they're gigantic stories, and everybody's waiting with bated breath for some follow-up, and,
right.
And there's nothing.
Right. It's sort of like keeping 12 plates going on those sticks in the carnival.
Exactly.
That's what I always think that I'm trying to do, and one's wobbling down, and then I finally try to get to it. And tonight I talked with Mrs. Richardson, who she's in her late 60s, and she speaks very, very faintly on the phone, a very dear woman. and you would not be able to hear her. But I can report this. First, the good news is that the insurance company finally settled their claim on the missing cattle. So that's good for the Richardsons. But they are as puzzled as the rest of us about what did happen to those cows. And it is a fact that law enforcement never did find any of the Richardsons' cows or calves. And if it was a rustling operation, no one to date has been arrested and arraigned for the crime. Mrs. Richardson told me that she and her husband, who was born and raised in Waurika and who has ranched there since 1949, and that reinforces what the bank president told me, that he had known Mr. Richardson all of his life, that they had their pastures next to each other, that he knew that Mr. Richardson had never done anything that would be suggestive of, like, for example, getting some operation to take his cow so he could get insurance. It just doesn't add up into this story. And after talking with Mrs. Richardson, it's even, and I think, an impossible hypothesis. She and her husband came to the conclusion that the only thing they could figure out was that somebody came in the night with many semi-trailers and took the cattle all at once, and that would suggest an organized, something organized, even though no one has ever been found guilty of this. And when I asked her if anyone had talked about the possibility of UFOs taking the cattle, she said very quietly, "I've never heard of such a thing." So it is still a mystery, but it went at least to the point of the Richardsons not being hurt as badly as it appeared that they were going to be. At one point, there was even discussion that they might have to declare bankruptcy because there were so many cows and so much money involved. And maybe we will never, ever know what happened in Waurika in August of 1994.
Well, that's sad. It's sad that it concludes that way, but...
Well...
I mean, you would think 1,700 cattle, I mean, absolutely on this earth,
right,
couldn't disappear. I mean, they just couldn't.
That's right, and we've had eyewitnesses who have described beams of light coming down around animals, single animals, and taking them up. And, of course, we're way out on the end of speculation to suggest this, even though it did come up, did something beam these animals up. But perhaps what the Richardsons are suggesting is that there was some kind of an organized and professional rustling operation that was able to get in there with semi-trucks and get the animals out of the pasture and then onto the road, maybe to a slaughterhouse, is the reason why they've never been found. But so everyone knows, it is a mystery that it appears now perhaps will never be solved.
Well, I guess for insurance purposes and their livelihood, it had to get solved more or less in this way.
Yep. And after talking with her, she is a dear person, and I don't think people realize how they are elderly and they have been there all of their lives, and this was something that was shocking to her. She said, "I just don't want anything like this to happen ever again, and I don't want to have to talk with people about what happened to our cows because we feel that rustlers did it." And that was kind of her bottom line. But, you know, there's another thing, as Dreamland listeners know, disappearing animals have long been part of the strange reports associated with glowing lights in the sky, especially when the lights have been glowing orange spheres. And in the past 2 weeks, slow-moving orange glowing spheres have been seen by several people in Kashmir and Wenatchee, Washington, about 80 miles east of Seattle in the Cascade Mountain Range. Last Monday night, on January 16th, Mabel and Bill Block were driving to their Kashmir home around 10:30 p.m. on a road near the Wenatchee River when they were so startled by 3 orange glowing lights in the sky that they pulled over to the side of the road.
All of a sudden we saw these lights, 3 of them, right in a row over the river. And I said to Bill, "Did you ever see those before?" And he said, "No." I said, "Well, maybe they strung some lights across there to keep the aircraft from coming down too low or something." And then we saw them moving, and there was no noise. And we stopped the car.
Pulled off the highway, and when we pulled off the highway, we got out of the vehicle, and watched them, and they were about 400 to 500 feet above the river, glowing. They were a bright orange glowing object, and I could actually see the flickering of the glow, you know.
Yeah, like it sparkled?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You could actually see like it was burning or something, you know. It was sparkling underneath, and they were just gliding along. And
no noise. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, not a sound. As they proceeded to go up above over the hills, we watched them. As we turned around, here come three more. Two in the front and one kind of in behind in sort of a triangular formation. And they proceeded the same way up above the river and just glowing very silently, not a noise at all.
Did anybody else driving along the road stop and pull over like you did?
Yes. On the opposite side of the road, they were stopped and looking at them also.
The ones that were going towards Wenatchee, there was two cars that stopped and watched them.
So these lights caught the attention of at least three different drivers in three different cars, including yourself, to the point that three cars stopped on the side of the road to watch this.
Yes, yes.
And they got out. And, you know, I would have went across to talk to them, but, you know, it's not all that safe anymore, and I should have probably.
And also, just about a week or so before, one of the KPQ radio stations, one of the announcers saw these three bright orange glowing objects also.
Chris Lundgren is KPQ Radio's afternoon newsman in Wenatchee, Washington. The week before, on January 8th, not far from Mr. and Mrs. Block's sighting, Mr. Lundgren saw orange glowing lights and reported them on the news.
And in the sky, probably 300 to 400 feet up, under the cloud cover, were three gold, orange balls of light traveling very slowly north to south. And they reminded me, they were in a formation that reminded me of Orion's belt. A kind of a 1, 2, 3 formation.
Meaning like a slanted line?
Yeah, at a bit of an angle. So they were traveling, as I said, very slowly, north to south. Now, you were under the cloud cover.
Any sound?
No sound, none at all. They glowed fairly brightly, and unfortunately I didn't have a camera or binoculars or anything of that nature with me. So I stood there probably 6 or 7 minutes and watched these things float towards me, much, much slower than an aircraft would have, and stood there long enough to try to discount what they were. Well, I never could. They remained glowing orange-yellow balls of light, and after I determined that they were separate because the one in the center of the three seemed to move a bit to the right and then would move a bit to the left, so they identify themselves as being individual objects.
Mm-hmm.
After probably a good 6 or 7 minutes, they just simply floated up into the cloud cover one at a time.
Now, the local sheriff's office was contacted, and so was the National Weather Service, but so far, those authorities have no explanation for these slow-moving, orange-glowing spheres in the night skies over Wenatchee and Kashmir, Washington. And, Art, I am reminded of a statement made to me by a deputy sheriff out in Elizabeth, Colorado, back in around 1980. He said that he made the association that when these red-orange glowing spheres of light showed up in the pastures and that he and other deputies were ordered to go out to try to track whatever these phenomena were, that's when they had animal mutilations. And he said when the orange glowing balls went away, so did the mutilations. I don't know if there's going to be a link this time, but I'm certainly hoping that our Dreamland listeners up in the West will keep an ear and eye out for any reports locally of any unusual phenomena, whether it's animal mutilations or anything else, because these clearly fall into the category of these very odd red-orange or orange-gold spheres that were reported definitely back in the 60s and the 70s when there were so many flaps back then, too.
All right. Well, this is going to seem weird to a lot of people, but I think the reason a lot of UFOs are not seen by people is because of a laughably simple reason. They don't look up. I'm really serious. Well, you know, at night, if there's a light moving, then that might get your attention. But during the day, we mostly, if you think about it, Linda, look straight ahead.
Yeah.
You know, or the object of our attention, but rarely is it the sky. I mean, unless there's a big jet sound or you look up. you don't look up. So a lot of people don't see them because they don't look.
Well, what is intriguing is whatever the block saw actually seemed to be in formation. 3 in a sort of triangular pattern.
Yes.
And then followed by 3 more. And that area up there, that Cascade Mountain range that has the... it's really wilderness in between areas that I've gotten reports, everything from Bigfoot to mutilations to lights on either side of that mountain range. Who knows what all is up there, but I sure would welcome hearing from any of our listeners who may have seen anything else, either like this report or the triangles or the rectangles or the discs or boomerangs or whatever else might be strange out there in the sky.
All right, and to do that, they can get hold of you and or one of your publications.
All right. Well, let's start with my address is Post Office Box 538, and that's in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. My fax number is area code 215-491-9840. And the email address is lmh333@aol.com. For those of you, that means that's America Online, and it's lmh333@aol.com. And finally, a toll-free 800 number for information about my books and documentaries, and possibly to leave a very brief message, is 800-707-9993. Again, that's 800-707-9993. And I will look forward to hearing from you all, and also to let the Northwest people, well, everybody actually in the United States, to know that the 24-hour UFO hotline in Seattle, run by Peter Davenport, is taking these reports and trying to collate and tabulate, and they are at area code 206-722-3000. I think they are really one of the few places trying to keep track of everything that's going on.
They're very active. Very active. All right, Linda, as always, thank you. You're a sweetheart. We'll see you next week with another report, I presume, from home.
Okay.
All right, take care, Linda. That's Linda Howe, producer. And I never knew what happened after that. I only remember falling to my knees, covering my eyes, and praying. I've never forgotten all that. That was 24 years ago, from Elizabeth. Now, coming up in a moment, the author of the Alien Abduction Survival Guide, with a clear implication that she was abducted, and we'll find out in just a moment, Michelle Levine. Michelle was, I guess, regressed by Professor John Mack. The foreword to her book is written by Mark Davenport. It should be a fascinating interview. It's coming up in just a moment. You're listening to, of course, Dreamland on a Sunday evening. I'm Art Bell. Glad to have you here. We'll be right back. You've heard me talk about Microtech the Dynavine. Michelle, are you there? Let's see. There. Now. You should be there now.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm fine. It's, let's see. Where are you?
I'm up in New Hampshire.
Oh, New Hampshire.
And it's cold.
I'll bet it is. And it's also very late.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for getting up to join us.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it.
All right. I guess we should begin at the beginning. I know your history with John Mack. You have many friends who are in the ufology field. But how did all this begin for you personally?
Well, I'm a lifelong abduction experiencer, and my experiences go back to when I was very, very young. I think the first one that I really have any recall of, I was lying in a crib, looking through the bars of this yellow crib at a being standing in the room staring at me. So it's really kind of hard to pinpoint the very beginning of it.
Are you the first in your family?
No, my family has a long line of abductions, though I really hate to point out the different family members because they have a right to their privacy.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, but my family does go generationally back. Most people who have abduction experiences find that runs for them also. It tends to be generational and run in families.
All right, that would lend some credence to the theory that there's some sort of genetic reason for these abductions. In other words, they would be following a family genetically.
Mm-hmm. It appears that way.
How much are you able to recall of specifics regarding who abducted you, what kind of surroundings you were in, how it occurred, how they got you out, how they got you back, what you saw during the course of the abduction, that kind of thing?
Well, actually, I was really surprised to find out when I started making connections with other abductees that I had more conscious recall than a lot of people. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe it's because I've been keeping journals of this type of stuff since I was about 16.
I know. It's like remembering a dream when you wake up. If you don't write it down, it's gone in an hour or less.
Yeah, it really can be that way. And so if you get in the habit of writing things down, you tend to remember them better. And also, details tend to fill in as you start writing, and you say, wait a minute, I remember this led to that.
All right. So give me your best recollection and as much detail, because that's what everybody craves. How does it happen? How do they get you out? What do they do to you? What are your surroundings like? In other words, give me your most vivid recollection.
Oh, gee, that is really a stuffed question, if you will, because a lot of my recollections deal with things that aren't considered standard when you look at the average UFO story, the average abduction story.
Yeah, but I'm not after that. I'm after your story.
Okay. Let me think. In general, I'm usually picked up from my home, usually in my bedroom. Generally, I'm woken up somehow. Sometimes they like to pull my hair or say my name, and I wake up, and I find that the room has. Usually there's a bluish, almost like electric powder blue. I know it's hard to explain the color. Light in the room, and
Are you married, Michelle?
Yes, I am.
I mean, this is a lot to be going on. Where is your husband?
Well, generally, sometimes he is taking part in this, but most of the time he's lying there on the bed and he's totally oblivious to what's going on. He's put in a very deep state of sleep, and that's very common, actually, for people who have abduction experiences, to have a loved one or a roommate or whatever, to be totally oblivious of what's happening to the person, to the abductee.
Well, I'll tell you, if I woke up and somebody was pulling my hair to wake me up and it wasn't the one next to me, I just don't know what I'd do. I guess because it began early for you, you could tolerate it. But I don't see how the average person could maintain sanity.
Well, the thing is at one point, it sounds, where I am now in my understanding and in my experiences, it makes it sound like it was always easy, but it really wasn't. I went through periods of being terrified of what's going on, of not understanding why this was happening to me or how this was happening to me. I had periods in my life where I was so terrified to even open my eyes at night, because if I woke up in the middle of the night, I thought to myself, my God, they're here, and I would close my eyes really tight and hope that nothing happens, and so it does. I have run the gambit of emotions. Right now in my life, I'm not afraid of my encounters, and I'm not afraid of my visitors, if you will. So when I'm woken up by them, it's almost like I expect it. After it happens to you so long, and there are methods to learn to get over that startle reflex. And once you practice those methods and you conquer the startle reflex, then when they come to you, it's not as threatening. You're prepared for it.
All right. I remember how Peter Pan got out his window. How'd you get out? How do they get you from point A, your bedroom, to point B, I presume their craft?
Well, generally there's usually a beam of light coming from the craft. And I can't say that I remember this every single time I'm picked up, but I do remember it quite often. The craft is usually somewhere around the area. The beam of light that comes into the room attaches to the craft, and when you step into the beam of light, you just sort of float towards it, and you float relatively quickly. You pass through solid objects, and I know that's hard to believe, but you just pass right through walls and windows, and you appear in the craft standing on a piece of the seems to close up underneath you.
You know, you listened to Linda Howe, I'm sure, who was on the air prior to yourself.
Right.
And there have been a million reports of cattle mutilations, abductions.
Mm-hmm.
And in almost every case, I mean, there have literally been hundreds of witnesses to cows going up in beams of light.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe whether it's a person or a cow or whatever else they want, those reports seem fairly consistent. You know, the beam of light for transportation.
Right.
Interesting. Right. So there you are. You arrive at their craft.
Mm-hmm.
Then what?
Well, then usually I'm brought into a small room, an examination-like room. The rooms, first off, there are no corners on these crafts. They're all rounded.
All rounded.
Yeah, they're all rounded. The doors seem to be like pocket doors. They sort of slide into the walls, kind of like on Star Trek. So that's a bad analogy because people say, well, you've seen it on Star Trek. But not really, because the doorway is even rounded.
In other words, it's a seamless kind of architecture.
Right. It's almost like it just always reminded me of a hot tub, kind of like all molded, like in one big piece.
That's good.
And even the benches, like in this waiting room that sometimes people are in, even the benches are just molded in one piece off the wall. But usually I'm brought into an examination room right away. The examination room that I go into most of the time is probably, I would say it's probably maybe 9 by 15. It's longer than it is wider. It has a catwalk around the top with a black railing. The room is very, very white, very brightly lit. There's a table in the middle of the room. There's a panel on at least one wall. There's a panel. There's a smaller panel on another wall. On the bigger paneled wall, there seems to be writing and symbols on it. There are silver metallic-looking instruments on a tray that comes molding off of this panel.
When you say symbols, have you seen the I-beams, Michelle, from the Socorro crash?
Yeah, I have seen them.
Those kinds of symbols?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Those symbols are much more simple. The symbols on the beam are much more simple than the symbols that I've seen.
All right. Have you seen what are called? Well, you've seen Chinese characters.
Right.
Would that be closer?
Closer in complexity, but not necessarily in form.
All right. Well, this is good. I asked for detail, and you're giving me exactly what I wanted, a lot of detail, and your recollection seemed very sharp. Now, so there you are. They get you on an examination table, or do you hop up there by yourself?
Well, it depends on what kind of a mood I'm in, actually. Usually, though, I know that if I just go along with it and get it over with, it's a lot easier than fighting it and ending up with a headache. So generally, I'll walk into the room and I'll sit on the table. Lots of times there's a memory lapse. I'll be in my bedroom. I'll know they're in the room. They'll wake me up. I'll see the light. Next thing you know, I'm on the table. So sometimes I'm not given the choice. Let me think. Let me see. So then when I'm put on the table, generally the taller being, the one that a lot of people have, like a taller being in events, so just the little grays. They have the taller gray also.
Okay, I was going to ask you to describe the beings, but I kind of want to know what do
back to the room.
Yeah, what do they do to you?
Well, depending on on the typical abduction that happens with me, I generally get sort of an examination from head to toe. And I know this sounds kind of silly, but they hold this thing over my body that looks very much like a tiny miniature model of the Sydney Opera House. Kind of like shells inside of shells.
Really?
Yeah, I know it sounds really strange, but
that's
pretty
all right.
much the best description. Unfortunately, I don't have all the right words for some of these things that they have.
Sure, I know.
And but they pass that over my body, and I don't exactly know what it does. I was told once that it's aligning the energies of my body. Whether or not that's what it's really doing or not, I would have to trust that they're telling me the truth.
Do you, by the way?
For the most part, I've learned that a lot of the things that they've told me do seem to be the truth, so I do tend to trust them.
There are people who say they lie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that they do play head games on people. And so I know that sometimes people who are experiencing things that seem like lies, when they get these partial memories and everything, as they start to fill them in, they realize that there was some sort of test, or that they were some sort of event. And also, the ETs have this really silly sense of humor that some people just don't get. So when the ETs play a joke on them,
silly. That's really interesting.
I know I'm going to get mail on this one.
All right, wait. This is very interesting. Describe their sense of humor. You said silly. Do you mean silly as in dry, or just silly as in camp, or?
Well, let's just put it this way. One of the favorite things that they like to do to people is they like to return you to your home and put you in your bed, cover you with your blankets, and then push your blankets, tuck them in underneath your mattress so tight that you can't barely breathe, that you can't move. If you have a spouse or even a dog living with you, they'll put the spouse or the dog on top of the blankets to make them even tighter, okay? And then they'll look at you and say, sleep tight. Now, they think it's a riot, okay? And the people that's happening to...
Maybe they think that's human bed etiquette.
Who knows, you know? But the people who it's happening to, if they don't realize that it's a joke, they wake up the next morning like, my God, what did they do that to me for?
Sure. All right, Michelle.
They have this wonderful thing they like to do with me. They wake me up in the middle of the night, and I find out I have my head in a pillowcase.
All right, Michelle, hold tight. When we come back, I want you to describe the beings themselves. That's very valuable, and as descriptive as you can be about them. We'll be right back.
You've heard our GMX ads for about a year and a half now, so what are you waiting for? GMX is the way to treat your hard water problems, and without salt. Not only can you eliminate dealing with salt, you can also forget maintenance, extra electricity bills, or other hidden ongoing costs. Aren't you?
I would say that the small ones average from probably about the height of a doorknob, that's like 3 feet or so, to maybe a little bit up to 4 feet or so around there. And the taller ones who are noticeably thinner, and I think they're even a little bit longer than the shorter ones, tend to maybe go from like 4.5 feet. I've seen them probably up to about 5 feet. I'm 5'4", so I'm just sort of judging by my own height.
Okay. So they come in all kinds of varieties and sizes.
Well, they come in an assortment. I mean, it's like saying, I think the same question, if somebody said, so what does the average human look like?
Well, all right. My question is, would you think that you are seeing different species, varieties of the same species?
The same species, maybe different sides of the same species. I've seen also, to call them grays is really not the best thing either, because though the ones that I usually see are sort of an ashen, paler type to them, like sort of a grayish color, I have seen them that have been sort of blue, have sort of a bluish hue to their skin, yellow hue. I've had people tell me about golden-colored ones, even about ones that seem sort of red-colored, and someone even told me about bright purple ones. And but this is one of the things I address in my book. You know, just because I'm calling them grays, if someone else who's having an encounter seeing them primarily as tan, it doesn't mean that they are different.
Well, the way things go these days, they'd probably want to be known as Pleiadian grays.
Politically correct, are we?
No. So, the bottom line is, Michelle, you have been abducted all your life. And you've written a book which tells people how to survive the experience. And that's really what I want to get to, and I'm sure it's really what you want to get to, because there are a lot of people out there, Michelle, they call me all the time, they claim they're abducted, and a lot of them are absolutely terrified. I take it that you can relieve some of that fear.
I would hope so.
Or help them be comfortable with it. Or maybe even help them prevent it. That's a question I don't want you to answer just yet. I'll ask it when we come back.
Okay.
Stay right there and rest. We'll be back to you after the news, which comes next on most of these affiliates. And then more of Michelle Levine and how to survive an alien abduction. Stay right there. Okay, again, all your life you've been abducted. How many times would you guess? Would you put a number to it?
Oh, it would be really hard to put a number to it, probably in the hundreds.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, my abductions, different times in my life, I went through periods of having very intense, very close abductions to having abductions that were sparser. When I was in my early 20s, my abductions seemed to be maybe 4 or 5 times a year, and then towards my late 20s, they started speeding up to sometimes it's night after night after night after night, and other times I might not have encounters for months.
What do you know about what they want with you?
Well, that's a really difficult question because there seems to be an awful lot. One side of the abduction phenomenon that very few people touch on and that you seldom ever see in the media is that there is a part of the abduction phenomenon that is beyond the medical testing. There's actually a community set up in the ET environment where abductees interact with other abductees in sometimes there are classes, lectures.
You mean like abductee support groups?
Kind of like that, only also sort of like a UFO high is the way I kind of put it, where people are taught things, they interact with other humans and other ETs, and so a lot of my abductions have a lot to do with this experience beyond the medical experiences. A lot of times when I'm picked up, I'm asked to teach classes where I have a group of people and I'm teaching them one concept or another. Other times when after a medical exam, I may be asked to attend a lecture or something. So there seems to be an awful lot of learning going on and an awful lot of teaching going on. The ETs seem to really...
Well, okay, hold it. If there's a lot of learning and a lot of teaching, then you ought to be able to more or less answer my question, and that is, what do they want with this?
Well, it seems that somehow, if you believe everything that's going on, if you believe now, and I want to qualify this by saying I know some abductees who are even experiencing this who think it's all some sort of head game. Personally, I don't. Personally, I think there's something to it. It seems that the ETs somehow are here because the Earth is going to go through some changes very soon. We're talking some sort of consciousness raising, and they are somehow going to take part in this and are assisting us in order to prepare us for this.
You know, but that's about the last thing I wanted to hear you say.
Well, you know, that is one of the things that's coming up in a lot of these classes. A lot of these classes are being taught about the nature of eternity and things like that. There also seems to be some sort of, like you mentioned before, some sort of genetic purpose in all of this. I know people who really believe that somehow the ETs are going to conquer our world and replace our human race with the ET race. I don't think that they're going to do that if they are in the way these people believe they are, because they could have done it very efficiently and a lot earlier than they are. But it could be, and I do have a feeling that maybe there is some sort of intermixing going on that is eventually going to create a race that isn't exactly us but isn't exactly them.
Well, the traditional theory, I believe, is that they have weakened themselves genetically, their entire genetic pool, and they need us to strengthen that.
Right.
Is that the one you tend to believe?
Well, I think that that's a piece of it. I think that there are so many pieces to this puzzle that none of us are getting all the pieces, because if any one of us had all the pieces, we would have put this together already.
That's a good point.
And so a lot of us are getting different pieces of this puzzle, and some people are so covenant of their own piece that they don't want to look at anyone else's piece, so they're ignoring the other information that they're getting. As a matter of fact, this was an issue for me recently when I took over as editor of Contact Forum magazine. The contact in Contact Forum was an issue for me. What is contact? What denotes contact? Being a physical abductee, being a person who has had physical interaction with non-human intelligence, not just Greys, but with other or seemingly other races. I can qualify that one too. Having these contacts, it's easy for me to say contact is walking on a spaceship, touching an alien, talking to an alien. This is contact, okay?
Oh, yes.
But there are other pieces to this puzzle, pieces that I have no concept of understanding and that I could not explain to you, pieces that I haven't even heard of yet. I mean, there are phenomena. Look at Linda with the cattle mutilations. There's a piece of the puzzle nobody likes to look at.
I know.
Okay, especially abductees. They say, God, if they're doing that to cattle, could they do that to me? Okay.
Have they ever?
According to Linda, and I just interviewed her for Contact Forum last month.
No. I meant
said no.
you. I meant you. Have they ever physically hurt you?
Physically, they have done things to me that have caused me pain, but I have not had any long-lasting effects.
You sound like my dentist. No. How much pain?
Enough pain that I've been in tears. Often, though, I found that when if they're doing something that hurts me, if I tell them they're doing something that hurts me, if I tell them this hurts, they stop the pain. They might not stop the procedure, but they do something to numb me from not feeling the pain.
Well, that's better than my dentist most times. All right. Actually, I'm cool to her. She's very nice. She's a pain-free dentist and very nice lady. Look,
it's always good to be nice to your dentist because you're going to have to go back.
Oh, well, that's well said, yes. All right. Suppose at my late age, now I'm 50, suppose I were to begin to be abducted. Could I do anything about it? First of all, could I prevent it?
Well, the thing is, and this is an answer that not many people are going to like, especially people who are experiencing this. I have yet to find one thing that people say works to prevent an abduction that actually does prevent the abduction. Okay?
I've heard of a million things. Run video recorders all night.
The people I know who've tried that have sleptwalked in the middle of the night and shut off their video recorders.
Yeah.
I know people who, or the video recorder mysteriously unplugs itself or the battery runs dead, you know. I know people who believe that you leave a TV on, they can't bother you. You sleep with an amethyst around your neck, they can't touch you. You put salt on your windowsills, they can't get by it. I mean, I've heard all of them, and I've tried several of them.
Oh, you have?
And at some points, I've tried them even just to see if they've worked. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like I had a dear friend who insisted, absolutely insisted, that she knew how to stop abductions, that if you hummed on this certain key, I believe it was the A above middle C, and if you hummed on that certain key, there was no way that they could touch you, okay? That somehow it changed the frequency of their bodies and they couldn't get near you. Well,
I take it you tried it.
Oh, yes, I tried it, and I found that...
Did it appeal to their silly sense of humor?
Well, I found that if you hum for a half hour, you get a sore, dry throat. You know, and it doesn't stop an abduction. But subjectively, in subjective reality, it may have worked for someone in the past. Say someone has been picked up by aliens, and they're on an examining table, and they start humming on this note, and the ETs are becoming annoyed because this person just won't stop this annoying sound and stun them. And the person is put out cold, and so the last thing they remember is lying on this table humming. The next thing they remember, they're lying in their bed. They have no conscious memory of what transpired in the middle. They don't remember.
Well, I don't know if that's good or bad. Maybe the moral of that story is it's good not to annoy an alien. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it was good to annoy them in his case because he might have been very pleased that the next thing he remembered was being home. So in his subconscious reality, maybe humming worked.
All right. I'm going to ask you now a serious question. I've been joking around a lot, but for somebody who's being abducted, if it can't be prevented, and it sounds like your answer said there's really no way that you found, then what advice do you give to an abductee? How do they survive the experience?
Well, the first thing they have to realize is that they don't have to be a victim. Okay? Many times when you find out this is happening to you, especially if you get involved with the media blitz and a lot of the scary stuff that they put on TV and things, right away you say to yourself, oh my God, I'm a victim. I'm being used, I'm being abused. How can I stop this? And that's very natural, okay? But the next step of feeling victimized is saying, oh, I can't do anything to stop this, and you start to have a low self-esteem. First thing you have to do is say, I don't have to be a victim anymore. The next thing that you have to do is you have to start taking control of your situation. And it's very important, and I know that some people are going to say this sounds silly.
I know, but I've got to stop you already. You know, that sounds so touchy-feely to say, I don't have to be a victim. But if you cannot stop the abductions, then you are going to be a continuing victim of abduction.
Well, if you, in one reality, okay, granted that is that, okay? But you have to take the next step. The one step alone doesn't work, okay? And that's why, if it were just that one step, I could have put out a pamphlet, not a book.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I am not a victim.
Okay, so, and then the next thing you have to do is you have to start understanding that your emotions are going to run in cycles, okay? And you have to start understanding your cycles of emotions. I'm trying to nutshell this for you very quickly.
Sure.
You have to try to take control of your fear in the times when you're fearful, so that in the times when you're because these things run in cycles, the times when you're not feeling as anxious, you can do yourself some good. That's the time when you start to work on things. And this might sound silly to some, but you have to resolve in your mind that you're going to talk to the alien. Okay, or to the whatever they are. I hate to use the word alien in the pure sense of the word, because who knows if they're extraterrestrial, extratemporal, or whatever. Okay.
You want to use the word beings. It doesn't matter.
Beings.
So you've got to communicate with them. This is done. You obviously have done it. Is it done mentally, or I take it is done with telepathy?
It can be done either way. I mean, if you talk, they can hear you. You can think to them. Obviously, it usually starts with telepathy, because when you wake up to find these beings standing in your room, if you don't startle, which is a common human response is to startle, and this is pickup anxiety. Most people actually fear that moment of pickup. Do you know how many abductees say to me, if they knocked on the door, maybe I go, but why do they have to take me like this, okay? So when they get you in that position where they startle you, the best thing you're probably going to be able to do is to think to them, okay, let's talk, or use some sort of words to open a dialogue.
Do they speak back to us in aloud?
Well, actually, it's not common, but it does happen. That's one of the myths that they only talk with telepathy. They actually do also make sound.
They do.
And I'm not sure that all of them know how to talk English. I couldn't tell you that. The ones that I have heard talk English, their voices seem very nasally, and they sound rather mechanical when they speak, but like they're having a difficult time pronouncing some of the words. But I think the myth that they don't talk with sound at all comes from the fact that they do seem to prefer telepathy, and also when they do speak verbally, their mouths don't really move. It's almost like a small quiver on the slit of their mouth. They don't articulate like with their lips the way we do.
Then I wonder how it really is possible to discern the between hearing something in your mind and hearing it with your ear.
That, I've thought about that myself at some points, because if you're half asleep and you're dazed and they come walking in the room and you hear and they contact you, it's harder. But if you are in a situation where you've been awake for a little while and you're more conscious of what's going on, it's a lot easier, because you can you hear it inside. It passes by the ears.
I'm going to ask you a very hard question, Michelle.
Okay.
Don't take offense.
No, I won't.
Okay.
I've had them all, I think.
Well, good. Then you won't mind this one, I hope. How do you know you're not crazy as a loon?
Well, I've asked myself that question, too. I'll be honest with you. Most people who start exploring this, and myself included, wished at one point that we were crazy as loons, because crazy is something you can go see a doctor for and get treatment for.
In your case, I know you went to John Mack, and he is ahead of the field.
Mm-hmm.
And
John's a wonderful person.
So you went to him and told him about all of this, I'm sure, and he did what? Did he regress you? Did he talk to you? Did he interview you? How did he handle your case?
Well, actually, I was pre-screened by several people before I even met John.
I'll bet.
I was screened by the MUFON director of my state. I was screened by one of John's associates 3 times, with tape, which were all taped and sent to John. And eventually, I had an interview with John. And during that interview was when he decided that we should probably work on a regression. He had asked me to bring a list of maybe 3 or 4 questions that I had that he could probably hit on during the regression, and I brought him a list of 51. So I was a little anxious at that time. But I'd like to go back to your question about how do I know that I'm not crazy.
Sure.
There are There are physical things that happen automatically wake up in someone else's clothing. I've had times where I've gone to bed. It is a joke in my family. I write my name. Whenever I have a nice nightgown that I want to keep, I write my name on the tag. You know, I know it sounds silly, but I have had times where I have gone to bed in my clothing that I've owned and woken up the next morning with something that I've never seen in my life.
Be very disturbing.
It is very disturbing, and it also is something that you really can't do psychosomatically, I don't believe.
You have children? How many?
I have 3 children.
Are they all yours and your husband's?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you don't think they ever impregnated you?
I didn't say that. I have 3 children here on Earth that are mine and my husband. I don't.
Oh boy. All right.
I don't know how many times. I couldn't give you an exact number of how many times I may have been implanted with some sort of.
Well, there's a reason for that question, because other abductees have actually been introduced to what they surmise to be their Just relax, Michelle. For a lot of people is a mystery. For example, what's going on in Bosnia? One way to find out is to get a good radio. Plus, whether it's earthquakes in the west, flooding in the Midwest and east now, snowstorm, ought to have an emergency.
From the Kingdom of Nine, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is, and my guest is veteran abductee Michelle Levine. I say veteran, it's been going on all her life. Literally hundreds of times. And so she finally settled in and wrote the Alien Abduction Survival Guide. And that's kind of what we're talking about. I've got a number of interesting questions, many of them coming in by fax. Some of them sort of silly, like she said the aliens' humor is on occasion. At least I consider them that way, but we will nevertheless ask them in a moment. How many of you remember a time, Levine? You are a veteran, aren't you?
I guess so.
I guess so. All right. These are kind of silly questions. I wouldn't think to ask, but 2 of my faxers have. Michelle, what if you wanted to be abducted? What if you've never been abducted, you feel left out, you want the scientific adventure, you want the thrill, the scare? Is there any way to actually go about inviting abduction?
I really couldn't tell you. I never really had to give it much thought, to be honest with you, and I don't really know anyone who has found a way, aside from the occasional people who happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, if you will. It seems that abductees generally are from genetic lines of abductees, or sometimes people who marry into a genetic line that has abductions going on with it will start being abducted by association.
Has it ever been an official cause for divorce that you know of?
Officially, I don't know. I don't know if it would be actually officially, but I have seen some marriages break up over it.
I can imagine, actually.
And I've also seen some marriages actually make it through the struggle and come out better on the other side.
All right. Could you ask your guest, this is a tough one, if she's ever bothered to document for the rest of it something along the line of, say, proof of alien existence, possibly videotaping the event, proof of her abductions, like grabbing some sort of instrument from the examining table. And, it really, if it's true, is the most important story the human race will ever realize. So it is, it's a good question. Have you ever tried to grab something or obtain good, hard proof? Or do you have it?
Actually, I don't. I have in the past tried to do things like that, and I never got away with it. Lots of times I wasn't doing it for proof to the world, because I gave up trying to prove things to the world a long time ago. I found that it's not important that, so-and-so and his brother-in-law believes me. It's important that I believe me. But I tried at times when I was trying for my own verification, for my own, I hope I'm not crazy, I tried to get my hands on things. I've tried to do things like when they've taken off my wedding ring, which I cannot take off because I've unfortunately gained some weight since I got married, but they managed to get it off of me. I tried putting it on the wrong hand, things like that. They have a wonderful way of playing games with people where they will tell you, you can have this piece of metal, or you can have this book, or you can have this whatever, this like this metal doesn't exist on your planet. You can take it home to Earth, and you're going to be the one who's going to prove to the world that we exist.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, and they'll do that to people, and then the person usually, is so excited. I'm going to be the one, and I'm going to show the world, and I finally have proof. And then right before they bring you home, they tell you, well, I'm sorry, plans have changed. We can't let you do this, and they take it away from them.
You see, there you are. There you are, Michelle. William Safire would say that probably makes them a bunch of congenital liars.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this particular scenario is that generally they'll bring the piece back to the person and say to the person, I changed my mind, you can have it again. And they'll keep doing this back and forth until the person finally says, forget it, I don't even want to see that thing, get it away from me, okay? And until they really frustrate the person. And sometimes, these head games don't always make sense. I'll admit that. I know that when I've asked about them, usually I get an answer like, you have to know deception when you see it, or things like that.
All right.
Whether or not those answers are valid, it's hard to say. Often we get answers like, you know the answer to that, and that's very frustrating. That's more frustrating than the games themselves.
Yeah, it really sounds like they do play a lot of games. All right, well, you ask your guest, and I don't know why after what I just heard, but what exactly the aliens have told her about our future and what part they will take in it.
Now, that is a very big question, and again, that's another question where I find that either your experiences are such that you believe it, or your experiences are such that you say, well, this is ridiculous and I'm not going to believe it. And abductees do differ on whether or not they believe the messages that they're given by the ETs. In general, the ETs do have a habit of showing people, reaction test, if you will, showing people visions of incredible Earth disasters,
changes,
catastrophes, and recently, though, interestingly enough, when I was younger, many abductees were shown visions of nuclear war, over and over and over again. They would make you practice. They would put you in a scenario where you actually thought that you were in this nuclear war and you were trying to get away and you were trying to be safe, or they would show you the world blowing up, and always reminded me of the Gary Larson cartoon with the aliens on the moon going, ooh, because the world's all covered in mushroom clouds. But they would show you these terrible visions of horrible things happening to the Earth. And lately, in the last 4 or 5 years, the nuclear disaster stuff has sort of shifted from nuclear war to nuclear accidents, sort of like an earthquake happening near a nuclear power plant, and there's radiation and fallout and all this stuff. There's a lot of theories as to why they're showing us this stuff. I know that different researchers have different theories on it, and different abductees have different theories on it. It seems that they're preparing us for something.
Either that or trying to show us something that can and should be avoided, or maybe it can somehow be avoided after all, at least up until this moment, no massive nuclear war.
Right, but then again, if they really wanted to do that, why aren't they showing this to the political leaders? Oh, but we don't know if they're not showing it to the political leaders, because if they were abducted, they're not going to come forward with it. But still, the abductees tend to have what I call the be prepared reaction sort of built into them because of these visions.
Well, anybody who has control over nuclear weapons should have such dreams. Michelle, let us begin taking a few phone calls.
Sure.
All right, everybody. For Michelle, the only number not given out is our East of the Rockies number, which is 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033, East of the Rockies. Let us proceed. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Bonnie from Clear Lake.
Hello, Bonnie.
I like you again. I'd like to ask her, when you ask her about her kids, I'd like to know why she doesn't definitively get some DNA tests and prove, whether they belong to her and her husband.
All right. Well,
and if she has a particular blood type, I'd like to know.
All right. Well, I did ask definitively whether they were the children of yourself and your husband. You said yes. So I don't feel inclined to probe beyond that. I don't care whether you've had blood tests or not. But I would like to know what I meant to ask some time ago, and that was whether you have ever seen a child that you believe may have been yours.
In the ET's company, I assume you mean?
That's correct.
Yes. I have been shown children, several of different ages, off and on. I've been told to hold an infant, and I was told that it was mine, and it was clear that the infant wasn't completely human. Several times I've had a child, I would say probably about 4 or 5 years old, led out to me, and I was told that the child was mine. I know that one time when I did ask, because I have memories of having procedures that people call fetal extractions done, I finally asked Hitar, who is one of the great, that's the name I have for him, Hitar. I asked him how many children I do have in their presence, and this was 3 years ago. He told me 63. I don't know. I can honestly tell you, I don't have any memory of 63 children. So I don't know if...
Nobody would want a memory of that.
No, not unless you were doing your income taxes.
Yeah, good luck on that claim. Listen, what did Professor John Mack, because he is so well respected, and people are probably sitting out there right now saying, "Ooh, what a crackpot." But Professor Mack is anything but at Harvard, and he extensively regressed you and interviewed you. What did he conclude?
I honestly don't know if John has made any definite conclusions. I know that he is still looking into the subject. He's doing some very fascinating work in South Africa right now.
No, I mean about your regressions, your stories. Did you get the impression he believed you or thought you a crackpot? I mean, you got through all his screeners.
Oh, yeah, and through the regression, and I keep in touch with John to this day. I attend his support group meetings. I work with Pierre. I send them an awful lot of referrals. I speak to them on the phone often. I went to their Christmas party. He really doesn't treat me like I'm a crackpot. He treats me with respect. He asked me, when he has different things. As a matter of fact, the film of some interviews he did in South Africa, he asked me to view them. I have to qualify that by saying not just me. There were several people there, but I feel that John has always treated me with respect, and that if I were a crackpot in John's eyes, that he probably would have let me go the way of several other people who have come into his company. You know?
I'm sure. All right. With that in mind.
But honestly, at this point, I'm so beyond the point of worrying if people think I'm a crackpot or not.
I understand.
So.
No, I'm trying to ask what I know would be in the in the mind of the people in the audience.
Okay.
And it's been with you all your life. They're just introduced to you tonight.
Right.
On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Hi.
Hi, this is Mark in Honolulu, and I'm on the line with the IRC people. And one of the questions we'd like to know is what kind of changes in Michelle's spirituality has occurred from the beginning to now relevant to her experiences.
All right, it's a good question, and let's even expand it. Are you of any specific religion, Michelle?
Not any longer. I was raised Catholic, and my family had several religious changes into different Christian religions as I was growing up, none of which I followed very, very closely. And as I got more and more into the understanding of my own experiences, I started asking harder questions. It's not easy to accept the box answers when you've seen outside the box. When you realize that wait a minute, this is probably not the complete truth that they're selling me here, and you start to ask the bigger questions.
I know.
And
all right. With regard to your spirituality, then, would you say it has increased as a result of all this, changed, or what?
My spiritual life has grown in incredible dimensions as part of the ongoing experience that I'm having, not only with the ETs who I perceive as small and gray, but also with other ETs who seem very humanoid. And I think what happens is that when you in this creation, it really kind of gives you a sense of awe, kind of you know, changes your perspective of things.
Michelle, is it your view that the proof, if there ever is to be any, of aliens or beings, whatever they are, will come from the spiritual realm, or will it possibly ever come from the scientific community?
I think the scientific, but my personal opinion right now is that the scientific community has had some proof for a while, and pretty much their hands are tied, I think. But I think that when the proof does come, it's not going to come in a way that anyone's expecting it. I really couldn't tell you. I don't think we're ever going to see a UFO land on the White House lawn. I don't think that they're going to fly over the Super Bowl and knock the blimp down or anything like that.
Well, with the recent experiences of the White House, the lawn, and all the rest of it, I'd say it'd be very inadvisable to land there.
Yeah,
they're not happy about that kind of thing. All right, Michelle, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back to you. My guest is Michelle Levine. The book she has written, The Alien Abduction Survival Guide. And yes, we will tell you how to get it.
If you suffer from headaches, neck aches, sports...
Our news, Michelle Levine, and the time always seems too short. Michelle, let's go east of the Rockies and say you're on with Michelle. Hi.
Yeah, Art, there's one little quick thing I want to say. Do you recall the spaceships that they were seeing in Korea here about 2 weeks ago?
Yes, sir, I do.
They were donut-shaped?
Yes, sir.
Remember Stan Dale when you interviewed him, and one of the things he said, the first spacecraft that he worked with and designed had a hole in the middle?
I do recall very vividly, and I am dying to get my hands on some of the Korean photos. So,
well, he mentioned that was the first type of spacecraft that he designed.
Well, I'll tell you what. When we get a photo, we'll talk to Stan, and we'll find out if that's one of them.
Okay, and I have two questions to ask her.
All right. Where are you, by the way?
Albuquerque.
All right.
She stated that she gave classes, and there were people in the classes that she had taken also.
Right.
Number one, I'd like to know the gender makeup of the people, and number two, I'd like to know what ethnic types there were. Were they from all around the world, or were they from just this general...
Oh, what a really, good question. What about the other humans, Michelle? A blend, a mix, all white folks?
Well, as far as the gender makeup goes,
yes.
I've taught classes with mixed genders in the class. I've taught classes, like one class I did recently was all boys who were teenagers. Another class might be all older people. Generally, though, you usually see the genders are mixed. I've seen, as far as races go, I've seen African-American, white.
Okay.
I've seen...
All right, that answers it. When you teach a class, you're teaching human beings on an alien craft, correct?
Usually, yes.
Yes. And I take it that you are teaching them the basics of what's in your book.
In some cases, yes. And, the idea is behind coping with their abduction experiences, between getting control of their fear, getting control of their anger, how to maintain the sense of control, how to relieve the stress and things like that. Yeah, I do teach that. Another thing that I seem to teach a lot about
Michelle,
is...
don't you... I'm sorry to interrupt, but don't you worry that you're a tool of them, and that having seen them lie once, I always worry when somebody lies to me once, I never trust them again. And don't you worry that you are a tool for them in calming people, in getting people to accept this abduction? Have you ever given that any thought?
You know, I have thought about that in the past, but you know what I've noticed is that if this was something that were bad for people,
yes,
then you think that you'd see their lives start to fall apart as they learn to work with this, and as they learn to handle this, that and it would start taking over them, and you'd start to see them deteriorate physically, mentally, spiritually, and actually just the opposite happens.
And they invigorate, they grow spiritually. All right, Michelle, hold on. It's break time. We'll try to concentrate more on the phones when we come back. My guest is Michelle Levine. She has written the Alien Abduction Survival Guide, and she has the experience to know what she's talking about. More in a moment.
solar power. And
I'm going to read you something. I think you'll find this intriguing from Sacramento, California. Michelle, I've had several experiences with ETs. One incident that remains unsolved in 1978 is I had a dream I was being examined by an ET. Believe it or not, after that, my wife began producing milk. She went to the doctor 2 weeks later, only to find that she was not pregnant at that time. Shortly thereafterwards, the milk stopped. Weird, huh?
Actually, it's pretty common. For abduction experiencers, his wife obviously must have had an abduction experience.
Right.
To find out that they're lactating after an experience. The theory is that they could have been carrying a fetus for the ETs, and after the fetus was taken, just like in a normal pregnancy, after the baby is born, or just before, the mother starts lactating to provide sustenance for the baby. It could also be that the hormones after a fetus is delivered are such that the woman starts to lactate for several days after. It actually happens to many women, and many women are sort of embarrassed to talk about it.
Sure. Well, I can imagine. Sure. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Where are you calling from, please?
Nashville.
Nashville. All right. Good.
Yes, I'd like to ask Michelle. Michelle, how long were you gone? Pretty much the same amount of time. I got two questions. All right.
All right.
Were you gone pretty much the same amount of time every time, or was it different amounts of time?
Well, it really varies from time to time. It's hard to say when you're sleeping, you know. I mean, if I go to bed at 10 o'clock or whatever, and I get up at 6 the next morning, and I had an event during the night, I really probably wouldn't be aware of how long I was gone, whether it was 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever.
Or whether the time spent there was relevant to the time spent away.
That's a very good point. Often the time isn't relevant to the time spent away. Other times when I was a child, I had missing time where my parents had actually called the police looking for me and a cousin of mine and a cousin's friend who had all gone to play together, the three of us. We were playing in the backyard of this cousin's friend. It was morning. It was about 10 in the morning. We were playing rolling around the grass and sitting there. And I remember hearing silence. And I know that sounds strange, but it just got so silent that it made your ears feel funny. Looking up and seeing this silvery craft coming towards us. And the next thing you know, I'm looking at a dark night sky, and it was past 8:30 that night, and we had been gone the whole time.
All right, caller.
Okay, would you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is not necessarily a credibility question, but then again, it may be. It's just how everybody takes it. But would you hum me A above high C?
All right. Yeah,
it's
sure.
cold. I probably couldn't hum the A above high C very well. When I had been doing it, I have a piano. When I had been doing it, I practiced for several days against the piano. As a matter of fact, when I actually was trying it and it didn't work, I changed the pitch of the key a couple of times in case I am stone deaf or something, or tone
deaf, I think it is.
Tone deaf. There we go. Yeah.
It's a good point, and. It's a good point, and I guess you wouldn't really have any way of knowing for sure whether you had it right.
Right. You know, going a half tone up, a half tone down from it. But really, I did practice with the piano, you know, hitting the piano and listening to the sound of the piano and matching it and everything. And it was a lot of trouble to go through to test this particular theory, but it's something that you do. You get obsessed with these little things. You want to find out, you know, and...
All right. Let's go west of the Rockies. You're on the air with Michelle Levine. Hello.
Oh, hello. Good evening, Mr. Bell, and to you and your guest.
Where are you?
I am down here in the San Joaquin Valley, Fresno, California.
Okay.
And KMJ via, the big 580.
You bet.
Okay, if I can make a couple of quick comments and a question for your guest.
Yes.
Okay, I've had the experience, I wouldn't say it was an abduction. This is approximately 2.5 years ago. I had the experience of being elevated and then turned on my side and examined by somebody or something with an instrument that was shaped like a gun, or thereof, and they shot something through my abdomen. And that was the end of that dream. And then second, here last year, Ms. Levine, I saw an object. It was rather large. It was triangular shaped with elevated wings. Several streams of light, and I assure you it wasn't a Jared airliner by virtue of the way the lights were arranged. Now, prior to this, about a week prior to this is during Labor Day weekend or before or after, twice I had the experience. I was in a deep sleep, and then all of a sudden I started to awake with a sensation of being scanned with an electronic device, and upon waking up, it seemed like when I started to awake or open my eyes, I saw like a large metallic, well, not a large, but a long, slender metallic object that disappeared in front of me.
All right, I would say you're a candidate for regression.
He's definitely a candidate for more study. I think he should document these things and write them down. He should, regression isn't something you should rush into. That's something you really should.
Well, that brings us to another good point. Michelle, is it good for all people to know what they've gone through, or would you say in a lot of cases it's frankly better they don't know?
Well, some people don't have the urge to know, okay? And, sometimes you know that there's a person who's an experiencer. They may have something that leads you to believe that they're an experiencer, but they don't really have that burning to know. And it's not really good to push them at that point. Hypnotherapy isn't a piece of cake. It isn't easy by any means, and it isn't something that's a lot of fun. And it isn't something that's necessary for a lot of people either.
All right, we'll leave it at that. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Hello.
Hello, thank you.
Where are you?
Hello?
Yes, where are you, sir?
In Chris in Seminole, Florida.
All right.
First of all, I have a question, and then I have a comment or a suggestion. First of all, I should not ask the leading question, therefore I'll ask it in this way, Michelle. What types of physical symptoms or physical phenomena have occurred on you after being told you were pregnant? I guess you were told.
All right, turn your radio off for us while she's answering that. Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, sometimes there aren't a lot of physical symptoms. Generally, I've skipped periods for months at a time. I've had, not to sound too graphic, but I've had swollen, sore breasts. I've not necessarily had morning sickness or anything like that that I really can recall. Generally, the symptoms are more bloating. I've actually, towards the end of this, which generally goes about 2 to 3 months only, I've actually felt movement. Before I knew that this was happening to me, before I knew what this was.
All right, otherwise,
really
a lot of women have these feelings every month, but you're telling us you actually experienced what you believe to be a short-term, by our standards, pregnancy, right?
It would really appear to be that. Comparing it to my normal full-term pregnancies with my 3 children, the movement was very much the same. There's a very different feeling between the movement of a separate body moving inside of you and, say, like a gas bubble in your intestine popping or something.
I understand. Caller?
Yes, and also, was there anything in the vicinity of your belly button?
All right.
No, I know that a lot of women do have the needle marks in and around their belly button. I don't seem to get those.
Good. I wouldn't want those, and that would make the experience very unpleasant. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
I just had a thought that just occurred to me the other day, and I don't know if it's really a brilliant thought or comment, but I just thought I'd ask your guest. A lot of the scientists say that when they investigate the possibility of alien life on other planets, they just go from a real scientific point of view and check atmospheric conditions to see if the weather, the climate there is suitable for somebody to live. And they always seem to compare it to us. Isn't that kind of an arrogant way to approach things when you may want to consider that there might possibly be alien life that could live in a climate that, say, is 300 below zero, or 400 degrees above zero or something like that?
All right. A fair question. Scientists the other day announced, Michelle, they found 2 planets 35 light years from here that they believe can sustain or are capable of sustaining life. However, these planets are larger than Jupiter. That would mean the kind of life they would sustain would have to be... well, it's hard for us to imagine, and should that life ever come here, it'd be like Superman coming from Krypton. In other words, they would be so dense, so strong, probably so short, they'd be horrors.
But, you know, you're assuming then in this question that these beings that we're encountering are indeed from another planet. We don't really know that, and they aren't really telling anyone. I mean, they could be extra-dimensional. They've alluded to that fact. There have been abductions that have sort of alluded to that fact. They could be extra-temporal. They could be from another time. They could be from another reality that we don't know, a parallel universe. As far as I know, they really haven't sat anyone down and said, hey, guys, as far as this question goes, this is where we're from. I know that they've pointed to stars to people and said, well, you know, this is our star or that's our star. But as far as that goes...
But they lie.
Well, they could be. And as a matter of fact, in my own personal time that this happened, I was in a room. There were stars all over the room. I mean, not just on the walls. These were like little lights hanging in the sky. It was sort of like a three-dimensional type of effect in this room.
Right.
And I said to Hitar, so which place are you from? And he said to me, well, can you pick out the one that Earth is around? And, of course, I couldn't. I'm looking at all these lights, and little blue ones, little orange ones. Not having an astronomy background,
you
I'm
wouldn't
looking
know.
at these things. They were pretty, but they didn't mean anything to me. I said no, and then he said, so what difference does it make? I could point to any of these, and it wouldn't make any difference to you because you don't have a starting point.
He had a good point, and we'll be right back to you, Michelle. Michelle Levine, experienced abductee. All right, let's rock
I'm still awake.
Yeah, that's right. It's getting late. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Michelle Levine.
Hello, Art.
Hi, where are you?
This is Ed. I'm from San Diego.
Hi, Ed.
Hi, nice to get through to you. I have a couple questions, actually just one major theme for Michelle, who, actually, I think, Michelle, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. You're one of the most amazing abductee people I've heard interviewed yet. You seem to have, quite a clear picture of this whole thing. So, you described kind of a collegial atmosphere among, people, supposedly humans, that you ran into in your experiences, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever,
in some cases, yes.
Have you ever met and talked to these people?
Yes, actually, this is the really neat part that you don't see in the media either. It's amazing how many people this happens to, and it's not just me. There's a lot of people that this is happening to, particularly at things like UFO conventions or whatever, where people tend to congregate who are into this subject. They bump into people and they recognize them. Often they might not recognize how come they recognize them until later, but on a regular basis, people do bump into people who they recognize, and they know where they recognize them from. They remember events. They can talk about this. And this is something that you're not going to see very much on TV. As a matter of fact, I had something recently happen to me just last week where a person who lives in Michigan, and I'm in New Hampshire, who I know through mail, I had an event. I came home from an event, and I had a very conscious memory of talking to this person there. And we talked about a relatively silly subject. It was something that would stick out in your mind, but it's not something that you would normally talk to someone about.
Michelle and caller, hold on. That is so interesting because it seems to me that's the road to proof. In other words, if people in disparate places who have not known each other in any other way are able to separately corroborate a conversation, you're approaching some pretty significant proof, it seems to me.
It's outstanding. It really is. Because generally in the past, if one person has had a memory of an event and they remember seeing another event, maybe that other person doesn't really have a memory of it. But what we're seeing more and more recently, and I don't know if it's that people are, or that the ETs are allowing people to have more control, or that people are learning to control this more, or maybe people are reading the book and they're starting to understand. Plug. No, but seriously.
Oh, we'll get your plug in. Don't worry. The caller. We don't have much time, and I think the caller had another question.
Okay.
My only question was, I think you covered it pretty much all, except I'm just curious to know if this has actually happened to you personally. You've actually met people that you have been abductee with.
No, the answer is yes.
Completely stunning. Last week, like I said, I had this particularly odd conversation with this person. I came home. I'm in the habit of writing in my journal, so I wrote down what we talked about in my journal, and then I picked up my email. And in my email, I got a letter from this person saying to me, I saw you last night, and this is what we talked about. Do you remember? And I was totally elated by it. I was so excited by it because it was a two-way conversation, and we came home. Both of us went in our separate directions, her to Michigan, me to New Hampshire, and we recalled it.
That is amazing. All right, look, we're at the bottom of the hour again, so we'll do your book plug.
The email address is Mickey, M-I-C-K-K-E-E, 2 Ks, 2 E's, at AOL.com.
All right, you better do that again, slowly.
M-I-C-K-K-E-E at AOL.com. And if the mailbox is full there, which happens very occasionally, but I do get an awful lot of mail there.
You will now.
I have a second address.
All right, we'll have to give that out after the break here at the bottom of the hour. Stay right there. You all good evening, or good morning, as this show airs later. My guest is Michelle Levine, and she has been abducted all her life. She has written a book about it. We're going to get a pencil and paper. We're going to be repeating an email address for you, and we're going to tell you how you can get a copy of her book in just one moment. You hear to Michelle Levine, and Michelle, let's get the information kind of stuff out of the way first. Your other email address is?
Okay, it's the same beginning, Mickey, M-I-C-K-K-E-E, at TIAC.net, TIAC.net.
Well, that's hard.
Yeah, the AOL one is the one that gets picked up the most often.
Yeah.
But once in a while, it does tend to get filled up. So.
I know about that. All right. Now, you have written a book. It is a summation of how to deal with being abducted. It's called The Alien Abduction Survival Guide by Michelle Levine, with a foreword by Mark Davenport and all the rest of it. It's very nice. It's got drawings in it. And one of them, as a matter of fact, is going to make me ask a question here in a moment. But how do they get your book?
Well, it is available in bookstores. It can be ordered. But the quickest and most direct way to get it is to order it directly from the publisher. That's Wildflower Press. And they have an 800 number, which is 1-800-366-0264. Or you can get it off the Internet from Wildflower Press at Blue Water Publishing, or Blue Water P, which is Blue Water Publishing, all one word, BLUEWATERP.com / what do they call that thing? Tilde? Thing.
I'll tell you, you're better off not doing this, dear.
Okay.
No one's going to get it.
All right.
The 800 number is the best shot. Repeat the 800 number.
Okay. The 800 number is 1-800-366-0264.
All right, good. A lot of, or if not most of the drawings that you have put in your book that depict human beings, depict naked human beings, naked women. And I can't...
You make it sound like it's really a nasty picture.
No. No. As a matter of fact, they're very well-formed naked women. That wasn't where I was going with this. I was going even a little further. You talk of children that have come from you, and certainly other abductees that have the same sort of story to tell. Is impregnation always, do you think, an antiseptic sort of medical procedure, or is there ever sex involved?
Well, first off, I'd like to separate the nakedness from the sex, okay, because there is sex involved in some of the procedures. Often abductees have their clothes removed, but it's not like orgy time, okay? It doesn't really connect. I mean, if you're naked and scared, you're not going to be...
naked and sensual.
Right, exactly. A lot of times abductees do find clothing or have clothing where, I hate to say issued to them, but a lot of times people who are in this environment are wearing sort of these kind of one-piece moo type, long T-shirt type things.
So they don't issue belts and stockings?
No, and generally a lot of the sex that...
now that is the question. When you say sex, you mean sex as we understand it?
Well, generally, if you see generally when the sex act happens in this environment, it usually is not between two humans. Okay.
I understand.
All right. It's usually between a human and an ET. Sometimes it's forced. Other times, and this is something people don't like to remember, but other times it's not. Okay.
This is going to get into a very sensitive area, Michelle, but I'm going to presume that with all your experiences and perhaps all your children, this has occurred to you, certainly. What does your husband say about this?
Well, my husband isn't very pleased about it, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't see any husband who would be.
Well, exactly.
And unfortunately, though, it is a fact of my life. It is something that has happened to me. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if it's something that may have happened to him because of his possibly having some sort of encounters per association. But I do not know that.
Have you asked him?
Have I asked him if he's ever had sex with an alien?
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, to be honest with you, no, I haven't. I suppose maybe I'll ask him this evening now that you've brought it up.
Well, I had to ask. I just really had to ask that question. So I.
No, it's a valid question. You see, the sex involved with abductions is very real, and it is something that people remember. People are afraid to mention because they're afraid to be labeled perverts or weirdos or whatever.
Is it? Gee, dare I delve further?
Go for it. What the heck?
Really? Go for it? What the hell? Is sex with an alien good?
Well, it depends on what's going on. Now, if you are in a position where there is a female alien who straddles your body, stares at you intensely in the eyes, and is basically telling you you are in a situation where you're being dominated and you have to submit to this, that doesn't sound very pleasant to me. If you are in a situation where where you believe you're having sex with an alien, you wake up to find a tube on your genitals collecting your genetic material, that's not going to be all that much fun either, I'm sure. If you are in a situation where you're having some sort of bonding experience with a particular alien who you have an attachment to, you may find that this is something that is very pleasurable.
Like sex between two humans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I asked. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Hello.
Art, hi. This is Larry from Abilene.
Abilene.
Kansas.
Yes, indeed, of course.
Yeah, I'm a single guy looking for a nice Jewish alien girl. I wanted to know if there's any possibility that I could play guinea pig. Everybody says that the minute if they were to see a craft or alien,
in other words, you want to be abducted, right?
If Michelle's getting abducted on a regular basis,
seems unfair to you.
Take my name along. I'll play guinea pig. I can't be hypnotized. Whatever.
All right.
I get it. I get this.
A lot of that. Sure. Yeah, I want to go. I want the experience. And now that we've added the sex to it, I imagine we're going to have. Well, anyway.
But generally, I get it from 15-year-olds who want to play Star Trek. To be honest with you, no, seriously. But I really don't know how to get somebody abducted. I mean, I never really gave it a lot of thought.
Well, I've always thought I'd run the other way, dude.
You never know what you're going to do until it happens. I mean, people might be saying, I line up, I'm here, I line up, and then that ship lands in front of them and they're gone.
It's true. It's true. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Kurt in Medford.
Medford, Oregon. Yes, sir.
It's Michelle?
Yeah.
That's right.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
When I was a child, I was abducted several times.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems that they showed me things that were rather horrifying, like putting up a view screen. I saw, like, massive tidal waves, like fire falling from the sky, and just all kinds of
scary stuff.
Volcanic eruptions and a series of different events that sort of horrified me.
Earth changes, yes.
Right, exactly. And that's one of my questions. Maybe you could relate to something about that. And the second one is, are we somewhat asleep? Like, I don't know if you remember the Twilight Zone that came on several years ago. It was about mannequins. And they didn't know that when they were human, they didn't realize that they were mannequins. And that when they realized toward the end that they were mannequins, they were told, well, why didn't you come back on time? And
I remember that one.
Do you remember that?
Oh, that was a great one. Yes, of course I do. In other words, Michelle, are we in some sort of altered reality now, and the real, real reality, that sounds great. The real thing is somewhere else?
Well, if you believe what they're telling you, if you believe what they're telling a lot of abductees, then the answer to that would be yes. Basically, the way it was laid out to me is that only things that are eternal are real. And I don't mean just linearly in time eternal, but I mean things that are, well, basically, if it has, even linear sense, if it has an ending in any direction, then it has a beginning in that same direction. It's eternal, it isn't real. Meaning our physical lives here on Earth aren't really part of reality, and we are sort of like a node in a physical existence that was created to be worked for reality to work some sort of problem out, sort of like a clockwork Earth type of thing. And it gets actually really complicated from there.
Gee, that was complicated enough for me. Hold on one second, Michelle. We'll be right back to you. My guest is Michelle Levine, and all mannequins should now listen carefully.
If you suffer from 800-444-1049.
Betty Andreessen Luca said the Alien Abduction Survival Guide may be an aid to help one through the journey and psychological maze created by a UFO experience. I heartily recommend reading this book. That's pretty good testimonial, I should say. And it's from Wildflower Press, and I'm going to let you give the number one more time. What is the number, Michelle?
It's 1-800-366-0264.
Okay. Back to the phones. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Hi.
Good evening, Arthur.
Good evening to you. Where are you?
Michelle. This is Mitch, the Magic Christian in Ventura, California.
Uh-huh.
I have a couple of questions, and I'll take my answer on the air.
All right.
Yes, Michelle, have you ever been in contact with anyone from the scientific or medical or military from the federal government of the United States?
All right. Halt.
That's number one.
All right, then halt there.
Okay.
Have you? Has anybody from the government contacted you?
No, not that I know of. I mean, I have some friends who are very conspiracy-minded and wonder if some of the friends I have may be military plants. But to my knowledge, no one from the government has contacted.
All right.
That's surprising. Number two, in your conversations with your fellow abductees in what you call the ET environment, have you ever found any what you might have perceived to be as Holy Spirit-filled, Bible-believing children of the King, Jesus Christ?
All right, thanks. That's why he calls himself the Magic Christian. He is indeed a born-again type. And it is, actually, it's a very interesting question. Of those in the community, those that you rub elbows with, are there generally many Christians, or is the group eventually bereft of them?
Well, I think that that there's a very wide assortment of people, and many of the people have very strong Christian beliefs. My beliefs tend to be Christian in nature, but not church religious.
No, I understand.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. The question, Michelle, went to others. In other words,
right. Well, I don't really take surveys when I'm there. I don't ask people, so do you believe in the Lord Jesus?
That's
I mean, this is not the questions that are coming into my mind when I'm interacting with these people.
I'm with you. I just thought I'd clarify it, and you did. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michelle Levine. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
This is Mark from Dwight, Illinois on SATCOM.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Michelle, I have two quick questions.
Sure.
You mentioned that you asked these aliens some big questions. Could you elaborate on that? I believe it's about our past or religion or whatever.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the question.
Okay, he said you asked some big questions about our past, our future, or religion. Some big questions. He asked, would you elaborate?
Well, I'm not exactly sure that I said I asked, but I do get volunteered an awful lot of information about things like the nature of the universe, the nature of God, and it's really hard to elaborate in a even in a half-hour segment, never mind a 10-minute segment or something about what this all means. And to be honest with you, a lot of it a lot of people would say, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to believe that. It's one of those things that's very hard to explain in short terms.
And I would say I'm not even sure you should believe it based on some of the rest of what you've told us. Not because you're fibbing to us, but because they seem to fib. Caller, you had a second question.
And, yes, one more. And have you ever sensed any real sensitivity during these alien encounters, or do they come across like typical HMO physicians?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the big myths out there. One of the biggest myths out there, that they have absolutely no feelings, that they're little robotic little guys that kind of do their own thing and could give a damn if you live or die. And the truth is, if you're lying on a table screaming in horror, or they know that if they give you even an inch to move, you're going to scratch their eyes out.
Yep.
They're probably going to ignore you and just go about their duties very robotically and just kind of, just kind of do their work. But once you open a dialogue with them, and once you start interacting with them and talking with them, you find that they do have emotions, they do have feelings. Sometimes they express things differently than we would. Like I mentioned before, they have a sense of humor that I don't think many of us would find incredibly funny.
Right.
I mean, it's definitely not Monty Python, but they do have these emotions, and there is this side of them that you don't experience until you've broken this fear and open a dialogue.
Look, if there's somebody out there, and there are many, being abducted, who have not read your book, or, can't get your book or whatever,
right,
and in a sentence or paragraph, you had to advise them, what would you tell them?
In a sentence, I would
or a
tell...
paragraph.
In a sentence or paragraph, I think I would tell them that they have to be true to their own heart, and as far as anything else that they're exposed to, whether it be my book or someone else's book or a television show or a radio show guest, that they have to learn to be discerning in what they believe and what they don't believe, that they have to start keeping a log in a journal of what happens to them. Not only does it help you with your memories, but it also helps you to work out the emotions so that the next time you recall it, these things tend to flash back in your mind. The emotions won't hit you as hard. You have to start taking control. You have to start saying, okay, I realize this is happening to me and I can't stop it from happening. So how am I going to not only live with it, but I have to learn to cope with it. I have to try to turn it around and be my own boss here.
Well, as I said to you at the beginning of the program, a lot of that sounds touchy-feely, but if the true fact is that you're going to be abducted and there's nothing you can do about it, you might as well, I suppose, learn to accept it and be psychologically sound with it. And, Michelle, we're out of time.
It went by really fast.
Well, it always does.
Yeah, I didn't even mention Contact Forum or ISCNI.
I know. But listen, you've been a sweetheart, and we'll have you back. And I appreciate your staying up this late and, being with us. So what can I say? Thank you.
It was a lot of fun, Art. I'm glad I did it.
Michelle, thank you, and look out for your mailbox.
It's going to be good.
Yeah, I know. See you later.
Thank you, Art. Bye-bye.
Take care. That's it, folks. We are out of time. Again, my special edition book, 1-800-864-7991, from an area near Dreamland in the Pacific Southwest. I'm Art Bell. Actually, the high desert. Good night.
This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week.
Well, it's as good as any other explanation